Chapter 651, A Real Attack from the Game. After entering the huge palace, Jiang Fei realized that it was different from the other palaces. Most of the other palaces were decorated in gold and jewels and looked very formal. However, this palace was decorated in pink. Moreover, there was no throne or a grand desk at the center of the palace. Instead, there was a soft couch covered with a veil. It looked like a girl's room instead of a palace. Jiang Fei could not see through the veil clearly. He was only able to catch glimpses of a feminine figure. Her slender figure rested gently on the soft couch in a lazy yet attractive manner. "Queen, the Nephilim envoy has arrived," Meraki announced. "All right, you may leave," the queen's beautiful voice came from behind the veil. This, Meraki sounded somewhat unwilling. Although the Naga race was a matriarchal society and female Nagas did not think much of men, Meraki had become infatuated with Jiang Fei. That made things different. Moreover, she knew how female Nagas behaved. Therefore, she was very reluctant to leave Jiang Fei alone there. Hee, a screeching sound came from behind the veil. "Meraki, could you have fallen in love with him? Are you worried that I might eat him? Your slave dares not. I will leave now." Meraki was so scared that she trembled. She hurriedly glanced at Jiang Fei and backed out of the room. Although the women in the Naga race had countless partners, they would normally not fall in love with any of them. It did not matter if the male was from the Naga race or another race. If any of the female Nagas overstepped this boundary, she would be deemed as an outcast in the Naga race. Although she would not be punished physically, she would be exiled from the main circle. At the very least, Meraki would lose her position as a governor. This was because the Naga race's women believed that emotions were burdens. They only sought the companionship of males for their enjoyment. If they were influenced by romantic feelings, that meant betraying the evil god's teachings. The evil god, after all, did not promote any righteous theories. The evil god Solon only promoted instant gratification and heartlessness. Once upon a time, the High Elves were seduced by Solon's powers into betraying the moon god. They were cursed by the moon god and were even banished to the bottom of the sea. Now, they did not have anyone to depend on. They had no choice but to believe in Solon. After Meraki left, Jiang Fei and the Naga queen were the only two left in the palace. "Greetings, queen." Jiang Fei cupped his fist slightly. "Little handsome, no need to be so polite. Come closer." A fair and soft arm extended from behind the veil signaling for Jiang Fei to get closer. **T. Why are all the Naga people the same? Are they all female gangsters? Jiang Fei could not help but smile when he saw how the Naga queen behaved. He could barely handle Meraki? Why did he have to meet someone like this again? Jiang Fei actually did not know that nearly all the women in the Naga race were the same. They could not help it. In a matriarchal society infused with their belief in the evil god Solon's teachings, these Naga women could not help but behave promiscuously. Of course, there were still women who were not promiscuous in the Naga race. However, only priestesses in evil god's palace did not have any contact with men. This was the same logic as the Saint of the Light. These priestesses, in principle, belonged to evil god Solon. However, due to the War of the Heavens, the ancient gods were separated in another world. Therefore, all the ancient gods including the evil god could not enter the main world. Similarly, the blood god Vagar which Jiang Fei had met before was also in a different world. Although he continuously influenced the main world, he could not pass through the barrier between the two worlds. Therefore, the evil god Solon's possessive behavior caused some of the Naga's women to remain celibate for him, while most of the other female Nagas had lost their virginity as soon when they reached adulthood. "Little handsome, why aren't you coming over? Do you want me to get you myself?" The Naga queen remained soft-spoken. However, there was a tinge of impatience in her voice. After all, Jiang Fei's hesitant behavior was disrespectful to a queen's dominance. Jiang Fei reluctantly walked toward the soft couch. He had no choice. If he could not defeat Meraki, he was definitely not able to defeat the Naga Queen. If he were dragged over, it would be even more embarrassing. Little handsome, why are you so afraid of me? Come closer. I'm not going to eat you, said the Naga Queen, a little upset because Jiang Fei had only walked 2 steps closer. Oh! Alright, Jiang Fei knew he could no longer avoid it. He walked 2 steps closer to the soft couch. That's a good boy. Come, her soft hands stretched out once again, signaling for Jiang Fei to go even closer. What's up? Jiang Fei did not understand what was going on. He moved closer still. Didn't you want to tell me about the merfolk? It's so tiring to talk while standing. Come in and tell me everything in detail. The Naga Queen's hand lingered over Jiang Fei's face. She suddenly grabbed at Jiang Fei's collar. Jiang Fei instantly froze and could not even resist. After 1 second, the Naga Queen pulled Jiang Fei into the veiled space completely. D*M. Is she trying to force a kiss upon me or something worse? Jiang Fei was shocked. However, as his body was paralyzed, he could not fight back at all. After being pulled into the veiled space, Jiang Fei could smell something fragrant. The fragrant scent seemed to contain something captivating. Jiang Fei finally saw how the Naga Queen looked like. Naga Queen Monica, Naga race, high tier overlord, level 98, health points 100%, remark, the manager of the Naga race. Unlike Poseidon's remark, whereby both Poseidon and the Nephilim King Augustus were both rulers, Monica's remark only showed her as a manager. Therefore, the ruling right in the Naga race still belonged to the gods. When Jiang Fei saw the Naga Queen's attributes, he also noticed her face. He had to admit that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her beauty definitely surpassed all of the women Jiang Fei had met before. Not only that, the Naga Queen's body was stunningly attractive. Her snake tail had been disguised with a pair of long slender legs. Coupled with her alluring attitude, the Naga Queen was easily the most attractive woman in the world. Little handsome, do you think I am beautiful? Monica used her finger to move Jiang Fei's chin upward. Her luscious lips moved as a fragrant smell filled the air. Beautiful, Jiang Fei answered subconsciously. After all, he was a hot-blooded youth. Naturally, he was not able to resist this type of temptation. Alert! Level 3 Spirit Attack. Right then, 0541, who had never directly interfered with Jiang Fei in the game, suddenly entered the game. 0541 instantly brought Jiang Fei out of his charmed state. Chapter 652, Paying the Price. What happened? Jiang Fei asked immediately after snapping out of it. The incident which happened earlier was very odd. Jiang Fei was somehow charmed by the Naga Queen without even realizing it. Moreover, 0541's sudden interference made Jiang Fei feel that this was definitely an unusual incident. Captain, someone has used a spirit attack on you through the game. 0541 did not sound very happy. Clearly, 0541 was upset about the attack. What is going on? Jiang Fei asked immediately. Rightfully, there should not be anything in the game that would harm the player in real life. Under normal circumstances, even if Jiang Fei was raped by the Naga Queen, it would only be like a dream. His body in real life would not be affected in any way. However, if it were that simple, 0541 definitely would not have interfered in the game and most definitely would not have reached out so strongly. Right then, 0541 was actually very upset. As a support system, 0541's existence was to support and protect Braveheart's captain. Currently, its target of support and protection was Jiang Fei. Now that Jiang Fei was being attacked, it was a direct challenge to 0541. Locking onto the target. Captain, please wait for a while. 0541 answered. Jiang Fei and 0541's conversation happened very quickly. At that moment, the Naga Queen was still trying to charm Jiang Fei. As 0541 had only awakened Jiang Fei's subconscious but had not interfered with his gameplay, Jiang Fei was still being suppressed by the Naga Queen. As the Nada Queen was still toying with Jiang Fei and trying to seduce him, a group of people gathered in front of a surveillance screen in an underground base somewhere north of China. What's going on? His brain activity had clearly shown the expected results. Why did it suddenly stabilize? One of the researchers asked, confused. This young fellow is indeed odd. The two groups of experimental codes' successful evolution previously were definitely caused by him. Another researcher hypothesized. I think the sudden disappearance of the two groups of data points could be related to him too. A third person even concluded that Jiang Fei was the root cause. Increase the brainwave's rate of output. Try increasing the level of disruption. The leader thought for a moment before making up his mind. Leader, if we were to increase the brainwave's rate of output, it might put his real body in danger. We have yet to acquire the government's or the military's permission. If we were to be found experimenting with involuntary people, we would be punished. The researcher in charge said worriedly. If anything happens, it'll take the brunt of the blame. Do as I say. The leader hesitated for a moment before deciding to take on the risk after all. Oh! All right then. Since the leader had spoken, the subordinate in charge of controlling the equipment had no other option. Little handsome, look. Aren't I beautiful? Monica laughed flirtatiously. She then immediately pulled off the thin sheet of clothing on his body. In an instant, Nada Queen Monica's beautiful body laid shamelessly naked before Jiang Fei. Not only that, the Nada Queen's eyes were also glowing with a bright blue light. As soon as the blue light entered Jiang Fei's eyes, he felt a blurring sensation. Something in his heart told him to immediately pounce on the beauty before him and ravage her body. Jerks! How dare they attack you right under my nose? When Jiang Fei received another spirit attack, 0541 was infuriated. Buzz! Just as Jiang Fei was about to lose his consciousness, he felt a white light flash before his eyes. He instantly recovered his full consciousness. Although he did not understand what was happening, Jiang Fei knew that someone was doing this to him on purpose. *T. Who is messing with me? Jiang Fei was also feeling very angered. If this was happening to him because of the game's mechanics, Jiang Fei might be upset, but he could not say anything about it. However, based on 0541's reaction, there was clearly someone doing this to him on purpose. Jiang Fei could not accept that. Target has been identified. Captain, please leave the game. 0541's voice was heard. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and instantly logged out of the game. As Jiang Fei was in the Nada Race's city, the logging out happened simultaneously. When Jiang Fei logged out of the game, his character in the game disappeared instantly. Jiang Fei did not care about leaving the Nada Queen behind, who might be looking clueless now. He was already back in the real world. Bang! The infuriated Jiang Fei blasted his way out of the frosty cave and then took off into the air on his gigantic sword. 0541. Location. Jiang Fei had not been this angry since the time his parents were kidnapped. He was very upset with the behavior of the person playing with his mind earlier. The general location is in the north of China. 0541 then transmitted the exact location to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei did not slow down at all as he directly flew toward the location provided by 0541. When Jiang Fei logged out of the game, the group of researchers in the underground base somewhere north of China realized that their experimental target was suddenly disconnected. Leader, the experimental target has disconnected. What do we do? The researcher in charge asked. Can we identify if he logged out actively or passively? The leader asked. If it was an active disconnection, that meant the experimental target had noticed the oddity in the game and therefore chose to disconnect. If it was a passive disconnection, that meant the experimental target had received actual damage in the real world, which caused the gaming pod to forcefully disconnect. The target had actively disconnected from the game. The data was not difficult to find. Therefore, the technician was able to provide an answer almost immediately. Active disconnection. That means that he is really able to notice the oddity in the game. He might even be able to interfere with the game under certain limited conditions. The leader mumbled to himself. What should we do? One researcher asked. Let's operate as usual. Notify me immediately when he logs in again. Until now, the leader and his subordinates still had not realized that Jiang Fei had logged off to come look for them. They would not have known that the player had a supreme technology like 0541 that could not only disrupt the game, but could also identify their geographical location in the real world. With the researchers being completely unaware, Jiang Fei was speeding toward China in a fit of rage. When the sky was only beginning to turn bright, Jiang Fei had already crossed China's borders. After another half an hour, Jiang Fei arrived at the location provided by 0541. Have we confirmed the exact location? Jiang Fei asked. They are right beneath us. There is a secret underground base 3,000 meters below. 0541 answered. Chapter 653, Who are these people? Unlike how Jiang Fei had snuck into the Zhang family's underground base to steal stuff, this time, Jiang Fei was here to seek revenge. Therefore, he did not even bother asking 0541 to crack the code of the entrance. Instead, he directly retrieved his energy cannon to blast through the underground base's entrance. Bang! After the blast, a huge gap appeared in the mountain walls. A passage could be seen leading directly to the underground base. Beep! Alert! There is an intruder, alert! There is an intruder. Jiang Fei's forceful entry caused a loud alarm to go off in the underground base. What's going on? The leader immediately asked. Leader, someone has destroyed the base's external door. The surveillance system has also been destroyed. A worker in charge of the base's safety immediately reported. When Jiang Fei had blasted the main entrance, 0541 had used its electrical methods to disrupt the base's internal surveillance system. Send someone to investigate. Kill all intruders. The leader did not panic. As they were a highly secretive underground base, they had a very strong defense system. Yes. The worker in charge of safety hastily pushed some controls on the monitor. After a few seconds, he reported to the leader. I have already sent a robotic team over. We will soon be able to identify the enemy's situation. At the same time, Jiang Fei had already gone through the base's main entrance. As he was concerned the opponents would have tampered with the lift, Jiang Fei directly used his energy cannon to destroy it. Then, he chose to use the safety tunnel instead. Although using the spiraling safety tunnel took a longer time, these were the only two options according to 0541's scan. Now that Jiang Fei had destroyed the lift, the people in the base were technically stuck. Jiang Fei did not worry about them escaping at all. Captain, the enemies are attacking. The enemies are robots. Expect to encounter them in 15 seconds. 0541 warned. As these robots were not like metahumans with energy aura, Jiang Fei was not able to detect them on his own. Bring it on! Jiang Fei held the energy cannon in his hand with the muzzle pointing at the passageway in front of him. PSSST. Jiang Fei soon heard a soft buzzing sound from afar. After a few seconds, the robot soldiers appeared before Jiang Fei. Although they were called robots, these soldiers did not resemble humans. Instead, they were all-round cylinders with 2 rows of wheels beneath them for mobility. Their heads were cameras with a machine gun on each side. Hee hee, this kind of trash, Jiang Fei smiled. He then lifted his weapon and opened fire. Boom! The first row of robots was instantly blasted into pieces. Boom! Bratatat. The robot soldiers were only able to fire at Jiang Fei with 2 shots before being blasted apart. D*MN. They gave me a fright. I thought it would be some kind of advanced technology. These are all Manda Group's exported items, Jiang Fei said unhappily after destroying all the robots. These robots were one of the categories of weapons Han Tianyu was selling externally. Not only did these things have very little ability to work autonomously, they also had weak firepower. Basically, these items would only be sold to Africa. Jiang Fei did not expect this base to still be using such rubbish. The first team had been entirely annihilated. However, we have figured out the enemy's situation clearly. There is only one enemy with high-energy weapons. The safety manager reported. Only one person? And he even uses advanced technology? Did we do anything to upset the Jiang family? That shouldn't be the case. We have a pretty good relationship with them. Forget it! Since he dared to break in, we'll kill him. The leader mumbled to himself and gave a firm order thereafter. Yes, the safety manager replied. He then started allocating advance guards to fight against Jiang Fei. Although the first wave of robots were rubbish, their main purpose was to investigate the enemy's condition. Now that the enemy's situation was clear, the base's advance guards would be mobilized. Jiang Fei progressed downward very swiftly following the spiraling passage. Although he was not running at full speed, his movement speed was still very blinding. Within a few minutes, Jiang Fei had already made it halfway to the bottom. Captain, enemy alert! The enemies are made up of humans and robots. You are expected to encounter them after 15 seconds. 0541 warned yet again. Jiang Fei was stunned. When he heard that there were humans involved, he instinctively thought of metahumans. After all, he had always been fighting against metahumans. However, he was not able to actively detect the presence of any metahuman. Very soon, the footsteps got closer and closer. Jiang Fei was able to see the enemies. Apart from some elite human mercenaries, most of the enemies in front of Jiang Fei were robots. Although the robots were also attached to wheels, they had human-shaped upper bodies. Not only did they have strong autonomous abilities, they were also very agile. Most importantly, their weapons were nuclear laser guns produced by the Jiang family. The robots and the human mercenaries both used the same laser guns. The guns were all advanced technology made by the Jiang family according to the alien weapons they acquired. Wave barrier. Jiang Fei immediately activated the protective shield on his equipment. The type of laser beam used by his enemies was very strong. If it directly hit Jiang Fei's body, he would be quite badly injured. Moreover, the passageway was really small and there was no way he could dodge the attacks. In order to prevent the wastage of his own energy, Jiang Fei decided to activate the protective shield. Zoom! As his opponents opened fire, rays of red lasers were fired at Jiang Fei. However, these lasers were all blocked by Jiang Fei's wave barrier. As Jiang Fei's protective shield could withstand the attacks of lower-tier level 4 metahuman, these lasers were of no threat to Jiang Fei. Bang! Bang! Since the enemies had opened fire directly, Jiang Fei had no reason to hold back. The blue beams emitted from his energy cannon continued to blast the robots into pieces. The human mercenaries were directly vaporized. As the passageway in which they battled was extremely narrow, Jiang Fei had nowhere to hide. It was the same situation for the human mercenaries as well as the robots. They could only shoot at each other with hopes of winning with their gunpowder. Clearly, Jiang Fei's original energy cannon from planet Namek would win against the copied version of laser guns. Moreover, Jiang Fei also had his protection shield. The guards from the base had to take the full brunt of the damage from Jiang Fei's attacks. Therefore, within a few minutes, the guards made up of hundreds of humans and robots were all killed by Jiang Fei. Who does this base belong to? Why are there both Manda Group's robots and the Jiang family's energy weapons? Although Jiang Fei had eliminated the guards, he started frowning with suspicion. The robots in the second wave of attacks were not of the normal exported models. If the people who owned them did not have relations to Han Tianyu, they could not have possibly acquired the same model. Furthermore, the energy weapons from the Jiang family were only recently produced. How could they possibly get their hands on these weapons if they did not have any relationship with the Jiang family? Who are these people? Jiang Fei could not help but feel overwhelmed by the questions looming over his head. Chapter 654, A shocking discovery: after defeating the base's guards, Jiang Fei very quickly arrived at the core location at the underground base. As the design of the base was very compact, there were rooms everywhere. Therefore, Jiang Fei kept his energy cannon, which was not flexible enough. He then withdrew the Qingying sword from behind him. Zoom. Occasionally, there were some guards firing at Jiang Fei with their laser guns. However, they were all killed in an instant by Jiang Fei's sword. According to 0541's scan, Jiang Fei did not take any wrong paths. He was headed directly for the Special Experimental Center. Bang! Jiang Fei kicked with his legs, triggering his fire-based origin force and immediately breaking the experimental center's door into pieces. Who are you exactly? Before Jiang Fei had even opened his mouth, the leader asked in a straightforward manner. As Jiang Fei had destroyed the lift, there was no way they could escape. They were all trapped by Jiang Fei in the experimental laboratory. Hee hee, I have not even asked who you people are. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still upset because these people had stabbed him on his back. They actually had the guts to ask who he was. However, these researchers had no idea who Jiang Fei was. They would not have thought that the person they were experimenting with in the game a few hours ago had traveled thousands of miles in search of them. You must be from the Jiang family. I can't believe the Jiang family had conspired with you weird people. The leader said angrily as he pointed his finger at Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei had used the energy cannon in the beginning, the leader naturally associated him with the Jiang family. The weird people he mentioned were clearly directed at the metahumans. Why do you care who I am? I am asking you, why did you stab me in the back? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee, you don't have to twist your words. Didn't you come here today thinking that us normal human beings who can't do anything to you weird people? Humph. Let me show you the power of technology. The leader laughed coldly. He had already made up his mind about who Jiang Fei was. Therefore, he did not care to explain any further as he pressed a hidden button beneath the table. Buzz! A shapeless waveform started spreading throughout the place. Alert! Level 3 Spirit Attack. 0541's warning immediately sounded in Jiang Fei's head. At the same time, an invisible protective shield appeared next to Jiang Fei. How? Although Jiang Fei was protected by 0541, the other researchers were exposed to the non-discriminatory attack. Their faces began to twitch as blood started spilling out from their eyes, ears, and noses. Haha. So what if you weird people have special talents? You still have to die like the rest of us normal human beings. Although the leader was already bleeding severely, he still laughed crazily. Alert! Spirit attack has become stronger. It is currently at level 4, following 0541's alert, the protective shield on Jiang Fei became even thicker. Let me die. Some of the technicians were struggling greatly. Some of them even scratched at their faces with their fingernails. However, their suffering ended very soon as the strong spirit attack caused them to lose their consciousness. They were dead within a few seconds. Darn weirdo. You are actually still fine. However, you will die with us in the end. The Jiang family behind you can't do anything to help you. The leader pressed another button as he fell to the ground. Activating self-destruct program. The base will be detonated in 5 minutes. All members, please evacuate immediately. A mechanic warning was heard in the experimental laboratory. 0541, take over the experimental laboratory. Cancel the self-destruct program. As Jiang Fei did not have any effective way of healing from spirit attacks, he could not save these people. However, he could not allow the base to be destroyed. He needed to find out who was the person behind the plot against him. After approximately 1 minute, the spirit attack ended. However, apart from Jiang Fei, nobody else in a 5-mile radius of the underground base survived. After 2 minutes, 0541 completely took over the underground base and had also deactivated the self-destruct program. 0541, go through the information. I want to know who's behind this. Although everyone in the base had died, Jiang Fei was still angry. It did not matter if these people died or not. He only wanted to find out who the person who ordered them was. Jiang Fei wanted to find the true culprit behind the scene. Yes, Captain. 0541 answered. After about half an hour, 0541 had thoroughly examined all of the information storages in the base. Captain, I have figured everything out. However, the results are slightly surprising. 0541 said. Why is that? Jiang Fei asked. This base belongs to the military. 0541 answered. What? The military wants to harm me? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never dealt with the military. There was no reason for them to harm him. The military did not want to harm you. This may have been an accident. 0541 then explained its findings to Jiang Fei from going through the experimental laboratory's records. The entire Dawnlight game had been developed with the help of the government and the military. The gaming company had been a cover for what went on behind the scenes. The purpose of the Dawnlight game was to carry out research on how to create battle robots with autonomous capabilities. Metahumans were more powerful than normal human beings and even ranked above the government. This was something unacceptable for a country's government. However, as individuals, metahumans were too powerful. Normal weapons did not threaten them at all. Even heavy arms could not defeat them. If the metahumans wanted to assassinate a superior in the government, they could do so with ease and unpredictability. Therefore, in order to fight against these metahumans, some researchers came up with the Supreme Android Soldiers Project. As Han Tianyu's Manda Group held some of Planet Namek's technology, they were fully capable of creating robots with strength and attack power as powerful as metahumans. However, as these robots moved with limited agility and had little autonomous capabilities, their battle power could not compare to metahumans at all. It just so happened that the document on man-made souls had been deciphered. Hence, the experiment to use man-made souls to control the androids had been affirmed. Dawnlight was an important part of the experiment. The mutants and the major rice-exporting country treated the Japanese's biotechnology with the utmost importance in the fight against Tokyo. However, China did not seem to exhibit any strong sign of interest. In fact, after the mutants turned their backs on China, China merely confronted them with a few words and did nothing further. The main reason why that happened was because China had acquired a completely different technology that was not any weaker than the biohuman technology. Moreover, once their man-made soul experiment proved successful, China's androids would be no less weaker than the biohumans. In fact, it would cost even less to produce these androids, thus giving a more effective rate of productivity. Hence, China's superiors were hardly interested in the Japanese's biotechnology. They did not care if the major rice-exporting country wanted to take over the technology for themselves. Chapter 655, Potion completed. As this was a secret program that belonged to the military, the researchers were able to obtain Manda Group's high-tier robots and the Zhang family's energy weapons. Originally, China had plans to develop its own metasoldiers. Once they have succeeded, they would be able to fight against the biohuman army. However, Jiang Fei's appearance had clearly messed up their experiment sequence. As Han Tianyu sided with Jiang Fei, he did not report the fact that Verger Glider was Jiang Fei. That resulted in the issue where the researchers were completely unaware that their experimental subject was a metahuman. As Jiang Fei's appearance increased the rate of evolution of the data points, the researchers became tempted and therefore chose not to report their findings. They took the initiative to include players in the game as part of the program. In the end, in order to speed up their experiment, they even used the spirit attack on Jiang Fei. The entire situation had been caused by the government and the military's program. However, the researchers had acted out of their own hastiness. Therefore, the culprit Jiang Fei was looking for did not even exist. Now that Jiang Fei had attacked the base with an energy cannon and 0541 had cut off all communications within the base, the leader had no way of realizing that their experimental subject had come to exact revenge. Naturally, they thought that the Jiang family had ill intentions and therefore colluded with the metahumans to steal the experimental findings. That was why the leader was willing to activate the strongest spirit attack and even wanted to detonate the base to kill Jiang Fei as well as himself. In the end, it was a group of crazy researchers who had decided to include players in the game as their lab rats without getting the necessary approvals. Unfortunately for them, this particular lab rat turned out to be a Godzilla. Therefore, these crazy researchers ended up as victims of their own mischief. What should we do now? Jiang Fei did not expect such an ending. Although the assault was an accident, there are certain benefits that come with taking over this base. 0541 answered. Ah! Jiang Fei was stunned. The spirit disruption tool is very useful for you. It is one of Braveheart's gimmicks. It could help block spirit attacks and can even compensate your lack of spirit attack abilities. 0541 said. Alright. Since it was one of Braveheart's fragments, well, take it. Jiang Fei shrugged. Since they had already taken over the base, there was no reason not to take their loot as well. I have already cut off all communications with the outside. Therefore, the signal of these people being attacked was never sent out. Once we leave, I will reactivate the self-destruct program. Nobody will notice what happened. 0541 knew what Jiang Fei was worried about. Against the mutants' threat, Jiang Fei naturally did not wish to sever ties with the military or the government. Although it was all a misunderstanding, he had in fact broke into the military's base. He even caused all of the guards and researchers at the base to die. No matter how he tried to explain, the military would still be offended by his actions. Following 0541's instruction, Jiang Fei very quickly found the spirit disruption tool. The object's size was as small as a lighter. However, the researchers supplied it with a massive amount of energy. There were 5 rooms of equipment to provide energy for the tool. That can't be helped. People on Earth have yet to master the technology of energy crystal. Therefore, more of the relatively less effective equipment is needed to supply power to the tool. 0541 explained. That doesn't sound right. Is this tool going to cost a lot of energy too? Jiang Fei frowned. If it is used to block spirit attacks, it would cost less energy than if I were to actively use energy to defend you. However, if an active attack is initiated, it will definitely cost a lot of energy. Despite that, I can modify it so that it uses bioenergy. That way, you will be able to supply it with the necessary energy. 0541 said as a blue light emitted from the spatial ring. Very soon, the spirit disruption tool was modified into a purple crystal necklace. Do I put this on for it to work? Jiang Fei asked. Yeah, just put it over your neck. It will be able to passively defend you from spirit attacks not greater than your energy level. Moreover, you can also actively fire spirit attacks equivalent to your energy level. 0541 answered. Now that Jiang Fei had lower tier level 4 energy, that meant he could defend himself and also attack with lower tier level 4 spirit attacks. After wearing the purple necklace over his neck, Jiang Fei gave the necklace a try. Jiang Fei did not hesitate to tear apart the energy-supplying nuclear generators in the base. He absorbed all of the nuclear materials inside. Alright, let's go. Jiang Fei took a look at the base. There was nothing else he needed. Activate self-destruct system. The base will detonate in 5 minutes. All members, please evacuate immediately. 0541 immediately activated the base's self-destruct system. Jiang Fei ran along the safety passageway. As there was nothing in his way, he was able to reach the surface in 3 minutes. He immediately took off on his sword and flew far away. Bang! As a loud explosive noise was heard, the entire base had been blasted into pieces. As it was deep underground, the rocks above the base sank all the way down. The entire base was buried 3,000 meters in the ground. It would be impossible to dig it up. Let's go! Jiang Fei shook his head. There was more than one of these secret bases that carried out research on man-made souls. However, the experimental team had accidentally messed with Jiang Fei due to their hastiness. Apart from this small group, there were other small groups working on the same research. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had destroyed one of the bases, it did not greatly affect China's overall plan of creating android soldiers. Moreover, as 0541 had erased all traces of Jiang Fei's presence, the military would not be able to associate the base's destruction with Jiang Fei. After getting somewhere far away from the base, Jiang Fei headed toward the west. As he had fully explored the North Pole, he was certain that there were no more remaining Braveheart's fragments. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to try his luck at the South Pole to see if he could find the engine room. Not long after Jiang Fei had exited China's borders, 0541 sent him another message of good news. Captain, the bio potion has been completed. As 0541 spoke, Jiang Fei could see 2 small bottles of yellow potion in the spatial ring. That's great! Jiang Fei felt joy in his heart as he controlled the gigantic sword to land. Right then, Jiang Fei was located right beyond China's borders. There was nothing but forests all around him. Therefore, he did not worry about anyone discovering him there. After landing, Jiang Fei looked for a flat ground. He then kept his gigantic sword away and retrieved the 2 bottles of potion from the spatial ring. Wait a second, Captain. Just as Jiang Fei was about to drink the potions, 0541 stopped him. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked. This is the bio potion made from a level 5 alien beast. If you drink it all at one go, your body would not be able to handle the tremendous amount of energy. Therefore, I suggest you to drink the potion in 2 servings. Once your level increases and stabilizes, you may drink the second bottle. 0541 said. It had intentionally split the potion in 2 bottles as he was worried Jiang Fei might drink it all at one go. If Jiang Fei were to die because his body was not able to handle it, it would be a tragedy. Chapter 656, Owner of the Cauldron, all right. Jiang Fei nodded as he kept one of the bottles of potion away. As Jiang Fei held the bottle of the remaining potion in his hand, he lifted his head and chugged down all the yellow liquid contained within. Although the potion tasted all right with a tinge of sourness and sweetness, Jiang Fei did not care about how it tasted. He knew he would soon experience extreme pain. This was not the first time Jiang Fei drank the bio potion. He was well prepared for what was about to happen. Jiang Fei looked for an open space. He then sat down and mentally prepared himself for what happened next. After approximately 3 minutes, the effects of the potion kicked in. Jiang Fei rolled around the floor as the pain consumed him. The feeling of energy coursing through his body was akin to hundreds of thousands of ants biting his body. However, the flesh torn apart would very quickly be regenerated. The mix of pain and numbness made Jiang Fei want to die. Jiang Fei's special talent resurfaced yet again. Most normal humans would have fainted or died from such pain. However, Jiang Fei had a shocking level of willpower and tolerance. Not only was his awareness heightened, his body could feel things even more intensely. Under normal circumstances, this would be a huge benefit to him. However, right now, Jiang Fei experienced even greater torture from the heightened senses. The potion made from a level 5 being was much stronger than what Jiang Fei had anticipated. Very soon, Jiang Fei lost track of time. He felt as if he had been suffering for thousands of years. He imagined that this was what evil souls had to go through in hell. In Jiang Fei's consciousness, he did not know how much time had passed. When the pain in his body started disappearing gradually, the soothing sensation made Jiang Fei feel very elated. As the pain faded away, Jiang Fei leaned against a big tree. He could not help it. After being tortured by the tremendous pain, he could not even stand up. Jiang Fei looked up at the sky and wondered how long he had been tortured. However, as the tree branches were positioned tightly together, Jiang Fei could not see the sky at all. However, it was apparently very dark in the forest. 0541, how much time had passed since I drank the potion? Jiang Fei asked. It has already been 8 hours. 0541 answered. I will die from drinking this potion one of these days, Jiang Fei said. The stronger the potions, the longer the duration he had to suffer. Don't worry, Captain. The potion's technique is very developed. It's very safe and it won't kill you. After all, 0541 was still an artificial intelligence. It did not realize that Jiang Fei was being sarcastic. Therefore, it immediately started explaining to Jiang Fei. What's my energy level now? Jiang Fei asked. This was Jiang Fei's primary concern. Once you recover, your energy level will reach high tier level 4. You will soon be able to break through pinnacle level 4. 0541 answered. Really? Jiang Fei was pleasantly surprised by the answer. When Jiang Fei drank the potion, he was only at lower tier level 4. However, a single bottle of potion was able to boost him to high tier level 4 and even pinnacle level 4. This was nearly a 3-level increment. Of course. The potion is made from a level 5 being after all. The flesh contains power beyond imagination. 0541 laughed. Awesome! Jiang Fei tightened his fists. For the additional boost in power, the pain he endured was all worth it. Once you recover your energy, your combined attack power will reach pinnacle level 4. However, if you fight against a pinnacle level 4 martial artist, you still have a higher chance of losing. However, if you fight against metahumans who lack techniques, there is nothing for you to worry about. 0541 explained. D*MN. Jiang Fei was pleased. When can I drink the second bottle? After all, Jiang Fei had already reached high tier level 4. If he drank another bottle, he would be able to break through to pinnacle level 4. You would have to wait at least another month. Your bota's strength needs to align with your energy level. Only then will you be able to drink the bio potion again. Otherwise, your body might be affected by the additional burden. 0541 explained. 1 month, Jiang Fei thought to himself. Even if the mutants acquired the biotechnology, they could not possibly master it in a month. Therefore, Jiang Fei still had time to wait. After approximately an hour, Jiang Fei had somehow recovered his energy. He pulled himself off of the ground with the help of a nearby tree and forcefully moved his limbs. After eating a bit of food, he sat down again to recover his energy. After the whole ordeal of struggling, the sky had turned completely dark. As Jiang Fei was still in the forest, he could see nothing but darkness all around him. Jiang Fei gathered some dry branches around him and used his fire-based origin force to light them up. A bonfire started burning brightly next to him. I don't think recovering fully today is possible. I should be able to fully recover by tomorrow morning. Jiang Fei thought as he examined himself. He still felt very fatigued. It seemed that the potion affected him much worse this time. His body was thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal. Jiang Fei had nothing else to do as he sat against a big tree to recover. When the time came, Jiang Fei logged into the game. After logging into the game, Jiang Fei yet again appeared in the Naga Queen's soft couch. When Jiang Fei forcefully disconnected the day before, the game had not paused. The Naga Queen naturally did not lie in bed to wait for Jiang Fei all day. Therefore, the palace was completely empty at the moment. It looks like destroying the base did not affect the game much, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. The base was only one of the many experimental bases. Although researchers in the other bases were also researching on how to create man-made souls, they did not cross paths with Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to mess with them either. Hey! Let's talk about it when we return. Jiang Fei directly activated the Gate of Abyss in the Naga Queen's palace. As Jiang Fei used the Holy Naga City's teleportation point to get here, he had unlocked the ability to teleport here directly. He would be able to get here more conveniently in the future. For now, Jiang Fei had to rush back to the City of Sinners as he had another match to compete in. Jiang Fei directly teleported from the Nephilim's King Palace to the City of Sinners. After traveling not too far away from the city, Jiang Fei arrived at the PvP arena for professional players. Jiang Fei's match was the first match in the morning. His opponent was a very special participant. When Jiang Fei and the participants stood on stage, Jiang Fei received a system notification before the host even started speaking. Ding! Discovered a cauldron of the ancient kingdom spirit. When Jiang Fei received the notification, his opponent also appeared to be shocked. Clearly, he had received the same notification that Jiang Fei had possessed one of the cauldrons. Chapter 657, A Grand Funeral. Hee hee, I can't believe it. The famous Jiang Fei is also one of the holders of the 9 cauldrons. While the host was introducing Jiang Fei and his opponent, the two of them started having a conversation. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed as he began to observe his opponent carefully. Sunset Snowflake, Human Race, Defensive Knight, Level 63, Health Points 73,512, Mana Points 2,300, Attack Power 7,800, Physical Defense 13,500, Magic Defense 15,800. Remark, Holder of Cauldron of Spirit. After looking at Sunset Snowflake's attributes, Jiang Fei had a rough idea of his opponent. This was a normal second job class player. Moreover, it was a defensive knight with very poor attack abilities. Jiang Fei did not think he was a threat at all. I am sure everyone is familiar with Verger Glider. However, you would not find his opponent a stranger either. Although this is his first time participating in the class competition, he has never lost, not even once. The host finally introduced Sunset Snowflake. Tisk, get lost. You stinky tortoise. However, the audience did not seem to be impressed with the host's introduction. Everyone appeared to dislike Sunset Snowflake quite a lot. Screw me! He's never lost? That tanky? Jiang Fei was stunned. From Sunset Snowflake's attributes, Jiang Fei did not notice anything special. Although he was a holder of one of the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, the Cauldron of Spirit was similar to Jiang Fei's commanding cauldron. It did not allow the player's offensive attributes to increase significantly. Alright. Let's cut the crap and let the two fight it out for us. The host did not want to speak any further when he saw the audience's reaction. Luckily, Jiang Fei's presence was enough to get the crowd excited. Moreover, since his opponent was rather well known, the audience was beginning to look forward to an entertaining match. With the judge's signal, Jiang Fei and Sunset Snowflake began their fight. Come on! As his opponent possessed one of the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, Jiang Fei did not dare to waste any time. He immediately attacked his opponent with his Galestorm's hammer. Minus 24,560. Jiang Fei's over 30,000 attack power did nearly 1/5 of the opponent's HP. Moreover, there were no critical hits despite the over 10 levels of difference between them. One could tell that this young fellow had very good defense. It was no wonder that the Defense Knight was known to be one of the toughest classes in the game. However, before the light effect of the Galestorm's hammer had even faded, Jiang Fei noticed that Sunset Snowflake's health points had fully recovered. Moreover, it was not a recovery from any skill. It was from his natural health point recovery. D*MN. Now I know why this young man has never lost. Jiang Fei suddenly realized something significant. The spirit attribute's most important usage was to quickly recover a player's health points and mana points. It was an automatic recovery which could not be interrupted or stopped. Originally, this attribute was not very useful for non-healing class players. As the amount of recovery was too little, it did not bear much significance. However, once the attribute reached 10,000 points, an incredible phenomenon appeared. Sunset Snowflake's rate of health point recovery was much higher than needed. Unless Jiang Fei killed Sunset Snowflake in a single attack, it was impossible to kill him. That was why Sunset Snowflake had never been defeated in the competition. 10,000 defense points, coupled with strong physical and magic defense, it was nearly impossible to kill players of this class in a single second. Moreover, he had an invincible skill. Even if a magic class player used an ultimate skill, he could still use his invincible skill. In the end, his opponent would either be slowly killed or they would surrender right away. However, although it meant that he was invincible, the audience did not like it. Sunset Snowflake's way of battling was too disgusting, as he usually counted on his opponents surrendering instead of actually defeating them in a fair battle. Hee hee, Verger Glider. Is that all you've got? Sunset Snowflake laughed loudly. Before Jiang Fei struck him, Sunset Snowflake was rather nervous. After all, Jiang Fei was very well known as a legend. Therefore, Sunset Snowflake did not have any idea how he would fare in the battle. However, after Jiang Fei had only managed to take away 1/3 of his health points, he could finally relax. As long as Jiang Fei could not kill him in a second, Sunset Snowflake would be able to take on Jiang Fei at his own pace. He would wait until the audience became infuriated and for Jiang Fei to get bored. Once Jiang Fei was driven to the point of insanity, he would give up and Sunset Snowflake would emerge as a victor. In all honesty, Sunset Snowflake had never really beaten any of his opponents. Most of them had given up voluntarily because they were disgusted by his way of battling. Hee hee, Jiang Fei laughed coldly. It appeared that Sunset Snowflake really thought that Jiang Fei could not win him. Jiang Fei did not stop attacking. He chose to ignore Sunset Snowflake, who was bragging shamelessly. Give up! Verger Glider. If you can't kill me in 1 second, you can't kill me at all. Sunset Snowflake laughed giddily. He did not attack Jiang Fei because he knew his meager damage could not even break through Jiang Fei's defense. He merely behaved like a punching bag for Jiang Fei to hit to his heart's content. Bang! After a series of lightning, drops of sweat appeared on Sunset Snowflake's face. As Jiang Fei's attack was getting higher over time due to Ruthless Barrage's stacks, his increasing damage output caused Sunset Snowflake to start actively avoiding Jiang Fei by running around the arena. Yeah. Brother Fei, kill him, kick his ass, give it to him in the face. The audience was getting very excited. Sunset Snowflake's awful behavior in the previous battles had upset a lot of people. Although Jiang Fei's attacks could not lock onto his target, his speed was faster than Sunset Snowflake's by over 10 times. He could catch up with Sunset Snowflake in a few steps. Therefore, Jiang Fei had 100% accuracy as he flung hammers at Sunset Snowflake, who was right next to him. Within a few short seconds, Jiang Fei's Ruthless Barrage stacked up 10 times. His attack power had reached a shocking 92,000. After deducting Sunset Snowflake's defense, his over 70,000 health points could no longer bear Jiang Fei's onslaught. Divine Shield. Although the invincible state prolonged Sunset Snowflake's life for a few additional seconds, it was not a long-term solution. After 12 seconds, the invincible effect ended. Sunset Snowflake had no choice but to activate another life-saving skill. His health points were increased by 30%, giving him nearly 100,000 health points, which kept him alive. Hee hee, do you think you are safe now? Jiang Fei smiled. He was too lazy to wait for Sunset Snowflake's skill to end. Although Jiang Fei's Ruthless Barrage was fully stacked, and he could no longer increase his attack power, Jiang Fei still had not used any of his skills. Judgment. Minus 463,869. The nearly 500,000 damage appeared above Sunset Snowflake's head as he instantly fell to the ground. Until then, Sunset Snowflake had not realized that Jiang Fei was merely toying with him all this time. Jiang Fei rarely used Judgment with 5x attack buff. That was because the skill had a 1-minute cooldown. However, Jiang Fei chose to use it on the young fellow today to give him a grand funeral. He had no intention of embarrassing Sunset Snowflake. After all, Jiang Fei wanted to take away his cauldron of the ancient kingdom. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted Sunset Snowflake to die in a glorious way, which was why he chose to show his judgment skill in front of the audience. Dying from close to 500,000 damage was a respectful way for Sunset Snowflake to be defeated. A white light flashed as Sunset Snowflake revived outside the arena. Jiang Fei picked up the Cauldron of Spirit and kept it away. Although the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom were very strong, the person who possessed it would still lose it upon death. Dying in the PvP arena was not an exception. Chapter 658, Ouyetzi's Summoning. Jiang Fei picked up the small cauldron on the ground and immediately chucked it into his backpack. However, the instant he held the cauldron, he received a series of system notifications. Ding! Obtained the second cauldron of the ancient kingdom. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider has been promoted to Trialist of the Heavens. Ding! Obtained passive skill mark of the Heavens. Ding! Your instructor Ouyezi is waiting for you at XXX in Dawnlight City. A series of system notifications somewhat overwhelmed Jiang Fei. However, after some checking, he understood that acquiring the second cauldron of the ancient kingdom meant he had officially stepped onto the path against the heavens. Verger Glider. Verger Glider, the invincible Brother Fei, you are amazing. Right then, everyone outside the arena was cheering loudly. Although 500,000 damage was nothing new to these people, most of the players who had accomplished such damage were magic class players. Moreover, they could only deal such damage after chanting for close to 3 minutes. However, Jiang Fei was able to deal such a shocking amount of damage with an instant skill. Therefore, the entire crowd went wild. Sunset Snowflake forfeited the second round. The winner for this match is Verger Glider. The judge walked onto the stage. As Sunset Snowflake had lost his cauldron of the ancient kingdom, his shocking rate of health point recovery was gone. He would only be beaten up if he continued the fight. Not only did he give up on the current match with Jiang Fei, he also gave up on the entire competition. After getting the judge's confirmation, Jiang Fei immediately left the arena. He did not have time to enjoy the crowd's cheering, nor did he have time to interact with the host. As Jiang Fei's secretive class instructor had suddenly appeared, he had to rush over immediately. When the host saw that Jiang Fei was uncooperative, he felt a little embarrassed. However, since Jiang Fei was not a professional player and he did not break any of the competition's rules, the organizing committee could not do anything to stop him. Jiang Fei did not care about the organizing committee at all. His only objective of participating in the competition was to find the cauldron of the ancient kingdom. Everything else did not matter to him. After leaving the PvP arena, in order to save time, Jiang Fei immediately activated the Abyssal Gate and teleported himself from the Nephilim King's palace to Dawnlight City. At that moment, Dawnlight City looked like a ghost town. Only a few players were there except for several low-level players who were most likely new to the game. Ouyezi appeared to be at the same rundown blacksmith shop. Jiang Fei was not sure why his instructor liked this place so much. Jiang Fei was stunned when he saw Ouyezi. That was because Ouyezi no longer looked like a beggar on the streets as he did before. Instead, he was dressed in a full suit of golden armor. Jiang Fei had only seen him this way during the few 10 seconds when he first became Ouyezi's disciple. Otherwise, Ouyezi had always been dressing up like a beggar on the streets. Instructor, were you looking for me? Jiang Fei walked toward Ouyezi respectfully. Now, he knew how godly his instructor truly was. Yeah. Ouyezi nodded as he looked at Jiang Fei. Then, he simply looked at Jiang Fei without saying a word. When Jiang Fei saw Ouyezi had no intentions of speaking, he did not know what to say either. So, he simply stood there respectfully. Have you really thought it through? Ouyezi looked at Jiang Fei for nearly 5 minutes before finally speaking. I've thought it through. Jiang Fei knew Ouyezi was asking him about the War of the Heavens. After all, Ouyezi instantly looked for him after he had become a trialist of the heavens. It would be strange if it was just a coincidence. Ouyezi nodded and remained silent for a long while. Finally, he said, although you are my disciple, I did not intend to involve you in this battle. However, since you have chosen this path on your own, I will respect your decision. Thank you for supporting me, teacher. Jiang Fei beamed. From Ouyezi's words, Jiang Fei believed that he would be supported in retrieving all of the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Most importantly, the 4 sages of the heavens each possessed one of the cauldrons. Ouyezi happened to be one of the 4 sages of the heavens. Therefore, he definitely possessed one of them. If the cauldron of the ancient kingdom belonged to a player, Jiang Fei could snatch it from him. However, if the cauldron belonged to one of these masters, Jiang Fei dared not even try. I am sure you know that I possess one of the cauldrons, oh yes, he said unhurriedly. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. I don't mind giving the cauldron to you. However, you do not deserve it yet. Oh yes, he said. How can I meet your requirement of worthiness? Jiang Fei asked. You must become a high-tier divine blacksmith and also my successor. That's because only a descendant of the divine blacksmith can obtain the cauldron of creation, oh yes, he said solemnly. I will work hard to accomplish that. Jiang Fei nodded. He had been lazy for a very long time. He had been spending most of his time with the ladies and had forgotten all about crafting equipment. Therefore, ever since he had achieved the intermediate divine blacksmith level, he had never crafted a single piece of equipment. I know you have a lot of talent. I'm rooting for you. Here, I have a recipe for you. Use it well and work hard to craft. Once you become a high-tier divine blacksmith, I will come looking for you. Oh yes, he said as he started emitting a golden light. The golden light instantly entered Jiang Fei's body. Ding! You have acquired the recipe, Twilight Bow. After the golden light entered Jiang Fei's body, Jiang Fei received a system notification. At the same time, a new smithing option appeared in his smithing list. Thank you, Master. Jiang Fei bowed at Oyezi. When he lifted his head, Oyezi had already disappeared. Let's do this. All I need to focus on now would be the competition and smithing. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he checked the rewards he had obtained. The first thing he checked was the passive skill he had obtained, Mark of the Heavens. Mark of the Heavens, when subordinates of the King Zhou of Shang see you, your respective reputation will be increased to respect. When believers of the primordial God see you, your respective reputation will be decreased to hostile. I see. When he finished reading about the passive skill, Jiang Fei nodded. This was an attribute which required taking sides. After obtaining this mark, Jiang Fei was destined to fight against the primordial gods to the bitter end. After checking the passive skill, Jiang Fei took a look at the new recipe Oyezi gave him. Twilight Bow, two-handed weapon, legendary, physical attack plus 7,800, strength, plus 100, agility, plus 200, attack speed, plus 50%, critical hit, plus 20%, equipped, every successful attack on an enemy will leave a sunburnt mark. Can stack 3 times at most for 10 seconds. Equipped, grants skill dusk. Fires a guided arrow. A target marked with sunburnt will receive damage 5 extra attack power with certainty. Every stack of sunburnt will increase this skill's damage by 20%. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Level requirement, 60, Chapter 659, Heaven-Piercing Twilight Bow, such an amazing item. After looking at the bow's attributes, Jiang Fei could not help but gasp in amazement. Although Jiang Fei could not use the bow-type weapon, he was amazed with the weapon's value. This was definitely considered one of the best level 60 weapons, especially due to the skill it provided. It was capable of killing normal players in an instant. If that were the only thing, Jiang Fei would not have been too amazed. After all, higher level recipes tended to have lesser smithing chances. There is a high possibility of wasting a whole lot of material with 0 success rate. However, the recipe from Oyezi was indeed unusual. Although it still had limited uses, it allowed Jiang Fei to smith up to 30 times. Moreover, Jiang Fei was different from other professions. Divine blacksmiths had very unique smithing systems. His success rate and ascended upgrade bonus rate did not depend on his personality, but instead depended on his technique. As long as Jiang Fei could capture enough radiant during smithing, and if each of it succeeded, it was not impossible to create great items each time. After getting the recipe, Jiang Fei immediately made his way back to the Demon Dragon Fortress as the blacksmith shop within had the best conditions. That was due to the countless amount of ingredients collected in the Demon Dragon Fortress. As the Demon Dragon Fortress was in a very strategic location, coupled with the fact that Imperial Dragon was the strongest guild around, all the resources in a 100-mile radius belonged to Imperial Dragon. Players from other guilds would not even dare to fight for the resources in that area. Therefore, under Rosette Rose's management, the entire Imperial Dragon was virtually peerless. In terms of financial performance alone, the guild has over 2 million gold coins. There were also countless ingredients for each profession. If Jiang Fei truly wanted to earn money through the game, he had already acquired the returns of his initial investment. In fact, he had an extravagant amount of additional earnings. However, money had not meant anything to Jiang Fei since a long time ago. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not really concerned with how well the guild had developed. That was why he delegated so much autonomy and power to Rosette Rose and Lady Casanova. Basically, the two of them were handling almost everything related to the guild. Jiang Fei had never questioned any of their decisions. After he returned to the guild, Jiang Fei immediately retrieved a large amount of ingredients and thereafter entered the blacksmith shop. The attributes of the Twilight Bow was very shocking, as was the price of ingredients needed to make it. On average, one set of ingredients cost nearly 200 gold coins. Taking into account the rate of success, a single successful smithing of the bow would cost around 1,000 gold coins. On top of that, there were also the costs of the recipe and the smithing fee. Clank, clank, very soon, Jiang Fei immersed himself in the smithing process. The first set of ingredients very quickly melted in the furnace. Jiang Fei then started shaping the model on the anvil. Instant ice burst. Jiang Fei let out a frosty breath. Crack, the half-completed Twilight Bow broke into pieces on the ground. Clearly, Jiang Fei had failed the first smithing process. Hey! Jiang Fei sighed. However, he was not too concerned. It was very normal to fail at the first smithing trial. After cleaning up the debris on the ground, Jiang Fei extended his hands subconsciously in anticipation of receiving new ingredients from someone next to him. However, when he extended his hands, Jiang Fei remembered that Isabella no longer existed. When he used to craft, Isabella would usually be busier than Jiang Fei. Sometimes, she would be moving ingredients around. Otherwise, she would be transferring completed items to the storage. Occasionally, she would even wipe sweat off Jiang Fei's brows. Although the two rarely conversed during the smithing process, they had already gotten used to having each other around. Bella! Wait for me. I will revive you soon. Jiang Fei promised in his heart. After taking a new set of ingredients, Jiang Fei once again focused on the smithing process. Ding ding, as Jiang Fei continued to smith, the bow's shape came into being once again. Instant ice burst. After spitting out another breath of cold air, the bow cooled down. In that instant, a ray of radiant appeared before Jiang Fei's eyes. As he had not smithied for a very long time, Jiang Fei suddenly realized that the radiant rays had slowed down a lot. It was as if the radiant rays moved in slow motion. In actual fact, it was Jiang Fei whose abilities had improved significantly. His physical body had become much stronger in the real world. His spirit had also been greatly enhanced. Therefore, his sensing abilities in the game also became much sharper. Moreover, although the spirit attribute only improved one's observation abilities slightly, Jiang Fei's 100,000 spirit points from the newly acquired cauldron of the ancient kingdom made it seem as if Jiang Fei was observing the radiant rays in slow motion. The next steps became much simpler as Jiang Fei could easily capture the radiant rays which were seemingly moving in slow motion. Ding! You have successfully crafted Twilight Bow. Smithing experience plus 1,375, Jiang Fei easily captured the triple radiant. Although the Twilight Bow was still legendary, it was a good start. Let's do it again. Jiang Fei clenched his fists. He captured triple radiant only because he had not smithied for a very long time. Therefore, he was still not very used to it. Jiang Fei believed that if he smithied a few more times, he would be able to create a higher grade Twilight Bow. Ding ding, ding ding. The sound of metal clanging against metal could be heard continuously. Jiang Fei was fully immersed in the smithing process. Very soon, 3 hours had passed. Jiang Fei had used up 10 sets of ingredients and managed to create 3 pieces of the equipment successfully. The higher the equipment's level, the longer the time needed to create it. Therefore, it was very difficult to mass-produce high-tier equipment. Luckily, Jiang Fei had a very high success rate. He was able to achieve 33% success rate in creating a legendary weapon. Ding ding, instant ice burst. Jiang Fei was already beginning to work on the 11th set of ingredients for creating the bow. As he focused on the radiant ray before him, Jiang Fei quickly pulled back. The quintuple radiant was successfully retained in the bow. Ding! You have successfully crafted Twilight Bow. Smithing experience plus 6,000, a ray of red light started emitting from Jiang Fei's hands, which soon filled the entire blacksmith shop. I've done it! It has succeeded. Jiang Fei was beyond happy. Although he knew he was capable of producing very good equipment, he had never been able to create any equipment above the legendary grade. After all, ancient and holy equipment were very rare. The game's webpage had never mentioned a player who could create equipment of these grades. As Jiang Fei looked at the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow which still glowed with a bright red light, he felt very excited. The successful smithing meant he had experienced a breakthrough in creating equipment beyond the legendary grade. He had successfully created an ancient and, in fact, even a holy grade equipment. After the red light had dissipated, Jiang Fei looked at the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow in his hands. The ancient grade weapon was different from the legendary Twilight Bow which he had created previously. It had an even more intimidating appearance. There were 3 additional spikes on it which seemed to be handles, but also allowed the bow to double as a defensive weapon in melee combat. It looked very cool. Chapter 660, Our Robbed Holy Item, Heaven-Piercing Twilight Bow, Two-Handed Weapon, Ancient, Physical Attack plus 9,500, Strength, plus 150, Agility, plus 220, Attack Speed, plus 55%, Critical Hit, plus 30%, Equipped, every successful hit on the enemy will leave a sunburnt mark. A maximum of 3 layers can be stacked. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. Equipped, grants Skill Dusk. Fires a guided arrow. A target marked with sunburnt will receive damage 5 extra attack power with certainty. Every stack of sunburnt will increase this skill's damage by 20%. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. Equipped, grants Skill Lockdown. Your arrow has a 60-degree autocorrection effect against a target marked with sunburnt. Level requirement, 60, Remark. When you use the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow to attack, every arrow shot will cost 50 mana points. After looking at the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow's attributes, Jiang Fei nodded. As an ancient weapon, the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow's attack and additional attributes were much stronger than the legendary Twilight Bow. Moreover, it provided an additional lockdown skill. With the additional skill, an archer's accuracy would no longer be an issue. As long as the archer shot in the approximate direction of his target, he would not miss with the 60-degree autocorrection effect. However, as it was an ancient weapon, the heaven-piercing Twilight Bow still had its drawbacks. Every attack would cost additional mana points. Although 50 mana points barely affected Magician-class players, it was a significant amount to Archer-class players who never increased their intelligence points. The Archer-class players had attack speed second only to the Bandit-class players. If each arrow shot cost 50 mana points, their existing pool of mana would not last them very long. However, this disadvantage would only be apparent during normal fights. In a PvP battle, the drawback would not be very obvious. This was because normal fights would last very long, while PvP battles between players would usually end very quickly. Therefore, the cost of mana could be ignored in PvP battles. Based on the current level of the weapon, it was definitely the most godly weapon the Archer class players could obtain. Even the rainbow equipment of the hidden class players could not compare with it. Not bad. Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Fei could now equip the expert archers in the guild with the legendary twilight bows as well as the ancient grade twilight bow. After all, Jiang Fei no longer cared about money. Therefore, he had no reason to sell these amazing equipment to outsiders. With the success of creating the ancient grade weapon, Jiang Fei felt hyped and very soon became immersed in the smithing process yet again. Ding ding, the sound of smithing continued to ring through the blacksmith shop as Jiang Fei worked hard at crafting new equipment. However, regardless of how hard Jiang Fei tried, he was no longer able to create an ancient grade equipment even if he captured quintuple radiant or sextuple radiant. Hey! It looks like these high-tier equipment have limited quantities. Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept the fact. Although the equipment with quintuple radiant or sextuple radiant still remained at the legendary grade, their attributes had become much stronger. The only thing these equipment lacked was the strong lockdown skill. 4 hours passed by in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei managed to create 18 more bows. There were 5 legendary twilight bows and 1 ancient heaven-piercing twilight bow in front of him. This is the final one. I'm going all out. Jiang Fei inhaled deeply. This was the last smithing opportunity from the twilight bow's recipe. Ding ding, Jiang Fei hit the metal as if he was drumming to a beat in his head. It sounded almost like a beautiful rhythm. It's time. Jiang Fei squinted as he focused his gaze. Instant ice burst. Jiang Fei had mastered some of the techniques of smithing after several dozen times of creating the weapon. He had already managed to capture octuple radiant previously. This time, Jiang Fei's target was to achieve nonuple radiant. If Jiang Fei succeeded, he would have succeeded at crafting a supreme item 2 tiers above the recipe's grade. Come on! It all depends on this. Jiang Fei focused his gaze on the radiant rays flowing on the bow as he suddenly gripped it tightly. Buzz! A reddish golden light suddenly appeared. Did it work? Jiang Fei felt a spark of joy in his heart. Bang! A lightning suddenly struck the brightly glowing bow from above. D*MN. When Jiang Fei looked at the bow on the anvil, the bow had already turned black from being struck by lightning. It did not look like the smithing had succeeded. *T. Did I fail? Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he did not really count on succeeding with the supreme item 2 tiers above the recipe's grade, he did not expect to fail completely. Crack! Crack! After the soft sounds were heard, cracks began to form on the bow's surface. Thereafter, black chunks of the scourged metal began to fall off the bow's surface. Shuffle! An even brighter light appeared. This time, the light was so bright that Jiang Fei could barely keep his eyes open. Ding! You have successfully crafted Holy Twilight Bow. Smithing experience plus 15,000, ding! As you have crafted a holy equipment, your profession level has increased automatically. Your current profession level is High Tier Divine Blacksmith, D*MN. I've succeeded! Jiang Fei jumped excitedly. This time, Jiang Fei did not just succeed at creating a normal equipment. If it was a superior recipe, crafting an equipment 2 tiers higher would only give the legendary grade. However, Jiang Fei had succeeded at crafting a holy equipment. Moreover, Jiang Fei's profession level had instantly increased to the high tier after his successful crafting this time. Unlike before, Jiang Fei did not have to go through promotion quests. Jiang Fei's profession was different from the normal players. It was very difficult for him to get promoted as a divine blacksmith. For normal professions, the players would be able to achieve the master or even sect master grade after successfully crafting a holy equipment. Buzz! Just as Jiang Fei was planning to check out his own wonderful creation, a golden light flashed as Oyezi appeared next to Jiang Fei. Well done, young man. You are even more excellent than I had imagined. The Holy Twilight Bow had somehow ended up in Oyezi's hands. Teacher! Jiang Fei bowed respectfully. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Oyezi laughed as he examined the holy equipment in his hands. Teacher, I have achieved the high-tier divine blacksmith level. Jiang Fei said. Yeah. That's why I came. Ouyezi nodded. He then kept the holy twilight bow away. Jiang Fei did not even get the chance to look at the attributes of the weapon he created. What's going on? Jiang Fei was stunned. Ouyezi had never snatched anything from him. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 661, Cauldron of Creation. Although Jiang Fei did not know why Ouyezi wanted to snatch his holy twilight bow away, he did not dare to ask Ouyezi about it. Jiang Fei simply stood quietly on one side. Young fellow, I am going to ask you this again. Are you sure you want to take on the path of the heavens? Ouyezi looked very serious as he asked Jiang Fei the question. I am certain. Jiang Fei nodded with equal seriousness. All right then. If that's the case, I shall not stand in your way. From today onward, you are my official successor. Ouyezi nodded as he retrieved a small cauldron. Jiang Fei felt very excited. He knew without asking that the small cauldron in Ouyezi's hand was one of the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. This is the cauldron of creation. According to the tradition of divine blacksmiths, you must sacrifice a holy equipment you have crafted on your own in order to obtain it. If you agree, the bow you created will be used as a sacrifice for the cauldron of creation, Ouyezi said. I agree. Jiang Fei had no reason to hesitate at this point. Although the holy twilight bow was very valuable, he could not use it himself. If he had to give it away in exchange for a cauldron of the ancient kingdom, he was more than happy to do so. All right. Ouyezi nodded. The holy twilight bow that Jiang Fei created appeared in Ouyezi's hands. The holy twilight bow, which glowed with a bright red light, flickered in Ouyezi's hand and thereafter turned into a ball of light. Ouyezi did not even need the help of a furnace to melt the holy equipment. In the blink of an eye, the 1-meter-long holy twilight bow had turned into a ball of red radiant. It was then infused into the cauldron of creation by Ouyezi. Buzz! A bright golden light emitted from the cauldron of creation. The light was so bright that Jiang Fei could not even look at it directly. After a short moment, the light from the cauldron of creation grew dimmer. It then flew from Ouyezi's hand directly toward Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei subconsciously extended his hands. The cauldron of creation gently landed on his hands. Cauldron of creation, special item, holy, attribute, you will succeed at crafting with certainty, limited to the first 3 times each day. Remark 1, the cauldron of creation will take effect once you put it in your backpack. Remark 2, once you die, the cauldron of creation will drop with certainty. Remark 3, once other players with cauldrons of the ancient kingdom are near, the 9 cauldrons will be able to sense each other's presence. Jiang Fei looked at the cauldron of creation in his hands with disbelief. Although the cauldron of creation did not provide any additional attributes, its original attribute was much more powerful. The 3 certain successes in crafting each day was a godly attribute. Most high-tier recipes had limited uses. Most of the recipes would even be wasted without any successful crafts. However, with the cauldron of creation, Jiang Fei would be able to create equipment with a certain success while using high-tier recipes. Even if he could only create a small amount of equipment, they would all be incredible. All right. The cauldron of creation belongs to you now. Look after yourself now. Ouyezi nodded. Teacher, although I have acquired the cauldron of creation, I do not have any good recipes, Jiang Fei said to Ouyezi. Originally, he still had the Twilight Bow's recipe. Now that he had already used up his limited chances of crafting, he hoped to get a few more recipes from Ouyezi. I can't give you recipes right now. However, you may look for Augustus. Tell him to pass the recipes he owes me to you instead. Ouyezi said and disappeared. Hey, Jiang Fei looked blankly at the space in front of him. His mysterious teacher was very unpredictable. He left without even giving Jiang Fei an opportunity to voice his thoughts. Despite that, Jiang Fei managed to obtain the 3rd cauldron of the ancient kingdom. Moreover, Jiang Fei knew that the cauldron of intelligence was in Free Will's hands. Although the fellow stayed in the Light Faction's territory, he would have to participate in the same competition as Jiang Fei sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Fei was confident that he would be able to snatch the Cauldron of Intelligence from Free Will in the PvP arena. As Free Will was a professional player, he needed to participate in competitions to earn money. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not worried that he would abandon the competition for the sake of the Cauldron. To these professional players, failing or succeeding in a game did not matter. Their only objective was to win over the support of their fans by participating in competitions. That was the only way fans would be willing to spend money on them. Therefore, although Free Will might know that participating in the competition could result in him losing the Cauldron of Intelligence, he would still participate and do his best. As long as he put on a good show, he would still win the fans' support and empathy even if he lost the Cauldron. That would significantly increase his earnings, which was far more important than anything else. After Ouyezi had left, Jiang Fei spared some time checking his attributes after advancing to the high-tier Divine Blacksmith. Having advanced to the high-tier Divine Blacksmith, Jiang Fei's instant Ice Burst had turned into Ice Smith. However, the skill lost its attack ability and had become solely a profession skill. However, the Ascended upgrade bonus rate had increased significantly. That greatly boosted Jiang Fei's chances of succeeding at capturing Radiant Rays. At the same time, Jiang Fei had acquired an additional side profession. The engraver profession which Jiang Fei had to give up last time was now added into Jiang Fei's profession list. Now, not only could Jiang Fei craft both equipment and weapons, he could even enhance and engrave them. Moreover, an engraver did not require recipes to create holes in equipment and weapons for engraving. Jiang Fei was now able to engrave jewelry on equipment and weapons he crafted on his own. Jiang Fei had acquired a lot of jewelry from the time he robbed the Pope's tomb. However, as not every piece of equipment had engraving holes, Jiang Fei had to keep these jewelry in his storage. Now that Jiang Fei had abilities of an engraver, he could finally make use of these jewelry he had acquired. Jiang Fei picked a few pieces of jewelry with resistance and engraved them onto his own equipment. These jewelry mostly provided him with resistance against movement limitations and stun effects. As Jiang Fei already had incredible attack and defense attributes, engraving jewelry with vitality or strength attributes would only have a decorative purpose. Jiang Fei knew that his most apparent weakness was in lacking resistance against disabling skills. Once someone used disabling skills on him, he would become very passive. However, now that he had a full body of resistance-providing jewelry, coupled with his much higher level, Jiang Fei believed that he would not be affected by most players' disabling skills. Even if players succeeded at disabling him by luck, it would only be for a short amount of time. They could not possibly disable him for more than 1 second. After he was done with engraving, Jiang Fei took a look at the time. It was almost time to log out of the game. Therefore, he did not keep himself busy with other tasks. He passed the twilight bows he had crafted to Lady Casanova so that she could distribute them to the most powerful members in the guild. Jiang Fei then stored the ancient heaven-piercing twilight bows away as there were no particularly strong archers in the guild. Chapter 662, a combined package. After logging out of the game, Jiang Fei did not immediately begin his journey to the South Pole. Instead, he began familiarizing himself with his newly obtained powers in the woods. At that moment, Jiang Fei's energy level was very close to Pinnacle Level 4. His combined capability had even reached Pinnacle Level 4. As long as he did not fight against China's martial artists or other metahumans who had trained for years to reach the same level, Jiang Fei feared nobody. He was no longer afraid of fighting against Pinnacle Level 4 metahumans like mutants or lycanthropes who acquired their abilities purely because of their ancestry. In order to get used to his new powers quickly, Jiang Fei started training by attacking everything around him. All objects around him had become his training targets. After a day's training, Jiang Fei had only managed to travel several miles. However, he had gotten quite comfortable with using his newfound powers. By nightfall, Jiang Fei made sure that 0541 would alert him in case of an emergency while he logged into the game once again. After returning to the game, Jiang Fei first went to the City of Sinners to participate in 2 matches in the PvP arena. He then got himself ready to head over to the Nephilim King's palace. As the 2 opponents Jiang Fei faced today had very common abilities, he did not take much time or effort to defeat them. However, when it was time to go to the Nephilim King's palace, Jiang Fei turned solemn. Although Isabella had not died and had even evolved, 0541 had brought her out of the game into the new world. As far as the game was concerned, she was long dead. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not sure how he should approach the Nephilim King Augustus. However, Jiang Fei knew he could not avoid Augustus forever. Moreover, Oyezi had tasked him with finding Augustus to retrieve a recipe. Therefore, he had no choice but to meet the Nephilim King. Jiang Fei was no stranger to the Nephilim King's palace. In fact, the guards had long known him due to his relationship with their princess. Therefore, nobody even tried to stop him. Jiang Fei was able to meet the Nephilim King Augustus with ease. At that moment, Augustus was not in the palace. As Jiang Fei was not an outsider, Augustus chose to meet him in the garden. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Jiang Fei bowed respectfully. The Nephilim King nodded. Bella, Jiang Fei knew he could not keep Isabella's death a secret forever. Therefore, he decided to tell the truth. "Let me see her." The Nephilim King waved his hand. He did not let Jiang Fei continue speaking. "All right." Jiang Fei summoned Isabella with a wave of his hand. However, the Isabella before him was merely an empty shell. Although she could assist Jiang Fei in battle, she no longer had a soul. "My poor child," the Nephilim King sighed when he saw Isabella. Although the king was heartless, Isabella was still his favorite daughter. "It's all my fault. I did not protect her well enough," Jiang Fei said guiltily. "Forget it. There's no point in saying all this now. I only have one question for you. Will you avenge her?" The Nephilim waved his hand again. The sad look on his face disappeared as his expression became angry. "Of course," Jiang Fei said determinedly. "All right. I knew Isabella had made the right choice," the Nephilim King Augustus said as he slammed his hand down on a book next to him. "Your Majesty, I am now occupied with the Naga race. Once I am done, the merfolk will no longer have any concern. By then, we will be able to collude with them to fight against the Luminous Vatican. Moreover, we can even get the dragon race involved." Jiang Fei repeated what he told Emperor Poseidon to the Nephilim King. "All right. I already know that. Are you confident that you'll succeed?" Augustus asked. As he had already conversed with Emperor Poseidon, he was not surprised by Jiang Fei's plan. "I will complete it no matter what," Jiang Fei said with certainty. "Great! If you need anything, let me know. I will do my best to help you." Augustus nodded. There actually is something that I need. My instructor had asked me to retrieve a recipe he had handed over to you for safekeeping," Jiang Fei said. "Oh? Have you reached the high-tier divine blacksmith level?" Augustus was stunned. He had been holding on to the recipe from Oyezi for thousands of years. Of course he knew how high the requirements were to use the recipe. "Yes." Jiang Fei nodded. "Did Oyezi pass the cauldron of creation to you as well?" the Nephilim King asked again. As he knew there was only a single chance of using the recipe, Jiang Fei could not possibly create the item successfully without the cauldron of creation's 100% success rate. "Yeah. My teacher had already given me the cauldron of creation," Jiang Fei said. "Great! Great! Great!" The Nephilim King repeated the same word thrice. At the same time, he looked as if he was deep in thought. "Akatsiris." After a short moment, the Nephilim King called out as he wagged his finger at the screen behind him. "Father!" Akatsiris immediately walked out from behind the screen. Jiang Fei knew Akatsiris was Isabella's third oldest sister, stepdaughter to King Nephilim, as well as the commander of all the servants in the Nephilim King's palace. Retrieve the precious recipe from the Nephilim Queen. The Nephilim King ordered. Yes, Father, Akatsiri said and immediately walked off. Jiang Fei chatted with the Nephilim King for approximately 20 minutes before Akatsiri's returned with a scroll on a golden tray. Akatsiri initially walked toward the Nephilim King with the scroll. However, the Nephilim signaled for her to approach Jiang Fei. Is this the scroll? Jiang Fei asked as he was about to take the scroll. Hold right there. The Nephilim King suddenly called out. Ah! Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know what the Nephilim King was up to. Verger Glider, although the relationship between you and Isabella had never been clarified, the entire Nephilim race and even the Dark Faction know that you are my son-in-law. Do you admit to this? The Nephilim King suddenly asked. I do. If he had been asked before, Jiang Fei might have tried to avoid it. However, ever since Isabella sacrificed her life for Jiang Fei, he had decided to accept Isabella. Therefore, he answered the question without hesitation. That's great. Since you admit that you are my son-in-law, I shall bestow upon you another one of my unmarried daughters now that Isabella has died. What do you think of marrying Akatsiri? If you agree, I will give you both Akatsiri and the scroll. The Nephilim King said. Ah! Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not know why the Nephilim King had suddenly said all this. The Nephilim King's intention was very clear. The mysterious recipe and Akatsiri came in a package. If Jiang Fei wanted the recipe, he would have to take Akatsiri as well. Otherwise, he would have neither of them. Hee, Ah Fei, Akatsiri may be my stepdaughter, but she has the blood of a succubus and therefore has even better looks than Isabella. Moreover, her capabilities have reached the lower overlord level. If you agree, I will even bestow upon her a holy item so that her battle power would be stronger than most middle overlords. She will be able to help you out in the future. The Nephilim King added when he saw that Jiang Fei was hesitating. Chapter 663, Heavenly Thunder. This, Jiang Fei was still very hesitant. Ding! The Nephilim King Augustus has forcefully changed your pet contract. Ding! The pet contract between you and Isabella has been removed. Ding! Akatsiri has signed the deadly attachment contract with you. Before Jiang Fei could even reject the Nephilim King, the Nephilim King had already changed the contract between Jiang Fei and Isabella. As Augustus was a celestial being, he had a lot of powerful rights. On top of that, he was also Isabella's father and the leader of the Nephilim race. Therefore, he could change this type of contract without Jiang Fei's agreement. The system acknowledged that Akatsiri was Isabella's replacement. Moreover, the new contract fully benefited the player. Since Augustus had the legal right to make the new changes, the system did not even notify Jiang Fei before accepting the new contract change. Why did you? It was too late for Jiang Fei to say anything. Isabella completely disappeared after the limitation of the contract had been removed. As Isabella's soul was already gone, the only thing that remained was her soulless body due to the pet contract between her and Jiang Fei. After the contract was terminated, Isabella's body turned into a radiant light and thereafter disappeared completely. At the same time, Akatsiri became Jiang Fei's new pet. Moreover, the contract that she signed was not the pet contract of an equal level. Instead, it was a deadly attachment contract. If Jiang Fei wished, Akatsiri could be wiped out of existence in an instant. If Jiang Fei chose to terminate the contract, Akatsiri would also die. The upside to the contract was that Akatsiri could retain her level and capabilities. Her life or death depends on you. Even if you killed her, it would not affect the relationship between us. The Nephilim King said blandly. Although Akatsiri was his daughter, her status could not compare to that of Isabella's. After all, she was his stepdaughter, which meant her value was much lesser in his eyes. You. Sigh, Jiang Fei sighed. Although he did not like Augustus' cold-hearted attitude, he could not do anything about it. Augustus had expected Jiang Fei's reaction of not being merciless enough to kill Akatsiri. That was why he did not think twice about forcing Jiang Fei to accept his wish. Since Isabella's death, Jiang Fei technically was no longer his son-in-law. The Nephilim king originally did not really care about that at all. However, the circumstances had changed when Jiang Fei suddenly advanced to the high-tier divine blacksmith level and had even obtained the cauldron of creation. There was a clear distinction between being Oyetzi's disciple and Oyetzi's successor. Therefore, when the Nephilim king found out that Jiang Fei had acquired the cauldron of creation, he was determined to keep Verdure Glider in the Nephilim race. Jiang Fei would be bound to their warfare. For a king, the best way to get direct support from someone was to have a familial relationship with them. However, after Isabella's death, the Nephilim king was not left with much choice. Moreover, due to the evil behaviors of the fourth Prince Curtis, many of the Nephilim king's daughters were either dead or married. Only Akatsiris, who was his only stepdaughter, remained unmarried. Therefore, although Akatsiris had a low rank as a stepdaughter, she was the only option which remained. Fortunately, Akatsiris had the blood of a succubus and therefore possessed unrivaled beauty. In order to promote Akatsiris, the Nephilim king was willing to bestow upon her a holy item and even give her the title of a princess. "Please, take me." Before Jiang Fei recovered his senses, Akatsiris had already knelt before him. She had no other choice but to beg for his acceptance. Due to the Nephilim king's stubbornness, if Jiang Fei did not accept her, she would die with certainty. Jiang Fei looked at Akatsiris, who was crying uncontrollably. He could not bring himself to terminate the contract, which will end her life immediately. "Forget about it. Let's leave." Jiang Fei shook his head. He could not be bothered with formalities. After taking the recipe, Jiang Fei turned around and walked out of the Nephilim king's palace. "Thank you, master." "Thank you." Akatsiris quickly stood up and ran after Jiang Fei as they both left the Nephilim king's palace. Neither of them turned around to look at the Nephilim king. To Akatsiris, leading with Jiang Fei was perhaps a better option than staying in the palace. Although the contract put her in a difficult situation, it was better than being gifted to a barbaric commander by the Nephilim king. Moreover, she knew very well how kindly Jiang Fei had treated Isabella. If she could truly be accepted by him, she would live a good life. After leaving the Nephilim king's palace, Jiang Fei immediately returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress and took out the mysterious recipe. Heavenly Thunder, explosive item, ancient, use, deals 50 million damage to all targets in the explosion area. Damage is increased by 10x if the target is a celestial being. Remark: Heavenly Thunder deals chaotic damage. It is irresistible and can ignore all defense mechanisms. D*MN. Jiang Fei inhaled sharply when he saw what the recipe allowed him to create. This was the epic version of the gnome destructive setup. However, the Heavenly Thunder's explosion area was much smaller, with approximately a 30-meter diameter. Despite that, its damage toward a celestial being was frighteningly powerful. It was basically designed to kill celestial beings. If Jiang Fei could mass-produce it, he was thinking, he could even carry out a genocide against the primordial celestial race. However, Jiang Fei was aware that his thoughts were running a little too wild. Even if he had multiple Heavenly Thunders, he would not be able to kill anyone with the small 30-meter radius of explosives. The recipe had very high requirements. Only a high-tier divine blacksmith or a master engineer could use it. Moreover, it could only be used once. Once the usage failed, the materials would all be wasted. "Come on! Let's make it!" The materials used to create the Heavenly Thunder were very precious. However, they were not too difficult to acquire. Jiang Fei was able to retrieve sufficient materials in the guild storage. Due to the cauldron of creation, the first 3 items Jiang Fei created each day would succeed with certainty. Therefore, he was not worried about failing. The process of creating the Heavenly Thunder was very tedious. Jiang Fei had to spend nearly 4 hours in the blacksmith shop to complete it. "Why did Oyezi ask me to create this?" Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. "Master, you must be tired. Here, have some water." Akatsiri wiped away Jiang Fei's sweat while handing him a cup of water. "Leave it over there." Jiang Fei pushed Akatsiri away. Although the Nephilim king had replaced Isabella's soulless body with another person by changing the contract forcefully, Jiang Fei could not treat her the way he treated Isabella. Moreover, Akatsiri had not wiped away Jiang Fei's sweat for him out of love or admiration. It was merely her duty as his pet and servant. Her relationship with Jiang Fei was not one of lovers. Instead, it was a relationship between a master and a servant. However, Akatsiri's eyes glistened brightly. Nobody knew what her true feelings were. Chapter 664, Mess Things Up. After keeping the heavenly thunder away, Jiang Fei chatted with Akatsiri for a while. Jiang Fei made it clear that he would not treat Akatsiri as a slave or a servant. However, he would also not marry her as the Nephilim king had wished. He would merely treat her as his friend and even like an older sister. As Akatsiri had signed the strict contract with Jiang Fei, she naturally dared not blatantly object him. However, she did not say a single word. Her eyes glistened brightly as if she had something in mind. There were already very few ladies around Jiang Fei. The female figures in the game and in real life had taught Jiang Fei well. Now, although Jiang Fei was not exactly an expert in romance, he was at least more composed when confronting women. After making things clear with Akatsiri, Jiang Fei felt much more relaxed. Although he was forced to be around yet another lady, Akatsiri's appearance as his pet did compensate Jiang Fei's loss of Isabella. Not only did her existence boost Jiang Fei's overall battle power, she also was like an encyclopedia, for she seemed to be very knowledgeable about the game and could answer most of Jiang Fei's questions. After chatting with Akatsiri, Jiang Fei took a look at the time. There were only a few hours left until he had to log out from the game. However, he did not rush back to the Naga race. Instead, he chose to set up something else. Although the Nephilim and the Merfolk were working together in secret, the two races were still preparing for the battle ahead. However, Jiang Fei did not want to allow the Luminous Vatican to forge ahead peacefully. He intended to mess things up for them. Therefore, he used another one of his trump cards. Even if he could not weaken the Luminous Vatican, it would be enough to discuss them thoroughly. Very soon, news about Jiang Fei working with the Dragon God to steal from the Pope's tomb had been spread around as he wished. Jiang Fei had described the interior of the Pope's tomb with absolute accuracy, especially the part about the first Pope's mummy trap. Those who had never been would not know about it. Therefore, Jiang Fei's words were very highly trustable. In fact, Jiang Fei had even provided some of the treasures from the Pope's tomb as proof. That made the fact that he was the culprit of the robbery even more believable. Soon enough, words got back to the Luminous Vatican about Virgil Glider robbing the Pope's tomb. Although the Luminous Vatican's believers were infuriated, they could not do anything about it. Firstly, Jiang Fei was already their sworn enemy due to his status as part of the Nephilim race. Secondly, the young man had already become the most wanted criminal since he had wooed the Saint of the Light. Therefore, there was no greater punishment for him. Although Jiang Fei was the most wanted criminal, the other rumored culprit was in a questionable state. That was because the other person rumored to have robbed the Pope's tomb was the Dragon God. The dragon race was already known to be very ruthless, let alone the Dragon God himself. Although the rumor between the Dragon God and the Moon God was a forbidden topic in the Luminous Vatican, it was difficult to stop people from talking, as rumors tend to spread very easily. Therefore, the Luminous Vatican was unsure of how to deal with it. The only option they had was to report the incident to the Divine Light God. When the Divine Light God heard about the news, it nearly drove him mad. He was already beyond angry when he failed to capture the Dragon God's bastard son. For that, he had decided to keep his sister, the Moon God, locked up. Now that the Dragon God had robbed his predecessor's tomb, it was an outright slap to his face. The Divine Light God did not need to carry out any investigation to know that the news was true. Firstly, the dragon race was infamous for their behaviors. All of their race members were greedy for money and treasures. Therefore, it was a reasonable assumption to think that the Dragon God had the same motive. Secondly, most people would definitely be killed by the first pope's mummy. Only celestial beings would be able to defeat the first pope with ease. Most celestial beings, including the Nephilim king, would not embarrass themselves by doing such a thing. Therefore, the culprit could not be anyone else but the dragon god. Previously, the divine light god had suspected that the dragon god could be involved. However, he did not have proof before. Now that Verger Glider had openly admitted that the dragon god was involved, the divine light god eagerly brought his men to confront the dragon race. When the Nephilim king and the Emperor Poseidon found out about this, they were overjoyed. Although everyone knew that the Protoss race would not go head-to-head with the dragon race, the incident was disgusting enough that Protoss race would never again become allies with the dragon race. Jiang Fei initially had plans to watch the whole ordeal unfold at the dragon race's territory. However, he was worried the divine light god might confront him instead. Therefore, Jiang Fei chose to stay in the Nephilim race's territory. In the morning, Jiang Fei logged out of the game. As he was getting quite used to his new powers, he immediately took off on his sword and headed south. After nearly 10 hours of flying, Jiang Fei finally arrived on land at the South Pole in the evening. "Captain, I have good news for you," 0541 suddenly called out. "Have you found a signal of the fragments?" Jiang Fei asked excitedly. He was not expecting immediate good news upon reaching the South Pole. "It's not that," 0541 replied. "Phoenix Corpse has been fully restored. All damaged parts have been healed. It is ready for the transfer of consciousness. Transfer immediately." Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If that were the case, Ariel could be revived after 24 hours. "Yes, Captain." 0541 immediately did as Jiang Fei asked. 0541, start scanning for fragments. Jiang Fei was very excited. He did not want to waste any time. As long as Ariel was revived, the evil beast would be completely overpowered by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei would be able to do whatever he wished to it. The biosample would no longer be an issue. Jiang Fei's most important mission now was to find the engine room. Once he found it, Isabella's revival would be able to take place very soon. "Yes, Captain. You may move around freely to scan the area," 0541 said as it activated the scanning mechanism. Although the South Pole was small compared to the other continents, it was still a very large region. As it was already quite late when Jiang Fei arrived at the South Pole, he was not able to cover much ground. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Fei was still unable to find anything. As it was summertime in the South Pole, the nights were very short. Even if it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was still brightly lit. "Captain, we can't complete the search in a day. I suggest you eat something and take a rest for a while," 0541 advised. Jiang Fei was too overexcited right then. "All right." Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that he would not be able to find the engine room right away. Therefore, he decided to listen to 0541's advice and descended from the sky. Chapter 665, Captured. After eating some food and resting for a while, Jiang Fei returned to the game. As Jiang Fei did not have any competition in the day, he could sort things out with the Naga race without any concern. Ever since the assault, which forced him out of the game, Jiang Fei had not returned to the Naga race's territory. He was unsure of what had happened there. As Jiang Fei had already unlocked the teleportation point in the Naga region, he was able to arrive at the Golden Water City with ease. Jiang Fei had not gone directly to the Naga race's holy city because he wanted to meet Meraki first. After all, the female chief had already reached the infatuated state toward him. Jiang Fei was hoping to get some intel on the Naga race. As Jiang Fei was unsure of how to explain to Meraki about who Akatsiri was, he decided to keep her locked in the pet space. After all, Jiang Fei had not known Akatsiri long for very long. He could not treat Akatsiri the way he had treated Isabella. Therefore, he did not even need to ask for her opinion. However, even if Jiang Fei asked Akatsiri, she would not dare to question his decision as she had only recently joined his side. Just as Jiang Fei appeared in the teleportation point, a golden light flashed next to him. Meraki had arrived. Shuffle! The first thing Meraki did when she appeared was to kill the two guards looking after the teleportation point. What's the matter? Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not understand why Meraki would kill her own soldiers. Why did you return? Meraki asked worriedly. Ah. Jiang Fei was still confused. The queen has ordered to arrest you, Meraki said with a concerned look on her face. The Nanda queen was very upset when Jiang Fei had disappeared the last time he was here. She almost had him under her control. However, he had disappeared without a single word. That made the queen very angry. Therefore, not long after Jiang Fei had logged off, she immediately called for his arrest. Luckily, the Nanda queen was not in the palace when Jiang Fei logged into the game the next day. Otherwise, the fight would have taken place there and then. Therefore, as soon as Jiang Fei's aura appeared in the Golden Water City, Meraki rushed over right away. She had killed the two guards at the teleportation point so that Jiang Fei would not be exposed. Leave immediately. Although I am the chief, the soldiers are loyal only to the queen. I can't cover you for long, Meraki said to Jiang Fei. No way. I can't leave. Of course Jiang Fei could not leave. If he did, how would he be able to steal the Nanda soul? Ha ha ha, Meraki, the queen was right. You have really fallen for this Nephilim boy. Right then, someone walked up toward the teleportation point. Why are you here? Meraki was stunned when she saw who it was. Are you surprised? Don't you dare run away now, both of you. A male Nanda dressed in a golden-plated armor laughed coolly. Ralph, Nanda race, intermediate overlord, level 95, health points 88 million, attack power 85,000, remark, Nanda race's commander of the guards. He is one of the queen's most trusted followers. He is devoted to the queen and is far more powerful than I am. Run away, quickly, Meraki said to Jiang Fei in a soft voice. Jiang Fei hesitated. Although Meraki had given him a lot of trouble, she had looked after his well-being after she had reached the infatuated state toward Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not abandon her at that moment. Ha ha ha, do you still plan on running away? Right then, another male Nanda appeared. Oh no! Why is he here too? Meraki was losing her willpower to even fight back. Clark, Nanda race, intermediate overlord, level 96, health points 90 million, attack power 82,000, remark, the Nanda queen's chief of servants. Who is he? Jiang Fei asked. This is also one of the queen's trusted followers. They are both loyal to the queen, Meraki said helplessly. She had thoroughly given up the fight against two intermediate overlords. Her abilities as a lower-tier overlord were no match for those two. Have you both come to kill us? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Humph. That was what we wanted. However, the queen had ordered us to capture you alive. As for this SL*T, we will kill her if she resists in any way. If she comes with us willingly, we will hand her over to the holy altar. Clark said. In that case, I shall not resist. Jiang Fei let both his hands fall to his sides. Under such circumstances, there was no way Jiang Fei could win the fight. Although he could run away using the Abyssal Gate, he would not be able to complete the quest he came for if he did so. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to meet the Nanda Queen and see what she was planning to do with him. As long as he still had the title of Romeo, there was a very slim chance the Nanda Queen would kill him. You two are rather smart. Ralph laughed coolly. He then pointed at Jiang Fei and Meraki, who did not resist at all as they were bound by him. Let's go! Clark nodded at Ralph. They each held one person as they walked into the teleportation point. The accompanying soldiers quickly activated the teleportation point, which soon sent the four of them to the holy Nanda city of Decario. After arriving at Decario, Clark and Ralph parted ways. While Ralph took Meraki to the holy altar, Clark brought Jiang Fei to the palace. "My queen, I have brought you the Nephilim's envoy," Clark shouted from outside the palace. "Let him come in on his own." A languorous voice came from within the big palace. "Yes, my queen." After Clark removed the binding spell on Jiang Fei, he gave Jiang Fei a push from behind. Jiang Fei stumbled right into the big palace. "Hee, queen, we meet again." Jiang Fei smiled at the Naga Queen Monica, who lay behind the silk screen. "Little handsome, you ran away pretty quickly the last time. How do you plan on escaping this time?" Monica still sounded languorous. Jiang Fei could not tell what was going on in her mind when she spoke. "It was an accident. I had been attacked and therefore had to sort things out," Jiang Fei said. "Attack? Who dared to attack you in my palace?" "Little handsome, you had better give me a satisfying answer." Monica suddenly sounded very strict. Jiang Fei became speechless. He was unsure of how to explain himself. It seemed that the queen was incapable of understanding how she had been controlled by the people in the experimental laboratory. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei could not explain the relationship between the real world and the game to her. "Humph. You have nothing to say. Someone, come and take him away," the queen called out. It was a drastic change in her attitude. Only a second ago, she was still talking to him in a pleasant tone. However, she had turned merciless in the blink of an eye. Chapter: Evil God's Palace. "Yes, my queen." As Clark was right outside the palace, he charged in immediately after hearing Monica's command. Clark put Jiang Fei in a binding spell after entering the palace. He then asked the queen as he lifted Jiang Fei up, "My queen, where shall I send him to? Didn't SL*TTY Meraki fall in love with this Nephilim? Let them both serve the evil god Solon." Monica said coldly. "Yes, your majesty," Clark answered with a smile. Clark had always been one of the queen's favorites. He felt jealous when the queen paid more attention to Jiang Fei than himself and therefore disliked Jiang Fei significantly. However, now that the queen had gotten bored of her new toy and wanted to sacrifice him to the evil god Solon, Clark was more than happy to do her bidding. Almost as if he was worried the queen would change her mind, Clark began running toward the holy altar with Jiang Fei in his hands. Jiang Fei was stunned. He was almost going to log out of the game to save his own life. As he was still in the city, he could escape in any moment by logging out of the game. However, when he heard that he would be sent to the holy altar, Jiang Fei was filled with joy. Even if he were to log out, he would do so only after he had reached the holy altar. In that way, it would be much easier to steal the Naga soul when he logged into the game next time. In order to make sure Jiang Fei died as soon as possible, Clark ran at full speed toward the holy hall. In a short while, he had managed to bring Jiang Fei into the holy altar's region. Why are you here?" Ralph asked. He had only just handed Meraki over to the holy altar and had not left yet. "The queen has ordered for him and Meraki to be offered as sacrifices to the evil god Solon," Clark said happily. "Oh, that's great," Ralph said and laughed. He was also one of Monica's favorites and harbored feelings of jealousy toward Jiang Fei as Clark did. When the queen had asked them to capture Jiang Fei alive, both Clark and Ralph were unhappy. Now that Jiang Fei would be sacrificed to the evil god Solon, they were both overjoyed. "Clark, why are you here?" one of the priestesses asked as she walked out from the holy altar. Although Clark and Ralph were the queen's trusted followers, they did not have the right to enter the holy altar as they were both male Nagas. "Greetings, priestess." Clark and Ralph kneeled as they greeted her. Clearly, despite being more powerful, their status as male Nagas were much lower than the female Nagas. "We have come on the queen's order. The queen hopes to sacrifice both him and Meraki to the evil god Solon," Clark said after greeting her. "All right. Hand him over to me." The female priestess nodded as he received Jiang Fei from Clark. "Yes, priestess." Clark quickly nodded. "Shuffle." As soon as the female priestess approached Jiang Fei, her reputation toward him changed into respect. The female priestess then brought Jiang Fei to the holy altar. As she treated him with respect, her actions were much gentler than Clark, who treated Jiang Fei with neutral reputation. So this is the evil god Solon's holy altar, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. In all honesty, this place seemed much newer than the rest of the holy city. Moreover, the style of architecture was also very different. Jiang Fei could tell that the skills used to build the holy altar were different from those used to build the external holy city. The Nagas were all high elves banished into the sea. As there were no advanced builders among them, their constructions in the holy city did not appear as grand as the interior of the holy altar, which used only the best materials. Why have you brought him here? Right then, Jiang Fei saw someone in the holy altar whom he had met before. Greetings, Priestess Rebecca. The queen wants to sacrifice him as well. The female priestess in charge of sending Jiang Fei to the altar greeted Priestess Rebecca respectfully. After all, Rebecca was one of the 12 main priestesses. I did not expect us to meet in this way. Jiang Fei smiled at Rebecca. Although we had a good conversation before, it is unfortunate that the rules of the holy altar cannot be changed. All males that enter the holy altar must be sacrificed. I cannot help you this time, Rebecca shook her head. The same happened with all the female priestesses Jiang Fei met on the way. Although their reputation toward him turned to respect, they still would not go against the holy altar's rules for Jiang Fei. It's fine, Jiang Fei shook his head. His main objective now was to find the Naga soul. Once he did, he would be able to log out of the game. Therefore, Jiang Fei kept looking around during the walk. He did not worry about being sacrificed at all. Very soon, Jiang Fei was brought to a huge hall. He could see that Meraki had been tied to a pillar. Why are you here as well? Meraki looked shocked when she saw Jiang Fei. She already knew of her own fate. But she did not expect Jiang Fei to be brought there as well. Realizing what was about to happen made her feel even worse. It's not a big deal. Jiang Fei shrugged as he had seen a familiar jewel glowing brightly on an altar in the center of the big hall. The jewel looked exactly like the replica Jiang Fei possessed. Jiang Fei was certain that that must be the Naga soul he was looking for. Forget it. Perhaps it's a blessing that I can die with you, Meraki sighed. Ever since her reputation toward him became infatuated, she had thought of nothing else but to serve Jiang Fei with all her heart. Very soon, Jiang Fei was also tied to a pillar like Meraki. They were positioned not very far away from the altar. Jiang Fei was formulating a plan in his head on how he could snatch the jewel. As the hall would still be guarded when he logged into the game next time, he would have to find a way to move as quickly as possible. The Master Priestess has arrived. Right then, the priestess with the highest rank at the holy altar arrived. When Jiang Fei turned his head around, he saw that many other priestesses of the holy hall had also arrived. As the sacrificial ritual to the evil god was a very grand event, all of the priestesses had come. There was in fact not a great number of the priestesses. Apart from the Master Priestess and the other 12 main priestesses, there were 20 or so other small priestesses. There was a total of less than 50 of them. However, the 40 over of them all had shocking capabilities. Even the most common small priestess was a lower-tier overlord who had the same level as Meraki. Meanwhile, the 12 main priestesses were all intermediate overlords and the Master Priestess was an advanced overlord. Prepare the sacrifice. The Master Priestess called out after she had arrived. Clean them with the holy water. With the Master Priestess in the lead, all of the priestesses began to shower Jiang Fei and Meraki with holy water. Shuffle, as each of the priestesses came forward to pour holy water on Jiang Fei's body continued to flash brightly. Very soon, all of the 40 over priestesses had reached the respect level of reputation toward him. In the end, all of the priestesses, including the Master Priestess, began to look at Jiang Fei pitifully. However, the respect level of reputation was not sufficient for them to change the holy altar's rules. Although the priestesses felt reluctant to let Jiang Fei die, they would not stop the sacrificial event. Chapter 667, Evil God Solon, put Meraki on the sacrificial altar. With the Master Priestess command, 2 main priestesses walked toward Meraki. Verger Glider. "I'm going first." Meraki looked deep into Jiang Fei's eyes as she cried out. "Wait!" Jiang Fei suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Fei originally did not care about Meraki's death. He already had plans to log out to avoid his own death. However, when Meraki cried out earlier, coupled with the look in her eyes, Jiang Fei was suddenly reminded of the time Ariel and Isabella had died for him. "What's the matter? Do you have anything to say?" The Master Priestess asked Jiang Fei. If he were other normal sacrificial beings, she would not even have hesitated. However, as his reputation was respect, she was still willing to hear Jiang Fei out as long as she did not go against the holy altar's rules. "Let me go first," Jiang Fei said determinedly. Since Isabella's death, Jiang Fei had sworn never to let another woman die for him. All right. The Master Priestess remained silent for a while before agreeing to Jiang Fei's wish. "No! Let me go first," Meraki shouted out as she struggled. However, the Master Priestess did not even glance at her. "Follow us." 2 main priestesses walked over to Jiang Fei and untied him from the pillar. The 2 main priestesses did not bind Jiang Fei with a spell. As they treated with him respect, Jiang Fei received a special treatment. "Come on! Let me see what your sacrificial thing is all about," Jiang Fei said eagerly. Very soon, Jiang Fei was brought to the sacrificial altar by 2 main priestesses. Thereafter, the other priestesses started chanting a prayer with the Master Priestess in the lead. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Fei felt his vision turning blurry. What's going on? An olden-day teleportation point? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had experienced this before. This was a very old method of activating the teleportation point. Most of the new teleportation points took effect instantly. However, due to the difference in technology, the new teleportation points had limited teleportation range. The new ones could not teleport one across different worlds. Therefore, to get to a place far away, one would have to go through intermediary teleportation points. However, an ancient teleportation point could bypass that limitation. The only drawbacks were that it required a tedious process and also a lot of energy to be activated. Buzz, after another 10 minutes, the space around Jiang Fei became distorted. In the next instant, he appeared in a space of void. Ha ha ha, have my slaves finally sent me a new toy and food? When Jiang Fei appeared in the space of void, a sound could be heard next to his ear. Who is that? Jiang Fei was surprised. He could sense his vision recovering. The space that Jiang Fei was in was not very big. It was almost like a box 40 meters in length and width. Moreover, the surrounding was entirely closed. The only thing was the old teleportation point at the center on which Jiang Fei stood. Tap tap, a creepy crawling sound could be heard. Jiang Fei finally saw the person who spoke. It was something that looked like a 10-meter tall giant squid. However, its mouth was located on its forehead instead of underneath like normal squids. It looked extra frightening with 3 rows of teeth in its huge mouth. Moreover, Jiang Fei had discovered countless skeletons with human-shaped upper bodies and snake-like lower bodies. Clearly, these were the corpses of Nagas. Evil God Solon, Ancient God, Intermediate Celestial, Level 110, Health Points 880 million, Attack Power 1,500,000. Remark, one of the ancient gods, the Naga race's god. Damn! The true body? Jiang Fei had thought he would only meet one of the evil god's clones. He had not expected to meet Solon's true body. Ha ha ha, you are actually a pure-blooded high human. I can finally taste something different this time. The evil god Solon laughed as he examined Jiang Fei. D***MN. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Fei had originally planned to fight back when he requested to be sacrificed first. As he had the heavenly thunder in possession, Jiang Fei was hoping to use the heavenly thunder, which dealt 500 million damage to the evil god's clone after the 10x boost. In that way, it would be possible for Jiang Fei to defeat the clone. However, things turned out to be much more difficult. The being which appeared before Jiang Fei was the evil god's true body with close to 900 million health points. Even if Jiang Fei detonated the heavenly thunder, he would not be able to kill Solon. Forget about it. I should at least threaten him, Jiang Fei thought to himself. The only thing that could hurt Solon was the heavenly thunder. Therefore, it was the only thing Jiang Fei could threaten Solon with. Don't come near me! Jiang Fei shouted as he held the heavenly thunder in his hands. Eh? Heavenly thunder? The evil god Solon was stunned. This was the famed item used by humans to kill countless ancient gods. Although most of those who perished were lower celestials, Solon was still only an intermediate celestial who could take no more than 2 of these attacks. Most importantly, the heavenly thunder could be activated with just a thought. One would not even need to hold it. As long as the item was in a 50-meter radius, it could be detonated with a single thought. If you come any closer, I will detonate it, Jiang Fei threatened. He was hoping the evil god Solon would be afraid of being hurt. Young man, do you think you can really threaten me with that? I am sealed here. It does not matter to me if I get hurt or not. Solon laughed coolly. However, he did not get any closer to Jiang Fei. The situation had gotten interesting. Jiang Fei did not actually dare to detonate the heavenly thunder. Firstly, Jiang Fei would not have any other way to threaten Solon after detonating the bomb. Secondly, the heavenly thunder was not enough to kill Solon. Although the evil god Solon did not want to get hurt, he also did not want to let Jiang Fei go. Even if Solon did not intend to eat the high human, he still felt insulted as he had been threatened by a weakling who had not even reached the celestial stage. The only way Solon would feel appeased was if he killed Jiang Fei. Therefore, Solon was in control. It was his choice whether to kill the high human or to avoid being attacked. It was Solon's call at the end of the day. Captain, you can use your engraving ability to create a hole in your chest and insert the heavenly thunder, 0541 suddenly said. Ah, I can do that? Jiang Fei was stunned. Normal engravers are not able to do that. However, you are a divine blacksmith, 0541 answered. When Jiang Fei destroyed the underground base previously, 0541 was able to extract a lot of information regarding the game. However, 0541 had chosen not to interfere with Jiang Fei's gameplay. However, now that Jiang Fei was in danger, 0541 had to say something. Alright. Jiang Fei knew 0541 would not play any tricks on him. Therefore, Jiang Fei immediately did as he was told. As the evil god Solon was only concerned about the heavenly thunder in Jiang Fei's possession but not Jiang Fei himself, he did not cast a binding spell on Jiang Fei. This gave Jiang Fei the opportunity to do as he wished. After a few seconds, Jiang Fei had created a hole in his chest. However, the act itself had cost Jiang Fei over 50% of his health points. Come on! Jiang Fei activated his engraving skill to engrave the heavenly thunder onto his chest. Ding! Your heavenly thunder has disappeared, ding. Obtain skill Heaven's Might. This skill can only be used once, damn. Are you kidding me? Jiang Fei was stunned. After engraving the heavenly thunder onto his chest, the bomb had turned into a skill. However, neither the damage nor the number of usage increased. All that hard work had gone down the drain. The only thing that changed was that Jiang Fei no longer had to hold the item in his hand. Chapter 668, An Incredible Loot, ha ha ha. You dumb human. Stop struggling pointlessly. Solon jeered at Jiang Fei. He had in fact noticed Jiang Fei's action earlier. However, he simply was not bothered to stop Jiang Fei. In Solon's eyes, Jiang Fei was only a level 70 ant. Without even reaching the overlord level, Jiang Fei could not threaten Solon at all. Therefore, Solon was not bothered by Jiang Fei's silly tricks. He only wanted to avoid being hurt by the heavenly thunder. 0541, why did you make me do that? Jiang Fei asked in his heart. You little insect. I have decided. Since I do not have any other enemy in this sealed space, I will kill you even if that means I have to get hurt. Solon suddenly grabbed at Jiang Fei. Captain, activate your malicious amplification. 0541 called out in Jiang Fei's heart. Malicious amplification. Jiang Fei did not have time to even think. He did exactly as 0541 told him to. Shuffle. A bonus state of malicious amplification appeared above Jiang Fei's head. At the same time, the evil god Solon had gotten hold of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei instantly lost his ability to retaliate. After capturing Jiang Fei, the evil god Solon's hand started moving toward his mouth. He intended to swallow Jiang Fei alive. Captain, detonate the heavenly thunder. 0541 shouted. All right. Jiang Fei finally understood what 0541 was trying to do. After engraving the heavenly thunder onto his chest, it appeared as if the heavenly thunder's attack range and attack power had not changed at all. There was also still only one use remaining. However, it had changed from an explosive item to Jiang Fei's skill. In that way, the malicious amplification would be able to take effect on the heavenly thunder. Malicious amplification, in the next 10 seconds, your next skill or attack will deal double damage. Die! Jiang Fei shouted angrily in his heart. Although his body had been suppressed, detonating the heavenly thunder only required his thought. Despite becoming a skill, none of the heavenly thunder's attributes had changed. The only thing that had changed was that the item had become a skill. Boom! After a loud sound, a golden thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Ding! Jiang Fei had lost all of his health points. However, a golden light flashed over his body. The divine blacksmith's blazing hammer had been activated. Jiang Fei's death was prevented as he recovered 50% of his health points. You insect! Do you think you can kill me? The evil god Solon laughed as all of his hands started covering his face. Since he had decided to kill Jiang Fei, the evil god Solon was prepared to take damage. Therefore, he had planned to sacrifice his hands to block the damage. After all, there was no other enemy in the sealed space. It did not matter if Solon took some damage. However, Solon did not expect Jiang Fei's cunning attack. The original 500 million damage from the heavenly thunder had been doubled by Jiang Fei's malicious amplification after the item was turned into a skill. The 1 billion damage was not an amount Solon could bear. Shuffle. The golden thunderbolt first engulfed Solon's hand, which was holding onto Jiang Fei. The hand was instantly blasted into pieces by the thunderbolt. By then, Jiang Fei was able to see Solon's panic-stricken face. How can this be? The evil god Solon did not expect the heavenly thunder to be this strong. However, the thunderbolt was activated so close to his nose that there was not even a chance for him to escape. Moreover, the sealed space was so small that there was nowhere he could escape to. After all of his hands were blasted into pieces, the golden thunderbolt finally hit Solon's face. Bang! After another loud sound, Solon's brains were blasted into pieces. The purplish blood splat all over Jiang Fei's body. Ah! D*MN. Jiang Fei could feel pain all over his body as his health points started decreasing rapidly. Divine Shield. Jiang Fei immediately activated his invincible state. However, his health points were still decreasing. Clearly, the type of damage he received could ignore the invincible effect. Darn! Jiang Fei slapped his thigh angrily. As he had removed his Lightbringer's armaments, his health points no longer recovered automatically. Pain suppression. Jiang Fei had no choice but to activate other life-saving skills. The pain suppression decreased the damage he received by 80%, which was able to slow down Jiang Fei's rate of health point loss. Phew! After Jiang Fei's health points stopped decreasing, he sighed in relief. He had less than 2,000 health points remaining. Eh? Why isn't there any experience? Jiang Fei was stunned. He then looked around cautiously. If Solon had not died, Jiang Fei would be in huge trouble. Slap! Right then, a miniature octopus jumped out of the blasted corpse. Damn you! Jiang Fei instantly stomped on the small octopus and crushed it into a pulp. Ding! You have killed the evil god Solon. Obtain 55 billion experience points and 200,000 gold coins. Obtain 5,000 reputation points from the entire faction. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 88. All attributes plus 12. Gain 60 undistributed attribute points. Ding! You have eliminated evil god Solon. Your title has been promoted to Celestial's adversary. Ding! You have been baptized by the ancient god's blood. Your race has been evolved. You are now a Covet Nephilim. Ding! Your natural skill has been changed. Ding! You have been separated from the Nephilim. You have been separated from the dark faction. Ding! As you have obtained the ancient god's blood, please decide if you would like to join the ancient gods. If you join the ancient gods, your level would be increased to level 105. You will also be promoted to a lower celestial. However, if you join the ancient gods, you will be disqualified from the War of the Heavens. What's going on? Jiang Fei was suddenly blinded by a series of system notifications. After killing the little octopus, evil god Solon had lost his only chance of survival. Jiang Fei instantly reached level 88 with the high amount of experience points. Previously, Jiang Fei had used the gnome destructive setup to kill an overlord. However, as the kill was accomplished with the aid of an engineered setup, he was not able to acquire the full amount of experience. But, after the engraving this time around, the heavenly thunder had become Jiang Fei's skill. As such, Jiang Fei was able to obtain the full amount of experience from single-handedly killing an intermediate celestial. Despite that, the increase in level was perhaps the least of Jiang Fei's rewards. After killing the evil god Solon, Jiang Fei's title had bypassed the Dragon Slayer and Dragon Executioner titles and was instead promoted to Celestial's adversary instantly. However, these were not his most prized rewards. His biggest reward was in being baptized by the evil god's blood. Now, his race had been changed. He could even be separated from the Nephilim and the Dark Faction. Jiang Fei had an additional option now. If he chose to join the ancient gods, he could become a celestial right away. Chapter 669, Battle State. In all honesty, Jiang Fei was facing a great dilemma. Very few players could resist the instant hike to level 105 and become a celestial right away. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to accept such a deal. Jiang Fei had only just received the Cauldron of Creation from Ouyezi and had become one of the 4 sages of the Heaven's successor. If he betrayed the human race to join the ancient gods, Ouyezi might not only take away his divine blacksmith's rights if he found out. Ouyezi might be so infuriated that he would personally murder Jiang Fei. Becoming a level 105 lower celestial was equivalent to the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon's rank. Although Jiang Fei was not sure about Ouyezi's level, Jiang Fei had a good guess based on the dragon god's level of respect toward Ouyezi. If Jiang Fei became Ouyezi's target, he would have nowhere to run or hide. Therefore, although the opportunity to become an ancient god was alluring, Jiang Fei only dared to imagine it but not become it. Jiang Fei may be able to ignore the quest against the heavens, but he could not bear being hunted down by Ouyezi. I refuse to join the ancient god race. I wish to continue the quest against the heavens. Jiang Fei said loudly. Ding! You have rejected to join the ancient gods. Your behavior has earned you the respect of all high humans. Obtain 2,000 reputation points from all high human factions. Ding! You have killed a member of the ancient gods. You are now a criminal of the ancient gods. Ding! You have obtained Mark of the God Slayer. After Jiang Fei rejected the offer to join the ancient god race, he received a few other system notifications. However, before Jiang Fei even had the chance to look at these notifications, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Good fellow. I knew I chose the right person, damn. Jiang Fei immediately turned around and suddenly felt sweat trickling down his back. The person standing behind him was none other than his instructor, Oyezi. *T. If I had chosen to join the ancient god, I might probably be dead by now. Jiang Fei shuddered at the thought. Verger Glider, you are a good man. You have completed my test for you. From today onward, you have my full approval to become a successor of the divine blacksmith. Oyezi said and laughed. Ding! Your profession has been changed after Oyezi's words. Jiang Fei received another system notification. Teacher, why are you here? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Hee, I have been following you from the moment you have obtained the cauldron of creation. If you have not met Solon, I would have arranged for you to meet another sealed ancient god. Oyezi laughed. Although Jiang Fei's encounter with evil god Solon was a coincidence, Oyezi already had plans for Jiang Fei to be tempted by the offer to become a celestial. Otherwise, he would not have asked Jiang Fei to prepare the heavenly thunder. What would happen if I had not resisted the temptation earlier? Jiang Fei asked carefully. I prepared 95 heavenly thunders just for you. The corners of Oyezi's mouth lifted. Jiang Fei felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the smile on Oyezi's face. Holy *T, 95 heavenly thunders? Do you want to blast me all the way back to the beginner stage? Jiang Fei gulped. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had not been blinded by the temptation to become a celestial. Otherwise, his instructor would have personally ended Jiang Fei's life. Very well. Now that you have passed my test, you may look for me at the altar of the gods. Oyezi said as he disappeared into thin air. Hey, Jiang Fei was about to say something when Oyezi disappeared. However, Jiang Fei had already gotten used to the way his instructor came and go as he wished. After recollecting himself, Jiang Fei started to check out the system notifications and the rewards which he had received after killing evil god Solon. Jiang Fei had already seen the change in level previously. He was more concerned with his profession and race changes. Name, Verger Glider, race, Covet Nephilim, high human race, level, 88, profession, beginner god of crafts, health points, 119,840, mana points, 1,230, attack power, 30,992, physical defense, 13,103, magic defense, 6,425. From the looks of the attributes on the interface, Jiang Fei's health points and attack attributes had not changed due to his change in profession and race. It seemed that the changes in profession and race did not affect the existing growth rate of his attributes. However, Jiang Fei's natural skill Demon Morph had disappeared. It was replaced by another skill named Battle State. Battle State, you instantly transform into a Covet Nephilim. You obtain special skills for 1 hour. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Remark, under the Covet Nephilim state, you will deal chaotic damage and have divine defense. You have also obtained skills Shadow Clone, Sudden Charge, Unholy Desire, and Conscience Control. Shadow Clone, you can summon 3 clones with the same abilities as your true form. However, clones cannot use skills. You and your clones can interchange locations at any time. The Shadow Clone can only be used once during each activated battle state. The clones will last until they are killed or when the battle state ends. Sudden Charge, instantly blink to a location in a short distance in front of you. The furthest distance is 200 meters. You can choose to blink on your own or with one of your clones. If you bring a clone with you, the clone will self-detonate after the blink and deal 3x of the clone's remaining health points as damage in a 10-meter radius. The damage dealt is chaotic damage and can ignore all defense methods. This skill can only be used 5 times in each activated battle state. Unholy Desire instantly increases your attack power and defense power. The level of increment can be chosen, the lowest being 1x and the highest being 3x. You will lose mana points based on the level chosen. For 1x increment, you will lose 5% of your mana points every second, while 2x costs 10% and 3x costs 15% respectively. Conscience Control instantly gains control of an NPC or a player less than 5 levels above you. You can manipulate the target to behave in any way you like until your true body is attacked or when the controlled target dies. After the unholy desire is interrupted, you may not control the same target a second time within an hour. Damn! Jiang Fei nearly jumped when he saw his new abilities after his race was changed. The new abilities were much stronger than his demon morph abilities. Although Battle State did not inherently increase his attack or defense, it provided Jiang Fei with chaotic damage. Moreover, Jiang Fei could also possess divine defense. As such, he would become resistant to nearly all disabling skills. Only very few high-tier disabling skills acquired through skill books would work on him. Furthermore, the 4 special skills were all incredible. When used together, they would nearly make Jiang Fei invincible. That was especially the case for Conscience Control and Shadow Clone. When used together, Jiang Fei would no longer have to fear lower-tier overlords. He could use Conscience Control on the lower-tier overlord and let his clones beat the target to death. With the chaotic damage, any overlord that could be controlled by Jiang Fei would not last for more than an hour. Chapter 670, Incredible God of Crafts. Apart from the change in race, Jiang Fei's profession had also changed from Advanced Divine Blacksmith to Beginner God of Crafts. Although it might appear to be a demotion from Advanced to Beginner, Jiang Fei had only just become Oyetzi's successor. After the change in profession, Jiang Fei lost all of his profession-related skills as a divine blacksmith, including Rose Cutter and Instant Ice Burst. Most of the production interfaces he previously owned had disappeared completely. They were all replaced by a new production interface with 3 God of Crafts skills. The new production interface allowed Jiang Fei to overcome the limitations of using smelting equipment and the likes. He could now craft equipment whenever and wherever he wished without needing to return to the blacksmith shop. Master of Crafts, you can now ignore the difference in professions and are able to use all recipes. Moreover, you can use the equipment and weapons from all classes without any limitation. Crafting's Authority, Beginner, you can now change a single attribute when creating items using a recipe. Light of Craftsmanship, Beginner, all items created by you have a 30% chance to become 1 tier higher. This is definitely a bugged profession. Jiang Fei was overjoyed when he finished checking out his new profession attributes. After becoming a God of Crafts, Jiang Fei no longer had to hold other professions with the aid of the Master of Crafts. That was because he was an all-rounder who did not need to train his techniques. Now, he could use any recipe without limitations of the type or level of the recipe. Apart from the unrestricted use of recipes, Jiang Fei could also now wear any equipment he wished. He was no longer limited to using a lousy hammer with no attack attributes. Now, he could use weapons of any class. The Crafting's Authority was even more incredible. It allowed Jiang Fei to override the recipe's limitation and to change one of the attributes at will. Moreover, this was only at the beginner stage. Once Jiang Fei became a proper God of Crafts, the level of the skill would definitely be increased. By then, he would be able to change even more of the recipe's attributes. He would have the true ability to make equipment to fit him. The final skill of Light of Craftsmanship was similar to the Crafting's Authority. The skill's level changed according to Jiang Fei's profession level. Jiang Fei even believed that once the Light of Craftsmanship reached the highest level, his equipment would be able to increase 1 tier further with 100% success rate. With that, Jiang Fei would even be able to create amazing items 3 tiers higher than normal. Although Jiang Fei lost the battle-type profession skills after advancing to the God of Crafts, that no longer mattered to him. Whatever skill or attribute he needed, he would be able to edit it in the equipment that he created. Apart from the new profession, Jiang Fei also acquired the Mark of the Godslayer. The mark was something which gave Jiang Fei a huge headache. Mark of the Godslayer, unactivated, you deal 120% damage to ancient gods. You also acquire a forced title of Mark of the Godslayer. This title cannot be hidden and will definitely be seen by everyone. Remark, once you leave the sealed space, the Mark of the Godslayer will be activated. In general, holding the title of the Mark of the Godslayer was not exactly a bad thing. It was actually rather cool. Moreover, the title even gave Jiang Fei an additional damage boost, which he should be happy about. However, the only issue with the title was that it could be seen by everyone. Jiang Fei had already become incriminated by the ancient gods. Luckily, their incrimination was not as bad as the divine light god who looked for Jiang Fei high and low. However, with the Mark of the Godslayer, Jiang Fei was an obvious target wherever he went. Although it looked cool, Jiang Fei would be in grave danger if he were to be discovered by any forces of the ancient gods. Ding! The sealed space will collapse after 5 minutes. Player, please leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the sealed space. While Jiang Fei was still in the midst of hesitating, another system notification appeared. As the evil god Solon had died, the sealed space had no reason to exist. Therefore, it would soon collapse. Forget about it. I'll head out first. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although the Mark of the Godslayer would be activated after he went out, Jiang Fei would die if he did not leave the place. As Jiang Fei was located very close to the center of the sealed space, he was able to reach the ancient teleportation point in 2 steps. Buzz, the space around him started becoming distorted. In the next second, Jiang Fei had been teleported out of the sealed space. Ah! What's going on? Jiang Fei had only just come out when the Naga priestesses around him started panicking. None of them had seen a sacrificed good return to the sacrificial altar before. Oh my god! How did he come back? That's not possible. Did we make any mistake in the sacrificial process? While the small priestesses were in a frenzied discussion, the master priestess and the 12 main priestesses looked at each other confusedly. Big drops of sweat were forming on the master priestess' forehead. This can't be real. This can't be real, the master priestess mumbled to herself. Phew! I'm finally out. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. Ding! Mark of the Godslayer has been activated. Jiang Fei heard a system notification ring in his ear. At the same time, a public announcement went off in the game's channel. Ding! Public announcement. Congratulations player Verger for eliminating the ancient god Solon. He is the first to acquire the Mark of the Godslayer and has obtained 3,000 reputation points from the entire faction. The 3 consecutive public announcements caused Verger name to be ringed through the entire Dawnlight's world. Holy sh*t. He killed an ancient god? How is that? I don't know. It must be a very tanky monster. Haven't you seen the website? How can you not know what an ancient god is? It's a creature above level 100. The kind of creature that can kill a few hundred overlords with one skill. You have got to be kidding me, you must be. If the ancient god is truly so incredible, how could it be killed? Nonsense. And not Brother Fei, how would I know? As the players got into a heated argument, the Naga priestesses around Jiang Fei were nearly driven to madness by what they had just witnessed. Although they could not see the public announcements, they could see the words on Jiang Fei's headmark of the Godslayer, which almost made them question what they were seeing. The priestesses were the ones who had sent Jiang Fei onto the sacrificial altar. While others may not be aware, the master priestess and the 12 main priestesses knew fully well that the being on the other side of the sacrificial altar was their evil god Solon. Now that the Nephilim had come out without a sign of injury and even had a bloody mark of the Godslayer on his head, they knew what had happened without even asking. The Nephilim before them had killed the evil god Solon. Master Priestess, what shall we do? One of the main priestesses sneakily tugged at the master priestess' sleeve. All of them were beginning to panic. This. The master priestess' sweat was dripping down her face. She too was panicking and had no idea what to do next. Chapter 671, You Tricked Me. My lord! Just as Jiang Fei came out of the teleportation point, still uninformed as to what was going on, a Naga Siren High Priestess suddenly knelt down in front of him. Huh? What's going on? Jiang Fei suddenly became more confused. My lord! 12 officiants looked at each other and nodded. Then, they also knelt down in front of Jiang Fei. Thump, thump. There were more than 20 other normal priests who did not understand what was going on. However, since the high priestess and the 12 officiants had knelt down, they naturally followed. Master, please accept our fealty. Following the voice of the high priestess, a halo appeared above her head and it flew toward Jiang Fei. Shortly after, halos also appeared above the heads of the officiants and priests, and these halos also flew toward Jiang Fei. Ding! The Naga Siren High Priestess swears allegiance to you. Do you accept? Ding! 12 officiants swear allegiance to you. Do you accept? Ding! 29 Naga Siren Priestesses swear allegiance to you. Do you accept? Damn, what's going on? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck. He was becoming more and more confused. Master, please accept our allegiance. The Naga High Priestess looked very determined. It was clear that if Jiang Fei refused, they would start a fight. I accept. Looking at the High Priestess' posture, Jiang Fei did not dare to refuse. Although he was strong enough to defeat a lower overlord now, he still could not handle more than 40 overlords. Moreover, there was nothing bad about this kind of thing. He was just gaining more than 40 new subordinates. There were even overlord-ranked bosses among these new subordinates. Swoosh! More than 40 halos entered Jiang Fei's body. These Naga Siren Priestesses were now part of Jiang Fei's private army. This was the second force that Jiang Fei had obtained to date, the first being the Saints' Guards led by Hua Mulan. Tell me, why did you guys swear allegiance to me? As these Naga Sirens had become part of Jiang Fei's private army, Jiang Fei did not have to worry about them harming him anymore. Please grace us, Master. The Naga Siren High Priestess did not immediately answer Jiang Fei. Instead, she knelt down on the ground and a halo appeared above her head once again. What's going on? Jiang Fei was confused. Please grace us. Master. The other priestesses followed the high priestess and knelt down on the ground. Halos also appeared above their heads. Ding! The Naga Siren High Priestess has requested to sign the contract of faith with you. Do you accept? Ding! 12 officiants have requested to sign the contract of faith with you. Do you accept? Ding! 29 priestesses have requested to sign the contract of faith with you. Do you accept? What is this contract of faith? Jiang Fei asked. Please grace us, Master. The Naga Siren High Priest did not explain. She just continued to kneel down in front of Jiang Fei. Captain, just sign it. It won't harm you. At this time, 0541 suddenly interjected. All right. Since 0541 said so, Jiang Fei was assured. So, he immediately nodded to accept these contracts of faith. Ding! The Naga Siren High Priestess has signed the contract of faith with you and has officially become your believer. Ding! Your reputation with the Naga Siren High Priest has increased to eternal faith. Ding! As you have not obtained godhood, the contract of faith has collapsed. Ding! Your reputation with the Naga Siren High Priestess has reduced to infatuated. Ding! 12 officiants have signed the contract of faith with you and have officially become your believers. F*CK 0541, you tricked me. Jiang Fei immediately understood what was going on after he saw the system prompts. The contract of faith was the highest ranked contract in Dawn Break. Once signed, it could not be changed unless the god of the believers was completely dead. These Naga Siren priestesses originally believed in the evil god Solon, but Solon had been killed by Jiang Fei. So, these Naga Siren priestesses had instantly lost their faith. Originally, this was already a heavy blow to them. However, the Naga Siren High Priestess immediately thought of the great changes that the Naga Siren people might have to go through after the collapse of their faith. The reason why the temple was more powerful than the queen was mainly because the Naga Siren's soul had been stripped from the queen and placed in the temple. So, the queen had lost the power of a lower celestial. However, due to Solon's existence, the queen did not dare to come to the temple to get the non-desiring soul back. Hence, she could only let the temple's power suppress her. If the queen found out that Solon was dead, she would surely bring people into the temple to get the non-desiring soul back. Then, the queen would regain the power that she should have had and become a lower celestial. The queen had been suppressed by the temple for thousands of years. If she regained the power she deserved, then one could easily imagine what would happen to the priests of the temple. This was why the high priestess panicked after she found out that Jiang Fei had killed Solon. In the end, the high priestess who was desperate decided to lead all the priestesses toward a new god, which was Jiang Fei. After all, if Jiang Fei could kill Solon, he was definitely stronger. He probably did not show his power before this just so he could smoothly enter Solon's sealed space. However, the high priestess did not expect that Jiang Fei was not even a lower celestial. He did not have godhood, so he naturally could not accept the contract of faith. After the contract of faith collapsed, the reputation level would decrease by 1 level and become infatuated. 0541 was obviously aware of the consequences of Jiang Fei accepting the contract of faith. However, 0541 also knew that if he told Jiang Fei everything, Jiang Fei would definitely not agree to it. Hence, 0541 deliberately did not tell Jiang Fei anything so that Jiang Fei would directly sign the contract. As a result, Jiang Fei now had more than 40 non-desiring girls by his side all of a sudden, and they were the only few pure girls among the non-desirings. Husband! As soon as the reputation changed, Jiang Fei was surrounded by a group of girls. His legs were even tied by a few snake tails. The girls had their hands all over him. As the game system did not limit the actions of these female hooligans, Jiang Fei could not break free at all. The non-desiring people had been under the control of the evil god Solon for thousands of years. All non-desirants were sluts. Only the priestesses of the temple had to save their bodies as if their bodies were treasures. So, it was not that these priestesses did not want to find any men. They just did not dare to. They could only serve Solon the Great, but Solon the Great was still sealed. Now that Solon was dead and they were infatuated with Jiang Fei, it was only normal that these female hooligans were attacking Jiang Fei on the spot. They were even ready to abuse him to death. F***ck. I can't stand it anymore. Jiang Fei was too scared of the group of girls who rushed up to him, so he forced himself to go offline instantly. Wasn't that fun, Captain? 0541 laughed wickedly after Jiang Fei went offline. F***cku. You tricked me on purpose. Jiang Fei was annoyed. It was midnight now. But he did not want to go back into the game. The group of thirsty girls were way too scary. Come on, let's go around and see if we can find anything. Jiang Fei shook his head and summoned the gigantic saber. Although it was midnight, the Antarctic had midnight sun, so it was no different from daytime. Chapter 672, Ariel's Resurrection. After 0541 started scanning, Jiang Fei began to look around the Antarctic for signals of Braveheart fragments. However, after some time, Jiang Fei still did not find anything. More than 10 hours had passed by very quickly. Jiang Fei decided to take a break and eat something. Coincidentally, Han Tianyu called at this time. "Ah Fei, where are you now?" Han Tianyu asked. "What's wrong? What happened?" Jiang Fei asked. He knew that Han Tianyu would not bother him for nothing. "It's over for the Japanese." Han Tianyu's tone did not sound specifically happy or sad, it was a very complicated emotion. "What happened?" Jiang Fei asked. "The mutants have probably gotten what they wanted, so the Japanese are useless to them now," Han Tianyu sighed and said. After 10 days of tough battling, the mutant army had finally managed to seize enough biotechnology data. So, they no longer had to fight with the huge biohuman army. Hence, the mutants had evacuated Japan in batches and returned to North America. This marked the end of the Japanese people. In order to fight against the powerful mutant army, the Japanese had already burnt their boats. Almost all adult men had been captured for biomodification, and the ones that survived had been sent to the battlefield. However, it was not just the mutants that awaited these low-level biohumans. There was also the weapons of mass destruction of the American army. Fighter aircrafts continually whizzed past in the sky above them, dropping hundreds of bombs. Missiles also attacked these biohumans like crazy. Due to the disparity in the level of technology, all the modern weapons of the Japanese were basically destroyed at the beginning of the battle. Thus, they had completely lost control over the air and sea. The only thing they could rely on was their massive biohuman force. However, low-level biohumans could not effectively resist the attacks of conventional weapons. Basically, only biohumans that were level 3 or above managed to rush out of the American Army's firepower range. However, most of these high-level biohumans were already injured when they were out of the firepower range, as their enemies were powerful mutants. One could easily imagine what happened to them after that. Even so, the massive biohuman army brought huge casualties to the mutants, especially the low-level mutants below level 3. These mutants were heavily injured. As the mutant army continued to move forward, more and more biofactories were found. The mutants finally left after they had gotten all the bioexperimental information that they needed. In order to eliminate the Japanese biohumans and completely do away with the aftermath of the war, the Americans began to plant mushrooms in the east of the country after all the mutants had evacuated. The mushrooms grew rapidly. After more than 10 hours, the entire Japan had sunk below sea level. Although the destruction of Japan was a good thing for China, the stumbling block that held the mutants back was now gone. This meant that it was now China's turn to face the mutants. The European Vatican had always been a fence-sitter. Now, however, they were completely on the Mutants' Brotherhood side. They had even adapted to the ways of the Mutants' Brotherhood to some extent. These countries have also started to integrate their armed forces. Their next purpose was obvious. The mutants and the Americans that were powerful enough would never allow another force on Earth who dared to go against their will to exist. Now what? How confident are you guys? Jiang Fei asked. To be honest, not confident at all. Han Tianyu shook his head. There was no progress in regard to the super robot warriors they had hoped for, and the mutants had already obtained all the bioexperimental information that they needed. It would not take long before they form a stronger biohuman army. Moreover, in terms of scientific and technological forces, it was unlikely that China's current fleet would be able to fight the combined fleet of America and Europe. So, once the mutants digest the biotechnology and start the war, China would definitely be very passive. Even if they lost, the country would not be destroyed like Japan. After all, everyone knew how to grow mushrooms. If the Americans went overboard, everyone could return to the Stone Age together. Now, Han Tianyu was calling Jiang Fei because the last chance of victory for China was to have a top-down duel. Through a duel between the level 5 powerhouses, the joint army of America and Europe could be defeated. If China obtained victory in the duel between the level 5 powerhouses, then everything else like the biohuman army and the fleets would no longer pose a threat to them. To put it bluntly, Han Tianyu wanted Jiang Fei to ask Zhuge Shanjin and Phoenix for help. Unfortunately, Han Tianyu had no idea that Zhuge Shanjin did not exist and Phoenix was already dead. Okay. I will talk to my teacher about this matter. Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he realized that he had to hurry up and find more Braveheart fragments. Then I won't bother you anymore. I still have another meeting to attend to. Han Tianyu hung up hurriedly. F***ck, time really waits for no one. Jiang Fei knocked his own head hard, then stuffed himself with a few mouthfuls of food. He had originally planned to take a break, but had decided to give up his break time. He started flying around and drawing a map of the Antarctic region while he searched for signals of Braveheart fragments. The more anxious Jiang Fei was, the faster time passed by. A few hours passed by in a blink of an eye and he still did not find any valuable information. Captain, the consciousness transplant is almost complete. 0541's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Fei's heart. Really? Jiang Fei said. This was the best news he had heard in the past few days. As he descended slowly, Jiang Fei dug a large hole in the ice layer, then released the biopod before the completion of the consciousness transplant. This biocultivation pod, which was about the height of one person, was one of the equipment in the bioexperimental lab. It could maintain the vitality of a body. Through the glass cover, Jiang Fei could see the naked girl immersed in the green liquid. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed as it was his first time facing such a beautiful naked girl. However, as he was a normal guy, he could not help but look a few more times. Jiang Fei was surprised because the girl in the cultivation pod looked exactly the same as Ariel in the game. Captain, I have adjusted her appearance. 0541 naturally knew what Jiang Fei was thinking. Creak! Following a soft sound, the green liquid in the cultivation pod began to recede slowly and the glass cover opened upward. Ariel's eyes slowly opened, then she stretched. The naked girl showcased her stunning body before Jiang Fei. Even an ignorant teenager like him got a little excited. Ah! Husband! After she opened her eyes, Ariel immediately saw Jiang Fei and she plunged into his arms. Chapter 673, Discovering the Arsenal. Ah! Husband, I have missed you so much, boo-hoo. I've been stuck in a dark place for such a long time. I was so scared, husband. It's so good to see you again, haha, Ariel cried and laughed as she held onto Jiang Fei. It was obvious that seeing Jiang Fei again overwhelmed her, that she could not think straight. 0541, prepare a set of clothes for Ariel. Jiang Fei knew that Ariel had level 5 power and the cold weather in the Antarctic would not affect her. However, such a beautiful naked girl was in his arms. Even if Ariel did not mind hugging him for a while more, Jiang Fei was afraid that he would not be able to control himself. 0541 could produce ordinary clothes almost instantly. So, in just a short time, Jiang Fei took an extremely beautiful set of clothes out of the spatial ring and handed it to Ariel. Put some clothes on first, I don't want you to catch a cold. Jiang Fei originally wanted to turn around, but could not move his eyes at all. It was as if they were glued to the girl's body. Ah! After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Ariel realized that she was naked. Her face turned red instantly and she suddenly did not know what to do. However, she could not help but feel a little smug when she saw that Jiang Fei could not take his eyes off her. Husband, can you please turn around? Ariel was so shy that the volume of her voice was the same as that of a mosquito. Oh! Oh! Jiang Fei's face was also all red. Although he had secretly watched some short movies before, this was his first time seeing something like this in real life. Done! You can turn around now, husband. In just a short time, Ariel had put the clothes on. You're so beautiful. Jiang Fei's compliment came from the bottom of his heart. Although 0541 had only produced an ordinary set of sportswear, it matched Ariel's perfect figure and delicate face very well. Moreover, this sporty style made Ariel look a little more playful. Hee hee, husband, you're so sweet. Is this your world? Ariel looked at her surroundings curiously and asked. During the consciousness transplant, 0541 had instilled some real-world knowledge into Ariel. This was so that Ariel would not be like an alien who did not understand anything when she appeared next to Jiang Fei. Yeah. This is my world. Jiang Fei nodded. That's great. I can finally help you, husband. Ariel was so happy that she jumped onto Jiang Fei once again. After she had gained this new life, she became even more obsessed with Jiang Fei. Okay, Ariel, you should try to adapt to your new body for now. Jiang Fei let go of Ariel. Although hugging her felt great, he could not afford to waste any more time. Ariel stood beside Jiang Fei obediently and began to adapt to her new body. After her resurrection, Ariel definitely could not use the skills she used to have in the game anymore. Although she now looked different from Phoenix, she was actually in Phoenix's body and she had inherited Phoenix's powers. Phoenix was the first man-made level 5 powerhouse. Her power was only at the beginning stage of level 5. Her main abilities were soul attack, lightning control, and teleportation. As Ariel had just gained control over Phoenix's body, she would not be able to completely master these abilities in a short time. However, since 0541 had implanted Phoenix's memory into her, she would probably become familiar with the body very quickly. Come on, let's look for Braveheart fragments while you adapt to your new body. Jiang Fei took the gigantic saber out as he spoke. As a level 5 powerhouse, it was not difficult for Ariel to fly using energy. She followed behind Jiang Fei and accompanied him on his search for Braveheart fragments while she continued to familiarize herself with her own powers. Where are you? Where did all of you fall? Jiang Fei kept muttering to himself. Although Ariel had been resurrected, a level 5 Ariel was not enough to allow him to fight against the mutants. So, he was still under the huge pressure of looking for Braveheart fragments. Nobody knew whether Jiang Fei's luck changed or whether it was Ariel who brought him good luck after a resurrection. In the evening, 0541 suddenly discovered something. Captain! I've received a Braveheart fragment signal, fly in the 7 o'clock direction now. 0541 said. All right. Jiang Fei immediately changed directions. Ariel, who was behind Jiang Fei, also flew toward the location provided by 0541. About 5 minutes later, 0541 spoke again. Captain, this is the place. 0541 said with great certainty. Have you confirmed the fragment type? Jiang Fei asked. If accurate, it should be an arsenal. 0541 replied. Is it another one of those workshops that produce weapons? Jiang Fei wondered. No! It's an arsenal that produces war weapons. 0541 corrected him. Aircraft, tanks, and the like? Jiang Fei understood what 0541 meant. Something like that, but more powerful. The fission suppressor that you have always wanted can also be produced there. 0541 replied. What are we waiting for then? Dig! Jiang Fei instantly became excited when he heard what 0541 said. As soon as he learned that the Japanese were plotting to study nuclear weapons, Jiang Fei wanted to find this thing. He did not expect the Japanese would be destroyed even before they came up with nuclear weapons. However, finding an arsenal now was not too late. After all, the mutants and the Americans were now like tigers who were ready to pounce on their prey. If he had fission suppressors, he did not have to worry about returning to the Stone Age like the Japanese. Wow! What's this? When Jiang Fei took the Earth Mover out, Ariel was shocked. Although 0541 had instilled some knowledge into her, she had never seen such a thing. Come, sit in here. Jiang Fei took Ariel into the cockpit. He had already used it a few times, so he was quite familiar with it. Roar, roar, following the roar of the engine, the Earth Mover began to dig downward. Wow, so amazing. Ariel, who was beside Jiang Fei, looked around curiously. What do you think? Cool, right? As there was a beautiful woman beside him who was constantly sighing in awe, this greatly flattered Jiang Fei. Husband, you're amazing. Ariel did not hold back on the compliments. She also leaned into Jiang Fei from time to time just to kiss him. After her resurrection, Ariel had become extremely attached to Jiang Fei. 0541, why is it digging so slowly? Jiang Fei frowned. The Antarctic is different from the North Pole. There's not only ice here, but also frozen soil and rocks below the ice, so the excavation is very laborious. 0541 explained. Don't worry, husband. We're almost there. Ariel, who had inherited Phoenix's powers, could naturally hear the dialogue between Jiang Fei and 0541. We're here! As Jiang Fei was afraid that he would damage the fragment, he stopped digging at a distance of 5 meters from the fragment. Then, he kept the Earth Mover. Chapter 674, two things at a time. After he kept the earth mover, Jiang Fei began to excavate by hand. Although the frozen soil and rocks were very hard, Jiang Fei's hands could easily break through them with the help of the origin force. Go! 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 Ariel cheered Jiang Fei on continuously at the side. Although it would be faster if Ariel also helped to dig, Jiang Fei could not bear to let a girl do this kind of rough work. After about 10 minutes of digging, Jiang Fei finally reached the cabin door of the fragment. 0541, get control over the fragment. Jiang Fei ordered after he pressed his hand on the fragment. Connecting. 0541 began to establish a connection with the arsenal. Click. After about 5 minutes, a soft sound was heard and the cabin door opened. Have you removed the defense system? Jiang Fei asked. After all, an important department like this one would definitely have a tight defense. He did not want to be killed as soon as he entered. It has been removed. 0541 replied. Let's go in. Jiang Fei grabbed Ariel's little hand and walked into the arsenal. Damn, it's huge! As Jiang Fei only dug until he could see the door of the arsenal, he only realized how big the fragment was after he entered it. Before this, the biggest fragment that Jiang Fei had found was the bio-experimental lab, which was about the size of 3 aircraft carriers combined. However, the lab was nothing compared to this arsenal. According to the map projected by 0541, the arsenal was disc-shaped. It had a diameter of 2 kilometers and a height of 150 meters. It was equivalent to a huge building with an area of 3 square kilometers and 70 floors. Let's go to the central control room. Jiang Fei shook his head. The arsenal was too big. He did not have enough time to explore the entire place. Now, it was imperative that 0541 completely acquired full authority and control over the arsenal. Then, Jiang Fei could keep the arsenal into the spatial ring. Ariel grabbed Jiang Fei's hand tightly. Anyway, as long as she was with Jiang Fei, she did not mind going anywhere. As 0541 had a complete structural map, Jiang Fei easily arrived at the central control room of the arsenal. This central control room also had a sci-fi ambience, just like the central control room in the other fragments. The large screen was filled with various symbols that Jiang Fei could not understand. 0541 had once taught him the language of planet Namek, but when it involved a huge amount of formulas or some other messages, he still found it difficult to understand. 0541, do the work. Jiang Fei found a chair and sat down. He did not understand these extraterrestrial technologies anyway, so he was just going to sit there and do nothing. Ariel sat on Jiang Fei's legs and snuggled into him. You're now way more clingy than before. Jiang Fei kissed Ariel's small nose and smiled. It was only after I have died that I learned to cherish such moments, Ariel said while she leaned in to kiss Jiang Fei on his face. Don't worry. I swear I'll never let you girls suffer any harm ever again, Jiang Fei assured her with a serious face. I believe you. Ariel nodded at Jiang Fei. After about half an hour or so, 0541 finally obtained full authority over the arsenal. Captain, I have successfully connected to the arsenal. You can now keep it, 0541 said. Good. Let's take a break. After we keep the arsenal early tomorrow, we'll continue to search for other fragments. Jiang Fei nodded. It was already pretty late. Although he had 0541 to provide defense, he did not want to go back out and spend the night in the icy cold snow. Your wish is my command, Captain. 0541 did not disagree with Jiang Fei as to when he should keep the arsenal. Instead, he brought Jiang Fei another good news. Captain, I have found some unused energy blocks in the arsenal. Really? Jiang Fei's eyebrows lifted up in surprise. Ever since Ariel's resurrection, good luck had been knocking on his door again and again. And there are quite a lot of them. 0541 surprised Jiang Fei again and again. Take me there. Jiang Fei carried Ariel and immediately stood up from the chair. Okay. 0541 immediately provided a map which showed the directions leading to the energy blocks. Come on, let's go and have a look, Jiang Fei said to Ariel, who was still leaning on him. Carry me there, Ariel begged as she continued to lay in Jiang Fei's arms. Okay. Jiang Fei poked the tip of Ariel's nose, then Princess carried her and ran toward the energy blocks. Previously, Ariel and Isabella had died for Jiang Fei, so he still felt very guilty about it. Hence, now that Ariel had been resurrected, he naturally wanted to spoil her. Hee, faster. Haha, Ariel wrapped her arms around Jiang Fei's neck and laughed as he ran. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the place 0541 had mentioned. As he put Ariel down, Jiang Fei saw the unused energy blocks that were stored in the arsenal. Holy *T. We're rich. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. At this time, there were nearly 100 energy blocks stacked up in front of him. These energy blocks were put together neatly. For Jiang Fei, these energy blocks were extremely important. Although it's not enough to create a level 5 biohuman, it's enough to last us for a while. 0541 nodded. Damn it! Jiang Fei sighed. He felt frustrated whenever he thought about the huge amount of energy needed to resurrect Isabella. Make me a batch of fission suppressors for now. I'll decide what to do with the rest later, Jiang Fei told 0541 after thinking for a short while. Although it was temporarily impossible to resurrect Isabella, Jiang Fei still had to consider how to handle China's crisis. Yes, Captain, 0541 replied. After Jiang Fei returned to the central control room with Ariel, he asked her to continue to familiarize herself with her own body and powers. Then, he was ready to return to the game. Although the group of Nada Siren girls were kind of crazy, Jiang Fei had to go into the game in order to get more girls to join his faction. Currently, Jiang Fei had a lot of energy at hand. Even though he could not create a level 5 biohuman yet, he could easily make a peak level 4 biohuman. So, in order to gain the power to fight against the mutants, he had to build his own biohuman army as soon as possible. Jiang Fei's goal was very clear now. He had to use the limited energy that he had to do two things at a time. Firstly, he had to produce some biohumans to fight against the mutants. Secondly, he had to produce some weapons that were made using the technology on planet Namek for Han Tianyu, so that China could fight against the joint fleet of America and Europe. Although more than 100 energy blocks seemed like a lot, it was just a drop in the bucket when consumed for two different purposes at the same time. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not afford to stop searching for the engine room. In fact, he had to speed up. Chapter 675, Pack Your Bags and Run. When Jiang Fei returned to the game, the Nada Siren girls that surrounded him yesterday had already returned to their respective positions. However, as Jiang Fei logged off in the main hall yesterday, he was discovered as soon as he came online. Ah! My love, you're finally back. After she screamed, the little priestess who noticed Jiang Fei immediately rushed over. F***CK. Jiang Fei wanted to run, but he realized that some exits had already been blocked by the Nada Siren girls who rushed over after hearing the announcement. My dear, don't be afraid, the Nada Siren High Priestess walked toward Jiang Fei. Then, a large group of Nada Siren girls followed along and surrounded him. Nonsense! How can I not be afraid when you all are behaving like this? Jiang Fei was so annoyed that he rolled his eyes. These Nada Siren girls were way too scary. They were like wolves that saw their prey. Jiang Fei felt that if he did not hurry up and think of a solution, these hungry girls would squeeze him to death in minutes. As the sect leader, I order all of you to assemble. Seeing that the girls had surrounded him and some of them had even started touching him, Jiang Fei became anxious and shouted. Swoosh! Following Jiang Fei's order, all the Nada priestesses stood together and were lined up neatly in rows. The Nada Siren High Priestess stood in front of them. Phew! Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Although these Nada Iron priestesses were crazy about him, they had become part of his private army, so they still had to follow Jiang Fei's orders no matter what. Stand there and don't come over here. Jiang Fei issued an order first to prevent these excited girls from rushing toward him again. Then, he said to the Nada Iron High Priestess, "You, come over and make things clear first." "Yes, Master." Although she really wanted to be intimate with Jiang Fei, he was giving orders as a sect leader. Therefore, when the Nada Iron High Priestess was in front of Jiang Fei, she stood still in a very respectful manner and did not put her hands on him. "Tell me, what the hell is going on?" Jiang Fei asked. Well, as Jiang Fei's reputation level with her had reached infatuated, the Nada Iron High Priestess naturally did not hide anything from Jiang Fei. She told him everything in relation to what happened between the Nada Iron Queen and the temple. "So, you're saying that as soon as the queen finds out that the evil god Solon is dead, she'll definitely come here to get the Nada Iron soul back?" Jiang Fei asked. "I think it won't be long before the queen comes. Solon the Great's death affected priestesses like us the most, but the other Nada Irons would also have felt something. The queen is probably already suspicious now, but she's still not sure if Solon is really dead. That is why she does not dare to charge into the temple yet," the high priestess explained. F***CK. What are we waiting for then? Hurry up and run, Jiang Fei said anxiously. "But we have nowhere to go," the high priestess said helplessly. "Where's Mirage and the Nada Iron soul?" Jiang Fei asked. "I will go and get the Nada Iron soul now," the high priestess said to Jiang Fei. Then she turned around and ordered the two little priestesses behind her, "Bring Mirage here." Soon, the Nada Iron high priestess appeared in front of Jiang Fei with a gleaming gemstone in her hands. The two little priestesses had also brought Mirage to the main hall. "She's one of us now, let her go." When Jiang Fei saw that Mirage was still tied up, he immediately waved his hand, indicating that the priestesses could let Mirage go. After Mirage was released, Jiang Fei took the Nada Iron soul from the high priestess' hands. This gemstone looked exactly like the fake one that Emperor Poseidon gave him. However, this gemstone allowed the Nada Iron Queen to regain her celestial powers and the Nada Iron race to flourish. In contrast, the fake one in Jiang Fei's hands was totally useless. "Send this back." After Jiang Fei kept the real Nada Iron soul into his backpack, he gave the fake Nada Iron soul to the high priestess. "Yes." The high priestess, who was love-struck, instantly obeyed Jiang Fei's order. She did not even consider whether this would lead to the demise of the entire Nada Iron race. After the high priestess returned, Jiang Fei said to her, "High priestess, ask them to pack up everything that's useful. We have to leave this place soon, just call me Chris," the high priestess said to Jiang Fei affectionately. "Okay, Chris, hurry up and ask them to pack up." Jiang Fei nodded. He had no time to care about how to address her. He only cared about packing up and leaving. "Oh no! Oh no! The queen is here!" A priestess suddenly ran into the hall. "Forget it. Leave all your things behind. Come with me and don't run around after entering the portal." Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. Although these priestesses were not weak, he did not want to fight. So, he decided to leave those so-called belongings behind. Swoosh! Following a faint light, Jiang Fei opened the abyssal gate in the middle of the hall. He was the first to enter the portal. Boom! Boom! At this time, pounding sounds could be heard coming from the closed door of the hall. "Quick, everyone!" Chris began to guide the little priestesses through the abyssal gate one by one. Jiang Fei greeted the nearby guards immediately after entering the abyss, so that the Nada Iron priestesses would not be attacked when they came in. As he was the Nephilim king's son-in-law, Jiang Fei's status among the Nephilims was quite solid. Basically, he was second only to the elder Prince Otis, so his words would definitely be respected. Boom! Shortly after the last Nada Iron priestess entered the portal, the door of the hall was forcefully opened. The Nada Iron Queen Monica charged in with her soldiers. "Nephilims?" Damn it! It must be that stupid Verger glider. The moment Monica saw the abyssal gate that had not disappeared, she immediately stomped her foot in anger. Your Majesty, do we chase them? Clark asked. Are you dumb? Do you want to chase into the territory of the Nephilims and get yourselves killed? Monica had nowhere to vent her anger. However, when Clark came to the door, he immediately became her punching bag. Start searching! And you better make sure you find the Nodus Iron Soul for me. Monica waved her hands violently and destroyed the abyssal gate. Then ordered her soldiers to start searching the temple. Stay where you are. This is the territory of the Nephilims. You must not move around as you wish. I'm going to say hello to the Nephilim King. After Jiang Fei ordered the Nodus Iron Priestesses to stay put, he took Akatsiri's out while he rushed to the Nephilim King's palace. Boo-hoo, that little dark room is so uncomfortable, so horrible. Akatsiris, who had been locked for several days, had suffered quite a bit. Okay, I'll try my best not to put you in the pet space in the future. Jiang Fei comforted Akatsiris and walked into the Nephilim King's palace. Chapter 676, Man with a Machine Gun. Jiang Fei arrived at the Nephilim's palace and went ahead to meet with the Nephilim King. He then proceeded to inform the king about what he had done in the Nanda territory. After that, he placed the Nanda priestess in the care of the Shadow faction and had them swear their allegiance to the Shadow faction. Once the official matter was done, he left the palace as soon as he could. Jiang Fei was rushing because he did not want to miss the PvP matches he had in the afternoon. He had no idea who he was going up against. However, that was not important as he wanted to be in the arena to watch other players. There could be a chance that a player with a treasure cauldron appearing. Jiang Fei, along with the Nada priestesses, went to the Demon Dragon Fortress. Once the girls had arrived and met with the other members of his harem, Jiang Fei could not bother to pretend to be annoyed. At this point, he did not want to explain his actions to the girls. Even though Sylphie and the others were not angry, they were not happy either. Thankfully, they were not as drastic and rash as Isabella once was. Hence, after they complained a little to Jiang Fei, everything settled down quickly and easily. After that, he left the Demon Dragon Fortress with Akatsiris and went straight to the City of Sinners. The PvP battles in the morning session had just ended when Jiang Fei arrived. The battle in the afternoon session had not yet started. Unconsciously, Jiang Fei's hands went for his waist where his hammer used to hang. It was then he realized that he had lost his hammer after changing his job from Divine Blacksmith to God of Crafts. No hammer. Am I supposed to fight with my bare fists? Said Jiang Fei to himself. His hammer was gone, and so was all the skills that came with it. In return, he was given a chromatic evolving ring. Token of the God of Crafts, ring, chromatic evolving equipment, attack plus 1000, vitality plus 100, strength plus 100, equip, increases 20% maximum health points. Equip, restore 100% health when receiving a fatal blow. 30 minutes cooldown time. Equip, obtain a passive skill, God of Crafts Strength. Obtain 5 attribute points for every player level. Attribute points are automatically invested in all 5 main attributes. The ring was not a weapon, which means he would not be able to attack. He then removed the ring that he had equipped, the Gate of Abyss. This skill is not the skill that he used many times to return to the Abyss but a minion summoning skill. It was rarely used, and since Jiang Fei had outgrown the ring's level, it was best to remove it and put on the token of the God of Crafts. With the new ring, Jiang Fei had gained an additional getaway ticket from death. In fact, his overall stat was boosted. Happy with his growth, Jiang Fei was still sad that he was unarmed. Suddenly, he remembered something very important. He had an ancient tier bow which was unable to be used before his job change. Now, he had no restrictions and could equip it on. Moreover, he had a skill book that was suited for the bow. Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow was an ultra-power 9500 attack power two-handed weapon. Combined with the 55% attack speed bonus from the skill Infatuation, Jiang Fei's attack rate would be 8 shots per second. It was almost like having a machine gun. The man with a machine gun that fires arrows like rain. To be honest, there was one major factor that made the weapon not suitable for Jiang Fei. First of all, the weapon required mana to attack. Since Jiang Fei's main attribute was vitality and strength, he would not have much intelligence points, hence, lacking in mana pool. Without enough mana, Jiang Fei would only be able to attack for a few seconds before he ran out of ammunition. However, that all changed when he obtained the Cauldron of Spirit. With 10,000 spirit points, Jiang Fei's health and mana recovery rate were instant. Hence, Jiang Fei was able to use the bow to attack without stopping. It was akin to having a cheat code. A real-life I_unlimited_ammo. If that was not good enough, Jiang Fei also had an aimbot skill. The first shot required precision, but once the attack landed on a target, the skill Sunburn would be activated. When the skill was activated, all of Jiang Fei's arrow attacks would autocorrect its projection and hit the target. As long as Jiang Fei aimed at the general direction of his target, he would have almost 99% accuracy. No one could deny that the skill was not an aimbot. Jiang Fei's maximum health points reached 15,800 and his attack power was as high as 53,000. With Ruthless Barrage stacked to the max, his attack power would reach to a whopping 160,000. With almost unending shots fired, the enemy would definitely be killed unless they had invincibility or invulnerability skills active. Man with a machine gun. Jiang Fei talked to himself and laughed at his own joke. With the godly bow in his hands, Jiang Fei would not need to fear for any other players with any kind of treasure cauldrons. Ah! I forgot about this. Might as well learn it, said Jiang Fei as he remembered about the skill that he had not learned. It was a marksman's skill book that he had obtained from a long time ago. It was meant to be given to any bow user, but Jiang Fei did not encounter a single good bow user. Divine Marksman Skill, Dusk's Bow, use, obtain the skill Dusk's Bow. This skill suits this bow very well, cried Jiang Fei. Dusk's Bow, lock on a target within 1,500 meters. Charge the bow for 5 seconds before firing a straight shot that will deal damage equal to 20 times your attack power to all targets within the trajectory of the arrow to the target. 1 hour cooldown time. With this skill, Jiang Fei could easily snipe and kill the enemy's commander or forbidden spellcaster. The evening session of the PvP competition was starting soon, and when Jiang Fei glanced at the matching board, he was disheartened since it was a regular player with no treasure cauldron on them. With a simple aim and fire, Jiang Fei killed the other player in one normal hit. The following matches were as boring as the first one. He only wished to be matched with a player that had a treasure cauldron. He took a seat at a random seat in amongst the audience and continued to watch other players with their competition. The usual protocol ensued. 2 players entered the arena, the announcer introduced their name, and after a 3-second countdown, 2 players would charge towards each other. The match would be over when either one lost the fight or conceded by their own free will. In this case, the player merely charged towards the other player and whacked the other player with his magic staff, dealing over 450,000 damage, instantly killing the other guy. Wait! 450,000 damage. Jiang Fei eyes fixed on the winner of the match. There was no doubt that that player had a treasured cauldron with him. The Cauldron of Strength. Before he could focus on the player's name, he left the arena and the announcer began to introduce the next players to fight. Who is that guy? Without wasting time, Jiang Fei leaped out of his seat and headed to one of the staffs who were managing the PvP arena. Oh! His IGN is People Not People. I heard that he had gotten himself a celestial tier weapon with immeasurable strength. Even before the weapon, the player was famous for his extraordinary skill. Thanks, Jiang Fei left the staff alone and went back to the side of the arena. It'll be waiting for you. People Not People, Jiang Fei marked down the name in the back of his head. Excited, Jiang Fei hoped to be matched with him. Even if he would not be matched anytime soon, he would surely be facing him in the arena. Chapter 677, Farming Attributes. During the last match of the day, Jiang Fei ended it with a clean headshot. Although he was disappointed that he could not fight a player with a treasured cauldron, he was not disheartened since he would eventually fight them. Once the PvP battles were over for the day, Jiang Fei left the City of Sinners and headed back to the Emperor's palace. He had already stolen the Naga's soul, and it was about time he returned to complete the quest. "You're here earlier than I'd expected. Have you completed the task?" said Poseidon. Stealing the Naga's soul was no easy task. Jiang Fei should have taken much longer than that. "That is correct." "Here it is," said Jiang Fei as he took out the gemstone and handed it over to the Emperor. "Is that it?" Poseidon cried. He knew that Jiang Fei could accomplish the mission perfectly, but he did not expect it to be completed so soon. He examined the gemstone and gave it back to Jiang Fei. Even though it was an important artifact of the Naga race, it mattered not to the merfolk. Jiang Fei recognized its importance and was glad that Poseidon returned it to him. As for Poseidon, he did not care about the artifact. As long as the gemstone was not in the hands of the Naga, all would be well. Ding! Eliminating the threat quest has been completed. Obtain 110 million experience points, 2,000 gold coins, 500 merfolk reputation points. So far, 100 million experience points meant absolutely nothing since it would take more than 1 billion experience points to actually make a bump on his experience gauge. "Emperor Poseidon, when do you plan to send out your soldiers?" said Jiang Fei. The main purpose why he had helped Poseidon to steal the Naga's soul was to allow the merfolk to have the upper hand against the Naga and fight the light faction. "Not quite yet. We need to secure my territory and launch an attack the Naga," said Poseidon. Since the Naga's soul was no longer with the Naga, Poseidon had effectively cut off all future attack forces of the Naga race. However, the current Naga attack force was still strong. That was why Poseidon needed to attack them first. To put it bluntly, the root was gone, but he needed to take care of the weeds. "I understand. Perhaps I could lend a hand," said Jiang Fei after thinking about it. Helping the merfolk was just an excuse. The real reason was for himself. The ring he had, Merfolk's Revenge, was a ring that could grow stronger simply by killing Nagas. If he could participate in the war against the Naga, he would be able to take advantage of the situation. Having to go to war with the Naga was certainly a huge issue. However, with Mirage by Jiang Fei's side, he would be able to gain extensive information about the defenses of the city. "Any help would be welcomed," said Poseidon. "As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. I would like to request for an army to command, and I shall be on my way," said Jiang Fei. The Queen of Naga knew that he had taken Mirage away, and if he delayed any longer, a new female commissioner would be elected. There was a chance that the new commissioner would modify the defense layout. Mirage's insider knowledge would be wasted. "Not a problem. Would you be happy with the elite hammerheads?" said the Emperor. "Yes. That will be good," said Jiang Fei. He had mingled amongst the sea folk for a while now and realized that the hammerheads were not as strong as the whale warriors. However, they were still considered as the second best fighters. "Godspeed. I wish you good luck. I will inform the hammerheads to follow you in the war," said Poseidon. Ding! You have obtained commanding authority for the hammerhead army. "Thank you, Emperor. I shall take my leave now," said Jiang Fei before turning around and leaving the palace. Once he was outside, an army of 50,000 hammerhead soldiers gathered and waited for his order. "All right, men, follow me," said Jiang Fei. He was too lazy to give pep talks and went straight for the Naga's territory. With Jiang Fei leading the enormous army, he first arrived at the outskirts of the Naga territory. Even though that part of the sea was considered as the Naga's, it was not fortified. At most, there were Markuras who ran away when they saw Jiang Fei and his army. After that, Jiang Fei proceeded further without facing any enemies. It was quite a journey before he finally reached an outpost where he finally saw a group of organized soldiers defending it. It was still a good distance away from Goldwater City, and most of the sea folk living in this part of the sea were anything but Nagas. The strongest enemy he was facing was just an inspector, a high lord tier boss. The soldiers that the inspector was leading were a mess, as there were many different kinds of sea folk. There were turtles, crabs, prawns, lobsters, and other crustaceans. Even though they outnumbered Jiang Fei's army, they were just too weak to fight against 50,000 hammerhead soldiers. Onward! Kill the enemy! Jiang Fei roared and signaled for the entire army to charge. Without using any sort of tactic or strategy, the hammerheads charged in like a pack of hungry wolves. Despite having thick shells and carapaces, the hammerheads only used their hands and fins to tear the enemy apart. The army of soldiers that Jiang Fei was leading were mostly advanced elite level 80 hammerheads. Some higher ranks like squad captain and commander were a mini-boss. Against an army of elite level 70 soldiers, Jiang Fei's army tore through their formation like a hot knife through butter. In less than 20 minutes, the enemy's formation was in a mess while Jiang Fei's side faced 0 casualties. None of his soldiers had sustained any damage. The High Lord tier inspector was immediately killed by Jiang Fei before he could land a single attack. Jiang Fei's starting attack power was over 50,000, but after attacking 10 times, he would gain a power boost, resulting in 160,000 attack power, which would absolutely obliterate any monster that stood in his path. The boss might last longer, but only for a few seconds. Even with over 10 million health points, Jiang Fei only needed several seconds to fire out a rain of arrows to kill his enemy. Chapter 678, Careless Mistake, Lesson Learned. After destroying all the trash monsters, Jiang Fei led his army towards the Gold Water City, leaving nothing but dust and blood in his wake. Mirage had already informed Jiang Fei about all the city's weak points. Hence, Jiang Fei started the invasion by striking the least defended fort and made his way around the other defenses. Unaware of their attacks, the Naga defenses collapsed one by one. Only when he had made it into the city did Jiang Fei start to fight as well. Unlike the other sea folk, only the Nagas would provide stats upgrade. Now that Jiang Fei had personally entered the battlefield, anyone that was in his sight was terminated instantly. The hammerheads could not even kill a single enemy when Jiang Fei's 8 arrows per second attack speed had basically killed every Naga soldier that dared to attack. Without giving the enemies any second to breathe, Jiang Fei single-handedly pushed through the defenses and reached the center of Cold Water City. It was then when the newly elected female commissioner revealed herself and stopped Jiang Fei and his army from advancing. "You dare to attack this city? Merfolk! Do you want a war?" cried the commissioner. "My master, her strength is not too strong." "I think I can defeat her," said Akatsiris as she appeared beside Jiang Fei. "I agree. However, we will do it together," said Jiang Fei. Even though he could easily win her over easily through reputation points, Jiang Fei had 0 interest in women who would take multiple husbands. Besides, killing an overlord tier boss would grant him a good boost. "Soldiers, kill the others. I shall have this big one for myself," said Jiang Fei. As soon as the hammerheads moved to the left and right, leaving Jiang Fei and the newly elected commissioner alone, Akatsiris faded into the shadows. Being a succubus, Akatsiris possessed the highest tier of stealth. Even though her combat prowess was not near a pure-blooded royal Nephilim, she was still considered as the best assassin, perhaps even better than Sylphie. As the hammerhead went off and Akatsiris disappeared into the shadows, the new commissioner charged towards the hammerheads instead of Jiang Fei. Just when she kicked her snake tail off the ground and zoomed towards the hammerheads, Akatsiris appeared right beside her and attacked her rear with her long leather whip. The unguarded commissioner took the attack without any preparation. She was sent down to the ground, killing a few more Naga soldiers and Sharkman soldiers that were of the Nagas. "Good job," cried Jiang Fei as he lifted his bow and drew the string. Upon release, Jiang Fei's hands went back like lightning and continued to release arrow after arrow. "Oh no!" cried the commissioner as she realized she was in danger. She quickly leaped out of the way of Jiang Fei's attacks and let the arrows that flew in the air land on the ground. Just when she thought she was safe, Akatsiris appeared beside her again and whipped her once more to the ground. "Well done!" cried Jiang Fei. The previous shower of arrows was not mainly to attack but to land just one hit to activate the mark of the sun flame. Out of the several tens of arrows that Jiang Fei had fired, 2 landed on the commissioner. "Damn you! Damn the demons!" cried the commissioner. Due to Romeo's effect, the commissioner did not attack Jiang Fei in the beginning, but when Jiang Fei had attacked her, her reputation level dropped from approved down to hostile. It was only then when she changed her target to Jiang Fei. "Hold her down!" Jiang Fei ordered, and Akatsuris nodded. Even though his attack was extremely effective against an overlord boss, his health points and defense were far from adequate to survive an attack from her. The commissioner got up to her feet and jumped towards Jiang Fei, wanting to land an attack. However, as soon as her feet left the ground, Akatsuris flashed beside her and whipped her again. "I'm right here. I'm the one you're fighting." Akatsuris roared as she threw out whip after whip. If Jiang Fei was alone, he would have died in no time at all. The problem lied with the intermediate overlord servant of his. If the commissioner continued to ignore Akatsuris, she would be the first one to die. However, that would take quite some time, as Akatsuris' attack was extremely low despite having the fastest attack speed possible. Fortunately, she had an arsenal of disabling skills in hand. She was a support-type assassin who did not have high attack, but she was compensated with various disabling skills. Again, when the commissioner tried to charge at Jiang Fei, Akatsuris moaned and smirked as she blew a flying kiss towards her. A pink love-shaped projectile sped off her lips and hit the commissioner's body, instantly causing her to lose consciousness and slowly move towards Akatsuris. "Sheesh. Now that's what I call a succubus. She could even lure a female," cried Jiang Fei as he continued to attack the commissioner. All arrows that were fired off Jiang Fei's bow made its own course correction and hit the target as long as the arrow's projection was not severely out of the target. When the arrows landed on the commissioner, Jiang Fei had thought that the attacks would knock her out of the spell. However, the commissioner still walked towards Akatsuris slowly. As expected, Akatsuris' higher level had made her spell more effective on the enemy. In roughly 4 seconds of continuous shooting, the commissioner had lost more than 1/3 of her total health pool. Only at this point did she wake up from the seduction spell. However, upon realizing how terrifying the combo was, she decided to run instead of continuing the fight. "Ho ho ho. Are you trying to run from me?" "No one runs from me," Akatsuris chuckled as she summoned a light barrier that trapped the commissioner and forced her to face the ground. Jiang Fei's arrow did not stop raining down at her. At that moment, the commissioner knew that running away would be impossible, as the succubus had too many skills up her sleeve that would prevent her from even moving. When cornered, even a rat will fight back. "I will show no mercy," the commissioner roared and fired 2 blue beam attacks from her eyes. The attack was instantaneous, not even Akatsuris could react to it. BZZ. BZZ. The beam attack hit Jiang Fei on his chest, instantly killing him. Minus 217,581. Ding! Jiang Fei's instant revival skill was activated and he recovered back to full health. *T. I was too careless. Jiang Fei was truly surprised at the speed of the beam attack. It was unlike the other beam attacks that he had faced before. It was almost on par with the level 4 biohuman energy attack. He thought that he had the commissioner in his hands and had completely underestimated her. Without the token of the God of Crafts, he would have died. Chapter 679, Superior Support. The Nada female commissioner's attack had truly caught Jiang Fei off guard. That stroke of luck had made Jiang Fei felt like he had missed the Grim Reaper's scythe by a hair's length. Without the death immunity effect, Jiang Fei could not afford to play around anymore. From there on out, he would have to be careful. Shadow Barrier. The skill allowed him to negate any attacks 3 times, fatal or not. Die! Scum of the sea, the commissioner roared at Jiang Fei. The attack not only made Jiang Fei drop his balls, Akatsuris too was alerted of the commissioner's power. If Jiang Fei was killed, he would only be losing parts of his equipment. However, according to the contract that Akatsuris had with Jiang Fei's death would ultimately result in her death as well. With that in mind, Akatsiri bore so much grudge on the commissioner that she would whip her skin off her flesh. Sadistic whip. Piak! Akatsiri's whip extended a little before she used it to whip the back of the commissioner. Even though it did not cause much damage, it did leave two extremely potent debuffs. Damage amplification, received 20% extra damage for the next 20 seconds. Torment, for the next 20 seconds, every attack will be amplified by 10 times its pain and has a 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds. After Akatsiri's whip returned to its normal length, she continued to attack. Jiang Fei took his stance and began to send out a shower of arrows to attack. The pain amplification was nothing but a disabling effect which caused the character to scream and shout in agony. It did not amplify the damage dealt. However, 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds was powerful, as Jiang Fei's 8 attacks per second was fast enough to ensure that the commissioner was almost permanently stunned. 20 seconds was too long, as Jiang Fei had made a beehive out of her within seconds. Ding! You have killed Arena the Commissioner. Obtain 45 million experience points, 150 gold coins. Jiang Fei received a tiny bit of experience points upon killing the boss. Naturally, he did not care about experience points nor the rewards. What mattered most was the stat bonus he would gain from the ring. Once the commissioner was killed, the army of the Nada collapsed into chaos. Without a leader, the army lost its direction and ran rampant in the city. Some tried to run while some tried to make a last stand against Jiang Fei's army. In the end, every single one of the Nada soldiers was killed. Jiang Fei was jubilant to see his ring growing so much stronger. After Goldwater City fell completely to the merfolk, Jiang Fei decided to take a rest instead of pushing forward. Rest and recuperate. Take this time to regroup and return into your formation, said Jiang Fei. Even though the city was taken, it was just the start, as the Goldwater City was far from the center of the Nada's territory. The defense would be much stronger and fiercer as he moved on, and it would be best to wait for reinforcements. After 2 hours of randomly sweeping the streets to kill strays of Nada soldiers, Jiang Fei returned to the army and found that reinforcements had come from Poseidon. The new soldiers were disappointingly weak, as they were only random crabmen. However, that could only mean that Poseidon had made his move against the light faction. If Jiang Fei waited for a little longer, there would be more reinforcements heading his way to support him. By the time the server was almost shutting down, the entire Goldwater City had been fully occupied by the merfolk. More and more reinforcements came, and Jiang Fei would only need to wait for another batch of stronger soldiers to arrive before proceeding with the invasion. Before he could wait any longer, the game shut down and Jiang Fei was kicked out. When he woke up, he felt something like pressing against his chest. He opened his eyes to see little Ariel curling up by his side, with her head buried in his chest like a pillow. Jiang Fei reached out his hand that was not being crushed by Ariel and played with her hair. Ariel woke up after Jiang Fei played with her hair for a couple of minutes. "Good morning, my dear. I have to say, when you sleep like a log. It's so cute." "You didn't even wake up when I helped myself to you," said Ariel as she reached out her hands to hug Jiang Fei. "Hee. How could I not? If I don't sleep, I would not have the energy to be with you all day," said Jiang Fei. At that moment, he could not bring himself to tell Ariel about the game. He did not want to reveal that she was only a program created by humans for entertainment. After a simple breakfast, both Jiang Fei and Ariel resumed their search for ship parts. The icy tundra of the North Pole was truly frightening. The snow was coming in from all directions, and there was nothing in sight that could be marked as a landmark for future reference. Even though he was flying in the air with the giant sword, he felt inferior. A perspective that made him felt that humanity was too small. Searching across the ice continent was boring, but fortunately, he had someone with him. Ariel was as clingy as she was in the game, but now, she was just too overly attached to Jiang Fei. Although it was supposed to be annoying, Jiang Fei hardly felt that any of her caring touches was troublesome. In fact, he was truly grateful for her being with him. "Captain, the fission suppressor that you had ordered is completed," 0541 reported in after Jiang Fei flew for several hours. Nice, said Jiang Fei. With the fission suppressor, he would not have to worry about being nuked by any other country. Do you have any weapons that can be made quickly and easily? They also have to be easy to control, said Jiang Fei. Captain? Are you thinking of participating in the war yourself? Said 0541. Not directly. I'm participating in the war by providing support from behind the front lines. It is to defend my country, my family, and my friends. I do not wish for anything to happen to them, said Jiang Fei. I see. I have a few weapon designs that fit your description. 0541 projected a few holograms, showcasing a few types of weapons. Is that a plane? Said Jiang Fei. Correct. It is called an interceptor. Its main function is to intercept airborne hostile projectiles. Examples include guided missiles, rockets, intercontinental ballistic missile, and other weapons of that kind. The plane itself is not made for combat, but it would be more than enough to bully other Earth-type technologies. Huh. So, they are strong, said Jiang Fei. Not quite. This plane is nothing but cannon fodders back in international warfare. However, against Earth beings, this machine would prove to be lethal. It has a top speed 5 times that of Earth's fastest aircraft now. It also has a perfect stealth system that allows it to fly undetected by any radar and detection system. This machine also allows weapons attachment such as highly compressed particle beam weapons and energy cannons. The high compression rate of particle beams will allow the plane to take down incoming airborne missiles from afar, while the energy cannons are used for bombardment missions. Is it easy to use? Jiang Fei asked. He had been inside the Bridge of Braveheart and he knew just how complex it would be. Not even the most experienced pilot would be able to master the controls. Well, the plane is not meant for human controls as it is a ground-based, computer-controlled system. However, I can always change its design to fit a pilot inside, said 0541. Good. How many can you make? Said Jiang Fei. The design of the plane is not cost-heavy. Since we have more than enough materials, I can easily make over a few hundred of them. However, I suggest we make only 30. Making them do not cost much, but flying the plane would burn a large amount of fuel, less mention the weapon's power source. Based on China's overall military strength, having 30 interceptors would be more than they could handle. Any more and they would burn away the last of the country's energy source. I understand, said Jiang Fei. Currently, the only military force that could provide such energy to power the plan would be the Jiang family. They had the technology to build a portable nuclear-powered fuel cell. However, even they had a limited amount of them. Jiang Fei would not want to waste any of his energy crystals on powering the plane. Besides the interceptors, Jiang Fei had also made a batch of anti-air artillery weapons. The AAA could be attached to the radar and sensory machines to detect and take down any incoming hostile aircraft and missiles. With the interceptors modified into fighter jets, and the AAA to defend against incoming attacks, China would be an impregnable iron fortress. I can finally stop worrying about China for a while after I give Han Tianyu all the weapons, said Jiang Fei. The amount of energy he had was extremely scarce. Making a few weapons for him was more than he could allocate. As long as he provided a means of protection to China, he could then leave China whenever he wanted to and not worry about an attack while he was away. Chapter 680, A Brawl in the North Pole. After he had 0541 to start manufacturing the weapons, Jiang Fei continued to find parts of Braveheart. Even though it was still summer in the North Pole, there was barely any heat in the air. The snow was still forming even in the sunlight. Without proper guidance, one could easily lose his direction and get lost. A compass would do not much help here. Jiang Fei had 0541 to guide him around, making sure that Jiang Fei does not make a round trip to where he had already passed. 0541 basically digitized and cataloged the entire North Pole and ensured that Jiang Fei covered the entire continent. Ariel, do you fancy a rest? Said Jiang Fei after flying constantly for 3 hours. A rest would do us good for the long run, said Ariel as she smiled and leaned in. After mastering her newly obtained body, Ariel was able to fly with her own powers and not rely on Jiang Fei's giant sword. Even so, from time to time, she would lean on Jiang Fei and rest on his arms. All because she was lazy to fly on her own and, of course, not missing the chance to be pampered by Jiang Fei. Once they were on land, Jiang Fei set up an igloo and rested inside. He whipped out a few energy bars for the both of them to eat. Even though it did not taste that bad, it was the best they could have in such frigid temperature. Jiang Fei would have to remind himself to pack other wholesome meals for the next trip. I could really use a bowl of hot wonton soup right now. Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, Ariel jumped to her feet and pressed her finger on Jiang Fei's lips. "Shhhh," said Ariel as she got out of the igloo. "What's wrong?" said Jiang Fei. "Someone." "No. There's more than one. They are fighting." "Over there," said Ariel as she pointed towards the general direction where the sun rose. 0541, scan for any sign of life, said Jiang Fei. Command confirmed. 0541 focused its energy and broadcasted a powerful signal towards the direction Ariel had pointed. To save power and energy, 0541's proximity sensor had always been in passive mode. Only targets that came close towards Jiang Fei would be detected. Ariel, on the other hand, did not run on energy. Her sensory powers were always on its maximum range, and it only depends on Ariel whether she would concentrate on it. 1100 direction, 105 kilometers. There are 3 level 4 metahumans fighting, said 0541. A fight? Who on earth would fight in this frigid land, said Jiang Fei as he hopped on his hoverboard. 3 level 4 metahumans was a surprise. Alone, Jiang Fei might even be too weak to fight them. However, Ariel was there, and she alone could deal with all 3 of them. Okay, dear, said Ariel as she jumped on Jiang Fei's arm and let him princess carry her to the destination. You little minx, said Jiang Fei as he softly nudged Ariel's nose. Oh! Ariel, could you please suppress your aura to that of a level 3 metahuman? Yes, dear, said Ariel as she closed her eyes and decreased her powers. In no time at all, Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived at a mountainous area. He landed on a hidden blind spot and put away the hoverboard, hiding its existence from the enemy. When Jiang Fei started to run, Ariel decided to help herself instead of having Jiang Fei to carry her like a princess. While Jiang Fei ran, Ariel followed closely behind. All of a sudden, Jiang Fei was jerked by an invisible force. Dear! Something is wrong. They had stopped fighting, said Ariel worriedly. That is because they are chasing after us, said Jiang Fei. At that distance, even Jiang Fei could feel their presence approaching his direction. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Fei could see the 3 metahumans. What the dash? Bloodborne and lichens, cried Jiang Fei when he finally had a clear sight on them. Please help me, cried the vampire when he saw Jiang Fei coming towards him. What's going on? Aren't you guys on the same side? Said Jiang Fei as he held the vampire on his shoulder to support him. There was a war going on in Europe. It was common knowledge that since ancient times, the church had been at war with the evil darkness. However, as the years went by, humanity had seen the advancement of technology. The world was connected and naturally, the European church was introduced to the metahumans in America and the martial artists in the East. All conflicts within Europe were dissolved as they realized the only way they could stand in the world was to work together. All powerful individuals such as knights, apostles, inquisitors, cardinal, and even the pope who had fought against the creatures of the dark, stopped fighting and even made their peace with them. In the modern world, almost every metahuman, non-humans, and humans alike had grouped together to form the European Church. That was why Jiang Fei felt odd when he saw 2 lichens attacking a vampire. They were supposed to be allies. At that moment, he felt that something was odd. He suspected that the vampire might be acting to lower his guard, and when the lichens arrived, all 3 of them would attack him. Even so, he had Ariel by his side. She could easily remove them from existence with a simple snap of her fingers. There was literally nothing to be afraid of. "Please help me," cried the vampire as he fell to the ground despite being supported by Jiang Fei. It was then when Jiang Fei realized that there was no plot against him. The vampire was badly hurt. If he was a martial artist, he would have died. There was a wound in his chest so large that Jiang Fei could even see his heart beating weakly. Despite being a vampire famed for their longevity, this one was about to bite the dust. "Explain yourself," said Jiang Fei. I. Save me." The vampire was too weak to hear what Jiang Fei had said to him. All he could do was breathe frantically as he struggled to stay alive. "Oh well. Might as well save this poor fellow. I might even get some information out of him later," said Jiang Fei. He then slid an evil purging pill between his fangs and pushed it down his throat. As soon as the pill was swallowed, a purifying energy surged throughout his body. Black-colored goo oozed out from his open wound in his chest and onto the icy ground. 0541 had identified the black-colored goo as a poisonous substance that could prove to be fatal if were to remain in his body for too long. Right when Jiang Fei was making a grand restore pill, he realized that the wound in the vampire's chest had already healed itself. As expected of vampires. "Nothing can kill them except a stake through the heart," said Jiang Fei with amazement. Lazy to put it back into the ring, Jiang Fei forcefully opened the vampire's mouth and pushed the pill down his throat. At this point, the Lycans arrived. "The Chinese? What is he doing here?" one of the Lycans cried. "It matters not. He needs to be killed," cried the other Lycan before leaping towards Jiang Fei, with claws and fangs ready to kill. Chapter 681, 2-on-1, "Ah-ho," Jiang Fei scoffed when the Lycan bared his fangs at him. He leaped away to Ariel's side. "Wait. Let me," said Jiang Fei as he stopped Ariel from attacking. He wanted to fight the two Lycans alone. He had just received a power boost from the bio potion. It was time for him to test his newly obtained strength. The two Lycans that were coming for Jiang Fei were at the advanced stage of level 4. If Jiang Fei had encountered these two 10 days ago, he would have to run. After having the bio potion and reaching the pinnacle stage of level 4, Jiang Fei would surely be able to defeat these monsters that relied on their bloodline. However, it would still be a challenge for Jiang Fei to fight against the martial artists, European knights, or paladins. They all gained their strength through pure training. Just as the Lycan was about to claw Jiang Fei into shreds, Jiang Fei turned and let the claws land on his changing sword. Sparks burst out from the claw and the blade. To compensate for the momentum of the Lycan's attack, Jiang Fei spun around rapidly at the same point whilst brandishing his sword. Both the Lycans were blasted away from the powerful sword swing. Without wasting the opportunity, Jiang Fei sped through the icy floor and delivered a thrust towards one of the Lycans that had only just gotten up to his feet. Pang! A loud metal banging sound was heard and the changing sword was parried away. "Sheesh! That's one hard skull," cried Jiang Fei as he took several steps back. Jiang Fei was surprised to see his sword being parried away simply with a headbutt. He thought that infusing the power of metal into the blade would be enough to cut his head off. Knowing that the enemy was not that strong, the two Lycans howled and launched a combo attack on Jiang Fei. "Interesting. Come one, come two, I shall behead you all the same," Jiang Fei roared. Jiang Fei might not be a seasoned hunter, but he knew that although wolves might have a strong head and an agile tail, they had a weak abdomen. Even though the Lycans were not wolves, they should share some similarities. When the Lycans split up to attack Jiang Fei from different directions simultaneously, Jiang Fei tried his best to evade and defend. Even with armor that could block gunshots at point-blank range, he knew that the level 4 Lycans could tear him apart easily, like a sheet of paper. Jiang Fei kept on evading and parrying attacks until he understood how they moved and attacked. Only then did he start his counterattack and went on the offensive. After parrying so many claw attacks, Jiang Fei found their biggest weakness. Whenever they tried to claw, they would need to raise their arms up high. That was when they left their entire chest area exposed. With this knowledge, Jiang Fei landed cuts after cuts, but something was wrong. How are they still moving? Jiang Fei thought. The wounds on their side and midsection was more than enough to weaken them, yet there were no signs of it. On the contrary, the lichens were moving much faster than before. From the perspective of normal eyes, all they could see was blurred images. Jiang Fei increased his speed to match the ferocious lichens, but there seemed to be no end of it. Eventually, they reached a point where Jiang Fei could not keep up. It was one of the traits of lichens. The more injuries they received, the more powerful they became. If there was a name for it, it would be called berserk. As more and more cuts landed on their body, their eyes glowed redder and their movement speed and strength were boosted. While he was frantically trying to land more cuts on the lichen, Jiang Fei had failed to watch his footing and slipped on slippery ice that had blood on it. At that moment, one of the lichens took the chance and leaped towards Jiang Fei with his fangs bared open to bite Jiang Fei's throat. Humph. Bite this instead. Jiang Fei roared as he borrowed his momentum to regain his footing. He knew that he could no longer keep up with the lichens, but that did not mean that the battle could not escalate any further. The lichen were practically shooting towards him like a missile, but Jiang Fei was still able to grasp the moment perfectly. He infused his sword with the power of metal once more and kept pouring more and more power until the excess power buzzed around the sword like an electric saw. Just then, the lichen realized its mistake. But he was too late. His speed was too fast and Jiang Fei's sword thrust was quick. Before he could even react, Jiang Fei's sword was already in between his teeth and out of the back of his head. Although it was tough to pierce through his skull, the lichen's throat and mouth were still soft and vulnerable. Jiang Fei could still kill the lichen the same way without infusing the power of metal into it. Although the lichen was pierced through his throat, it was not instant death. Despite being gravely injured, the lichen's incredible life force had prevented his death and kept him conscious the whole time the sword was inside his mouth. However, without immediate treatment, the lichen would die in a few minutes. You killed him, the other lichen roared with bloodshot eyes. Oh, is he your friend? Shall I send you to the other side as well? To keep him company? Jiang Fei swung his sword so hard that the blood on his blade splattered onto the ice. Jiang Fei returned to his fighting stance and prepared to fight the other lichen. He was no longer the naive little shut-in after hanging out in the metahuman society. The most important lesson he had learned from them was power. Power was everything. The second lesson was simple: either kill or be killed. No one would play fair in such a cruel world. The lichen snarled fiercely at Jiang Fei and leaped towards him. Learning from his friend's mistake, he did not try to bite Jiang Fei, lest giving the enemy a chance to attack his mouth. Aren't you a smart little puppy? Jiang Fei scoffed arrogantly and kicked the ground for a boost. The kick was so powerful that it made a crater. In the next second, before the sound of the sound crater forming could even reach the lichen's ears, Jiang Fei appeared next to him. How dash, no need to understand, just die. Not being able to react, the lichen was open for attacks from all directions. With another kick to the ground, Jiang Fei struck his sword towards the lichen's throat. The lichen was not able to dodge the attack, but it was still fast enough to catch Jiang Fei's sword's swing in midair. Although he was able to prevent his throat from being sliced, he injured his palms from gripping the sword too hard. Rrrr, the lichen growled loudly as he tried to break the sword by punching it from the side. Pang! Humph, do you really think you could break this sword? This ain't any ordinary sword that you have seen. Jiang Fei scoffed as he infused origin force into the blade and pulled his sword backwards, cutting the lichen's palm as he did. Now, sit down. Jiang Fei roared as he used the flat side of his sword to hammer the lichen to the ground. This time, he had infused the power of lightning into the sword, delivering a powerful thrust. If that was not enough, he had also used Gale Thundered Kick to smash the lichen's body at the same time. Wham! The lichen was not only in the ground, but he was also in a large crater made by the force of the impact. Jiang Fei plunged from the sky. As he did, he infused his sword once more with the power of metal and stabbed the lichen in his eyes. Chapter 682, The Calamity That Befalls the Vampire Race, GWAAH. the Lycan cried in agony as he could feel every inch of the blade. One thing that Lycans had to suffer for having superior life force was the fact that they would have to feel more pain, as they would not die so easily. Much like how Jiang Fei felt every time he consumed a bio potion. Ugh! Jiang Fei grunted as he kicked off the ground again to gain thrust to push the blade further into his eye socket and into his brain. Even when the blade was already halfway through his brain, the Lycan was still moving and writhing. Not wanting to die just yet, the Lycan growled and charged his claws with energy, making it glow with a blue light. Desperate, the Lycan slashed Jiang Fei, trying to force him to retreat. What the hell? How are you still alive? Jiang Fei grunted as he dodged the claw by jumping upwards. Instead of jumping away to safety, Jiang Fei landed backward and onto the Lycan's shoulder, dragging his sword sideways to cut his head horizontally. The blade was stuck in the eye socket, preventing it from moving, but Jiang Fei was not done with it yet. The poor Lycan had to endure every little movement of the blade as it wriggled inside his brain. The pain was so intense that it made the Lycan cry in agony, yet not strong enough to cause shock. Humph. Let's see if you can still live after this. Jiang Fei had already saved the vampire. He did not need one more person to extract information. Jiang Fei grabbed the sword's hilt with both arms and charged it with all the power of origin force to it. The energy flowed from the hilt to the point of the sword. Feel this! Jiang Fei cried as he unleashed the power in the sword to explode from inside the Lycan's brain. After a disgusting explosion, Jiang Fei was still unable to crack the Lycan's skill. However, unlike bones, the Lycan's brain was still as soft as common tofu. The explosion had instantly pushed out all of the Lycan's brains, eyes, blood vessels, and tissue out of the Lycan's eye socket. Even so, the Lycan was still struggling around. Jiang Fei knew that the Lycan was officially dead, but due to the powerful life force in him, his body still wriggled around for a few minutes, desperately trying to move before dying. What a waste of a good body, said Jiang Fei. He charged the power of fire into his fist and blasted the two dead bodies to burn them. Supposedly, if Jiang Fei had not burned them, 0541 could use their remains to make biopotions. However, Jiang Fei possessed an unlimited source of level 5 materials to make biopotions. There was no need for him to keep the Lycans around anymore. Moreover, Jiang Fei always felt uncomfortable using living conscious humanoid beings as materials for the biopotion. Half an hour later, the bodies of the Lycans were burned to ashes thoroughly. Jiang Fei returned to where Ariel was and saw that the vampire that he had saved was still unconscious. How is he? I've already fed him pills. He should be up and lively right now, even without my pills, said Jiang Fei. Dear, when you had killed the second Lycan, he had already regained consciousness. He is only pretending to be out. Ariel whispered to Jiang Fei as she leaned in for a hug. I see, Jiang Fei whispered back and smirked. The vampire must be frightened to the core when he saw how Jiang Fei defeated the Lycans easily. It was only natural for him to be that way since China and Europe had never been on good terms with each other. He was probably scared since China was hiding its hostility towards the European Church. He was more scared at the fact that he might even come after him after he was done with the Lycans. When the vampire was injured to the brink of death, he did not care whether Jiang Fei was friend or foe. He pleaded to be rescued, and when he was healed, he started to think of a way to escape from Jiang Fei. Oh well, it would be a drag to carry him back. Might as well just end his suffering right here and now, said Jiang Fei loudly on purpose. Hold on! The vampire quickly jumped to his feet and begged on his knees. I'm fine. I'm all right now. Thank you for helping me. The vampire understood that if Jiang Fei wanted to kill him, he could do so with ease. He had just witnessed how strong Jiang Fei was, and there was no way to stop him if he wanted to. Are you done playing a fool? Said Jiang Fei coldly. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive this insolent one, said the vampire as he lowered his head. It would be suicidal to continue lying to the man who had just saved him. Don't fret. First, tell me who you are and why did those two doggies wanted to kill you, said Jiang Fei with a warning glare. Sir, My name is Franco. I am but a lowly marquis in the vampire bund. Sir, and not the only one that was being chased after. The entire bund is in danger as they were being hunted and killed. Every single one of them, said Franco. What about your lord, said Jiang Fei. Count Dracula is dead, said Franco as he sulked. Are you sure, sighed Jiang Fei. He knows that if the body of such a pure-blooded vampire was still in existence, there was a chance to revive him. Yes. His remains were purified with holy water and burnt by the level 5 Great God's apostle. There is nothing left of him, HM. Even the level 5 vampire was killed. What did you guys do to anger others so, said Jiang Fei. Nothing. We are guilty of being powerful, said Franco. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had no idea why he would say such a thing. If they were powerful, why would they be hunted instead of being the hunter? Allow me to explain, said Franco. His life was now in the hands of the man called Jiang Fei. There was no reason to hide the truth anymore. The situation was as Franco had said, guilty for being powerful. The mutants had obtained the technology for biohuman research. Naturally, they immediately rushed for production. However, the research had revealed a piece of vital information. The mutants were lacking one crucial ingredient for making biohumans the same kind the Japanese had used powerful life force. The materials that the Japanese once used for their production of biohumans were either captured prisoners or flesh and blood from the level 5 alien beast that was guarding Japan. The Japanese cared for the beast and in return, the beast allowed itself to be used. Now, the location of the level 5 alien beast was unknown. They were desperate. They had already betrayed the Chinese Martial Artist Alliance just to obtain the research, and yet they could not start making biohumans just because they lacked the materials. The cost of attacking Japan was huge as they had lost a great number of soldiers and fighters of their own. If they could not replenish their fighting force, they would ultimately be consumed by other forces of the world. The research had stated that the materials for creating biohumans had to be of beast origin. Not even level 5 metahumans would be strong enough. Human genes were too weak to handle such immense powers. In the end, after thorough research, someone in the Mutant Brotherhood had heard that the Vampire Bund had something called the Holy Grail. Rumor has it that the Grail was holding the blood of the first vampire. Desperate for more materials, the mutants forced themselves into the European Church and demanded the Holy Grail. Members of the Church and the Lycanthrope clan were unable to fight back, while the Vampire Bund adamantly refused to give away their sacred artifact. As such, the Lycans gave in to the mutants' demands, fought the vampires, leading to where Jiang Fei was now. Chapter 683, The Only Route Left. I see. Jiang Fei kept quiet as he brainstormed for ways to save him. Where is the Holy Grail? Ariel asked. Ugh, Franco grunted as he sensed that Ariel was only a level 3 metahuman. At first glance, he would have ignored her, but since she was with his savior, he ought to give her a chance. The Holy Grail should be in the care of Her Highness, the Countess. However, I do not know where is she nor where is the Holy Grail. How many counts do you have in the bund? Jiang Fei asked. There were too many things that he did not know about the vampire bund. Not counts. The vampire bund is always led by 2 leaders. The Count and Countess. Count Dracula is gone. Only Countess Beatrice survived, and she is out for revenge. Such a shame. A level 5 metahuman. Here I thought that those who reigned in that realm were untouchable. Looks like even they would be treated as only mortal with Godblade, said Jiang Fei. He had truly believed that level 5 metahuman would be so strong that they could not be killed. It seemed that when the war truly erupted, they would become vulnerable to those who wield the Godblade. Now, Jiang Fei understood the reason why the vampire bund was being targeted. The question in his mind was whether or not he should interfere. The highest priority was to find all of Braveheart's parts scattered across the world. The problem with this quest was time and effort. Sure, he would be able to collect all the separated parts of the ship with time and effort, but how long would it take? It could be an hour if he was lucky enough. It could even be 10 years if he was unlucky. Perhaps he could not even find all the parts of the ship for the rest of his life. It was truly a troublesome quest. On the other hand, if he were to stop the mutants from obtaining the Holy Grail, he might delay or even put a stop on the mutants' plan for war. On the other hand, he had some thoughts about this matter. Even if he participated in defending the vampires, he might not be able to stop the mutants from getting the Holy Grail. If that happened, it would be a complete waste of time and effort. Time and effort that he could have used to search for Braveheart. Go! Go and tell the others in your bund. If living is what the bund wants, ask them to escape to China. Have the Countess evacuate every single vampire in the bund there. Don't forget about the Holy Grail as well. Ariel was there. Jiang Fei had no reason to doubt the man since Ariel could tell if he was lying. Since he was telling the truth, Jiang Fei understood that the vampire bund had no place in the world but China. The other nations might take them in, but the mutants would surely claw their way in. Jiang Fei was giving them the last route to survival. If the bund moved into China, Jiang Fei could inform the Alliance to give them shelter and protection. If the Holy Grail is in China, it would be troublesome for the mutants to get their hands on the first vampire's blood. It was a genius way to buy him extra time to search for Braveheart while giving the vampire bund support to survive, and also slowing down the mutants' progress. Thank you! Thank you very much, cried Franco as he knocked his head to the ice to show his appreciation. He initially thought that Jiang Fei would be extremely benevolent to let him walk free. Little did he know that Jiang Fei had also provided him and his kind a means to survive. Judging from the way he talked, Franco knew that Jiang Fei a respected man in the Alliance. His words were gold. Right, let us not waste any of our time. I'm sure the others in the bund would like to recuperate in peace, said Jiang Fei. Thank you very much. May I know the name of the great savior? I would only wish to let the vampire bund know who they owe their lives to, said Franco from the bottom of his heart. If they were given shelter in China, they would surely be saved from extinction. Because as of right now, no one but the Alliance could fight the mutants. Jiang Fei, it is you. The one and only, cried Franco as he gasped. That name had been circling around the circle of metahumans and spread as fast as wildfire. No one knew who he really was but a man from China. That day, in the cold icy tundra, not only did he witness the power of Jiang Fei, but was also saved by him. Sheesh. Easy with the D*MN respects. Go now. Don't waste my time. You must make haste if you want to save the vampire's bund, said Jiang Fei. Thank you. Thank you very much. Franco went off with a gust of wind. After knowing Jiang Fei's identity, Franco was relieved and happy. He was saved by the legendary man, famed amongst all of the metahuman. A powerful level 4 fighter with the support of 2 level 5 masters. One of them was even the infamous Zhuge Shanjin. A man of mystery, greater than the universe itself. With someone like that protecting the vampire bund, their survivability would only be ensured. He must make haste to his kind to tell the good news. After Franco left, Jiang Fei sighed heavily at how Franco reacted to his word. Jiang Fei had merely provided a route to safety, not safety itself. The mutants, church, and the lycanthropes would still take them down. It would be hard for them to move halfway across the world to reach China safely. That was why Jiang Fei had sighed. He did not have much hope for Franco and his bund to reach China safely. It was a bet. If the Holy Grail could be safely transported into China, the mutants would be slowed down. On the other hand, if the mutants got their hands on the Holy Grail, Jiang Fei would not be losing much either. To him, time was the most precious resource. Well, that was something else. Let's continue our search, said Jiang Fei as he held Ariel's tiny hands in his own and got on the giant sword before flying around again. Although Jiang Fei had been very diligent in finding Braveheart's parts, Lady Luck was perhaps with someone else that day as he failed to find anything in the next few hours. When night time came, Jiang Fei had Ariel and 0541 to stand on guard while he logged into the game. Since he had conquered Gold Water City, Jiang Fei had no reason to stay there anymore. He teleported back to the City of Sinners to finish the PvP battles and returned to Gold Water City after. By the time he returned, merfolk reinforcements had arrived and they were ready to strike hard. The Hammerhead army that Jiang Fei led was replenished with 40,000 extras, making his army expanding from 50,000 to 90,000 soldiers. His army's combat forces were almost doubled. The merfolk themselves participated in the war this time. Together, they attacked the Nada soldiers that kept on coming. Jiang Fei did not want to end the war too early and kept on providing them a means to retreat and replenish their morale and numbers. His reason was simple: he wanted to kill more Nada soldiers to further boost the ring. For the next few days, Jiang Fei searched for Braveheart's parts during the day and played the game at night. After so many nights, Jiang Fei had already killed more Nadas than the bowls of rice that he had ever eaten. The Holy Tear ring in his fingers gained an explosive attribute boost. Chapter 684, No Pain No Gain. A week passed in a blink of an eye and Jiang Fei gained a massive reward from the game and nothing in real life. Almost every luck that he had was spent on the game. That was probably the reason why he had not managed to find any parts of the ship these few days. "Captain, the first batch of interceptors had been completed," said 0541. It was already past noon during the day when 0541 reported some good news. "Nice. Box them up, the way the people in planet Namek do," said Jiang Fei. He did not want Han Tianyu to know anything about the Almighty Right. Hence, he planned to hand it to Han Tianyu, boxed and all, as if he had found it as part of the remains of the alien crash. "No problem. Captain, I have a suggestion for you. It has been some time now and your body had fully adjusted to the bio potion. It is high time for you to take the second bottle of bio potion," said 0541. "So soon?" Jiang Fei frowned. Even though having stronger powers was nice and all, the pain that he had to endure after drinking the potion was so much so that he had doubts of taking it now. "It is only a suggestion. It is completely up to you if you want to take it or not," said 0541. "Might as well. I will have to take it sooner or later," said Jiang Fei as he gave in to 0541's advice. The pain of growing stronger was a must. "No pain. No gain. Ariel, I need you to cast a protective barrier. I will be taking a special potion that will increase my strength. I will have to experience pain like no other after I take the potion. In no circumstances that you interfere with the process. I just need to ensure this on my own," said Jiang Fei as he held Ariel's hand close to his face. "Very well. I will make sure that not even a fly would disturb you," said Ariel. "Alrighty then. Let the pain begin," cried Jiang Fei as he uncorked the bottle. "Wait," cried Ariel as she rushed to his side, "what's wrong? Is there someone here? Are they lichens?" cried Jiang Fei. Ariel shook her head and planted a kiss on Jiang Fei's forehead. "Do your best." Ariel smiled. "Ah. Thanks. I needed that," said Jiang Fei as he drank the potion. Not 2 seconds after he had emptied the bottle, Jiang Fei dropped the bottle and started to writhe on the floor. Due to the intense pain, Jiang Fei twisted and turned on the floor whilst grunting loudly. The pain was so intense that he could not stop sweating. Ariel, who was standing by the side, could not help but try to help him. "No!" cried Jiang Fei when he noticed that Ariel was approaching him. "Don't help me!" Jiang Fei roared from the top of his lungs. But, please! Let me arghhh, it was as Jiang Fei feared. In all previous attempts at drinking the potion, there was no one but 0541 keeping him company. That was why 0541 had never warned Jiang Fei. However, this was the first time he had someone with him. Ariel was so worried that her heart ached so much whenever Jiang Fei rolled on the floor, screaming in agony. It hurt so much to see her beloved writhing in pain. There was even a point where she just wanted to make Jiang Fei pass out to let the pain drown away. Even though it was an act of mercy to spare Jiang Fei from the pain, it was because of the pain that allowed Jiang Fei to train himself. To train his willpower. With great power, one must have equivalent great willpower. Without it, one would not be able to control one's own power. Their mind would collapse. The best example of having one losing their mind was none other than Phoenix. It was a mysterious case. Phoenix was born due to the intense power given to Ginny through experimentation. Ginny did not have strong willpower to control the immense power that was inside her, and due to that, Phoenix was born unconsciously. As a result, when the power that was inside her had gone out of control, their mind collapsed, resulting in an empty shell. Jiang Fei was gaining power, the same way how Phoenix got hers. However, unlike Phoenix, Jiang Fei's method was methodologically given. A step-by-step process which allowed Jiang Fei to adjust to a new stage of power by enduring an immense amount of pain. Every time he wanted to reach the next stage, Jiang Fei would have to go through the pain. Through that pain, Jiang Fei was able to train his willpower, and that was the essence of one's true strength. If Ariel were to give in to her kindness and help Jiang Fei by making him unconscious, all of the work that 0541 had cultivated for so long would be wasted. That was why Jiang Fei had warned Ariel to not help him. Even though 0541 had informed Jiang Fei that the potion created from the flesh of the level 5 alien beast was divided equally, it was not the truth. The previous potion had only contained 40% of the total volume. The potion that Jiang Fei had just drunk was more than the previous one. It was only natural that he would have to suffer longer through more pain. However, more pain, more gain. The longer he had to suffer, the better he would feel. Do your best. I am here for you. Darling! Ariel cried as loud as she could. She wanted to encourage Jiang Fei as he suffers through the pain. It was the least she could do since Jiang Fei had warned her. Verbatim. While Jiang Fei was screaming in agony, Ariel continuously cried to encourage him. This went on for at least 8 hours. During the entire process, Jiang Fei's power was wreaking havoc. The power inside him changed elements rapidly. When metal power emerged out of the chaos, the slice mark appeared on the walls of the igloo as if something had just sliced them. When ice power emerged, the sweat that was all over Jiang Fei crystallized to form something like an ice armor. Even the air froze up and became snowflakes around Jiang Fei. At one point, the air around Jiang Fei completed turned into ice, forming a coffin-like box around Jiang Fei. When the power of fire emerged, the ice box around Jiang Fei instantly vaporized. This went on for a long time as other elements came into play. Darling! You must endure. You can do it. I believe you, cried Ariel. She had been at it for so long that her throat had started to bleed. Acknowledge. Arg. Cough. Jiang Fei finally stopped writhing in agony and stopped moving for a bit. Darling. Are you all right? Cried Ariel. Her voice had turned husky from screaming too long. Ugh. Yeah. I'm fine. I just need to catch my breath, said Jiang Fei as he lay completely on his back. Just rest. Rest all you want, said Ariel as her tears dropped from her cheeks. It was torturing for both Jiang Fei and Ariel. To be fair, Ariel was the one that had it worse. To see your loved one suffering, and yet there was nothing that you could do to help. An hour later, Jiang Fei had rested enough to get up from the floor, but not enough to stand on his own. He had to lean against the ice wall or he would fall to the ground. He took out some food and beverages from the ring. Even so, he was still too weak to chew. All he could do was to drink the isotonic drinks he had and rest longer. Ugh, even drinking water hurts, said Jiang Fei after he drank the entire 2L bottle of energy drink. There. No need to be angry at that. You've made it, said Ariel as she sat next to Jiang Fei and helped him with the bottle. Tired, Jiang Fei dropped and leaned onto Ariel's shoulder and slept. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei woke up and was able to stand on his 2 feet without wobbling like a drunkard. 0541, make preparations. We will stay for the night and return to China tomorrow morning, said Jiang Fei. It had been 10 days since he had started the search, and Jiang Fei had roughly scoured through the entire North Pole. After the first finding, Jiang Fei had lucked out on finding more ship parts. After delivering the interceptors to Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei would then proceed to the Bermuda Triangle to try his luck. Chapter 685, The Man I've Been Expecting. Jiang Fei rested for the entire time while talking and answering Ariel's many questions about the world. He rested until it was time to log into the game. At this point, the invasion of the merfolk into the Naga territory had almost reached its fruition. For the entire time, Jiang Fei had killed so many bosses that his ring had gained a huge boost of stats. Before jumping back into the war, Jiang Fei checked his character's profile. Player, Verger Glider, Race, Covet Nephilim, High Human, Level, 88, Class, Beginner God of Crafts, Health Points, 187,776, Mana Points, 21,110, Attack Power, 84,086, Strength, 2,956, Agility, 1,956, Intelligence, 211, Spirit, 100,213, Physical Defense, 14,751, Magic Defense, 6,425. At this point, the ring had boosted Jiang Fei's attack power to a staggering 84,000, 28,000 more than what he used to have. A significant boost that was considered almost cheating. The hammerhead soldiers that Jiang Fei was leading had killed no fewer than 100,000 enemies. However, a large portion of them were not Naga but random sea folk. Killing them would not be counted into the ring's boosting effect. The real number of Naga that was killed by Jiang Fei was only over 10,000. The merfolk's revenge ring boosted attribute was not limited to just attack power. Every time Jiang Fei killed a leader tier boss, the ring would gain 2 points of strength. Fortunately, the enemies had many leader tier bosses roaming around. Jiang Fei had killed almost over 600 of them in the span of the week and had gained over 1,200 points of strength. Coupled with the attack power boost, Jiang Fei's final attack power had reached over 80,000. Lord tier and Overlord tier bosses were much rarer than leader tier bosses. In total, Jiang Fei had killed only over 100 Lord tier boss and only 3 Overlord tier boss. Lord tier boss would grant vitality points, whilst Overlord tier boss would extend the ring's special transformation skill's duration. All in all, Jiang Fei had gained over 300 points of vitality and extended the transformation active time by 15 seconds. The war was clearly dominated by the merfolk, as the Nagas had retreated all the way back into their holy city. Even though Jiang Fei wanted to finish the war, he had a PvP match today that he could not miss. He had heard rumors that the player that he was going to be matched with was Free Will. Although he knew that the Cauldron of Intelligence would be wasted on a strength-based player like him, there was no way he could allow Free Will to continue holding the Cauldron, as he needed it to start the War of the Heavens. Without hesitation, Jiang Fei informed the Sea Emperor, Poseidon, that he had urgent matters to tend to. He took a teleportation circle back to the City of Sinners and let Poseidon lead the final charge into the Holy City. It was the decisive war that Poseidon had been waiting for thousands of years, ever since the day the Nagas came into the ocean. It was the day when the primordial moon god cursed the ancient elves into Naga, forcing the entire race to seek refuge underwater. As a result, the merfolk was directly affected by it. Having their territory taken from an unknown race without any negotiations was unacceptable for Poseidon. Today, he was finally able to reclaim his territory from the Naga and eliminate them from the face of the earth. It was both exciting and exhilarating for Poseidon, as he had been waiting for it. While Poseidon was leading his army for a final push, Jiang Fei was slowly making his way towards the battle arena just outside the City of Sinners. Today, Jiang Fei had 2 matches, all set to start before noon. The first match was easily won by Jiang Fei, as the opponent was literally cannon fodder to liven up the audience. However, the next opponent that was matched up was the one man that Jiang Fei had been expecting. Free Will. When the announcer finally introduced the 2 fighters, the crowd went wild, as some cheered for Jiang Fei and some cheered for Free Will. The moment Jiang Fei entered the battleground, the crowd jumped and cheered with excitement. He was already famous for many reasons, but today, the atmosphere in the arena was surprisingly exceptionally merry. On the other side of the arena was free will. Although Jiang Fei could not make it out, he could at least estimate that more than half of the audience was cheering for him. Even the ones that had cheered for Jiang Fei cheered for free will. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we will bear witness to a clash of the titans. On my left is a player that does not need an introduction. He is the man, the demon, the idol of the Shadow faction, the one that had stolen the heart of the Saint of the Light, the one that had dared to anger the god. I give you, Verger Glider, I love you, have my babies. Ha ha. I can see the excitement on the bench there as well, said the announcer as he waited for the audience to calm down before introducing free will. Ladies and gentlemen, on my right is another man that is well known to all. He is a player that had shared the same time record in this PvP competition. A man that could kill the enemy in one strike. No matter who he was fighting against, he would never lose a single drop of HP. He is the Magic Man, the legendary magician. He is free will. Jiang Fei immediately understood how free will never lost a single drop of health points. It was the cauldron of intelligence. 100,000 intelligence points would grant free will a total of 4 million mana points. With mana shield active, free will would be able to tank over 10 million damage before his mana was depleted. That was why he had never taken a single point of damage. With such an impregnable shield as well as powerful magic attack, any player would be instantly killed even with the weakest magic spell. Tank players might still have a chance to survive after the first strike but not the second. That was how free will got almost the same time record as Jiang Fei. In terms of one-hit killing ability, people might not have the luxury of having that skill. The treasure cauldron that he had was the cauldron of strength, which grants physical attacks. In the game, there were just too many ways to reduce physical type damage. Even though people had an overwhelming attack power, his attacks could be easily negated with block, evade, interception, damage reduction, and defense. Even so, it would be hard for someone to survive the match just by defending against his attack. Eventually, one would run out of skills to block his attacks and perish. This is going to be a match of the century. Who shall emerge victoriously? Would it be the man who had dared to challenge the gods? Or would it be the invulnerable man of magic? The audience was maddened with excitement when the announcer was continuously trying to motivate the crowd. Whatever he was doing a great job at it as Jiang Fei could not stand the deafening cheers from the arena. The question that lingered in everyone's mind, besides Jiang Fei, was the fact that how would Jiang Fei defeat free will when he had a powerful impregnable mana shield? Jiang Fei may have demonstrated his power by instantly his opponent with a single hit. However, he had never faced a player such as free will before in the arena. Jiang Fei had never shown any powerful skill before. How would Jiang Fei defeat the player with an impregnable mana shield and a magic attack that was overwhelmingly powerful? Just the man that I've been waiting for, said Jiang Fei as he smirked when he had received the system notification informing him about free will possessing one of the treasure cauldron. Concurrently, free will started to panic as he realized that his opponent had a treasure cauldron. Chapter 686, Confused. Not long after the announcer was done with his opening speech, a timer appeared in both Jiang Fei and free will's feed. Even though Jiang Fei had faced people prior to this, he was not as relaxed as before. Free will was on another level compared to people. He could not afford to lower his guard for even a split second when he was facing free will. The man could kill him. Right now, the only advantage that Jiang Fei had against free will was the level suppression system. Currently, Jiang Fei was level 88 while free will was only level 71. It was a difference of more than 15 levels. However, just when Jiang Fei thought he could relax a little, he flinched when he noticed that free will was not afraid. On the contrary, he was extremely confident. That made Jiang Fei extremely uneasy. Even though he feared that he might be killed by free will, Jiang Fei had no fear of killing him. He had chaos-type attacks which would ignore all defense, barrier, not any skills and effects that would negate or reduce damage. Free Will's magic attack was just too high for him to take head-on. The problem lies if Free Will had the same attack or skill that could ignore defense. Even though Jiang Fei had over 200,000 health points, taking a single hit from Free Will would be considered as an instant death. "Let the fight begin," cried the announcer when timer ticked down to 0. The magical cage that was held both Jiang Fei and Free Will unlocked and the two charged towards each other. "I should end this quick," said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei feared that Free Will might have something up his sleeves. If he did, it would be best for Jiang Fei to just charge at Free Will to have the preemptive strike. Battle form. Jiang Fei activated the transformation skill he had gained from becoming the Covet Nephilim. A black cloud emerged from the ground beneath him and engulfed him completely. Within half a second, he completely disappeared from the arena. Half a second later, Jiang Fei emerged out of the cloud with a whole new look that made the crowd went wild. Jiang Fei was completely clad in black-colored battle armor. Fluttering behind him was the Crimson Reaper cape. Unlike the previous demon morph skill, Jiang Fei did not grow horns. This time, the wings behind his back was wider, longer, and more menacing. His eyes did not share the same color this time. One had a deep red hue, while the other was green. Tattoos and marks appeared on his face that extended from his forehead down to his neck. "Oh my God! My ovaries are about to explode. He's so handsome, he's so cool. Please have my babies." This new look of his was greater and more devilish looking. Although his previous form was not seen by everyone, they had heard about it from others. Today, Jiang Fei's new look was different from what everyone had seen or heard. Everyone knew that if a player had a transformation skill in hand, it would be their pièce de resistance. Hence, when Jiang Fei used his trump card before they even clashed, it only meant one thing: the match would be quick and brutal. Shadow Clone. After transforming, Jiang Fei quickly activated Shadow Clone to create 3 doppelgangers. That way, if he was about to get hit by an attack from Free Will, he could instantly switch places with one of his clones. Free Will smirked and stopped running. Mirror image. Seeing that Jiang Fei made clones of himself, he decided to do the same. Instead of 3, Free Will made 6 clones. Oh! What a fight! Instead of a one-on-one fight, the two contestants have decided to turn it into a group fight, cried the announcer. While the audience continued to cheer deafeningly, Jiang Fei prepared himself to strike. Unholy Desire. Triple form. With a flick of his finger, all 3 of his clones, and Jiang Fei himself, was covered with a reddish flame, granting them a 300% attack power boost. Although the skill would burn away 10% of his mana points every second, Jiang Fei's 100,000 spirit points would instantly refresh Jiang Fei's mana pool back to 100%. It's killing time! Jiang Fei roared as he got into range with Free Will. He and all of his clones lifted the Heaven's Breaker Twilight bows in their hands and began to unleash a volley of arrows. Free Will's clones had reduced attack power and health points. They were not specifically meant for attack but as a means to cause confusion to the enemy. They were just a bunch of strawmen compared to Jiang Fei's shadow clones. Jiang Fei's attack power was over 80,000 and with Unholy Desire, it was reaching past 250,000. That was even before we accounted for Ruthless Barrage. All of Free Will's mirror images instantly turned into dust as soon as an arrow went through them. Jiang Fei's attack speed was so fast that he could fire 8 arrows per second. With 3 clones attacking together, a total of 32 arrows were released per second. It was literally a rain of arrows. Teleport. When the first mirror image was destroyed with a single arrow, Free Will immediately flashed away to get out of Jiang Fei's attack range. Ice Spear. While flashing away, Free Will casted an instant cast skill to attack. From the start, he was watching Jiang Fei's every move. Even though Jiang Fei had used shadow clones, he knew which was the real one. Jiang Fei scoffed as he instantly traded places with another shadow clone without Free Will noticing. Minus 214,786. Jiang Fei cringed a little when he saw the damage that Free Will had dealt. As expected, Free Will's magic attack power was too high that not even level suppression could reduce the damage done. His clones had 3 times the defense that Jiang Fei had. Not even that was enough to reduce the damage done. Jiang Fei's shadow clone was instantly reduced to nothing. Heh, you think you're the only one that could teleport? Jiang Fei noticed that Free Will was trying to increase the distance between them. It was the most cliché strategy to fight a melee fighter, yet it was also the most effective. Not unless the melee fighter did not have a teleportation skill as well. Sudden charge. Jiang Fei's skill applied not only to himself but to one of his clones. Together, they disappeared with a puff of smoke and reappeared again in the same manner right beside Free Will. What the hell dash? Free Will was thrown off guard. He had never thought that Jiang Fei could have a teleportation skill as well. In fact, his skill could move him for an even further distance than his. Unfortunately for Free Will, he had only just used his teleportation skill and had to rely on his 2 feet to outrun Jiang Fei and his shadow clone, Mana Shield. Free Will instantly activated Mana Shield, just in case if Jiang Fei was able to attack him. With a damage absorption capacity of over 10 million, Free Will thought that it would take a while for Jiang Fei to kill him. It would provide him a window of opportunity to retaliate. Boom! The shadow clone that Jiang Fei had with him exploded next to Free Will. There was the skill of sudden charge. The user would bring along one shadow clone and teleport next to a target and explode it next to the target, dealing damage 3 times the amount of health points on the shadow clone as chaos damage. Even though the total damage dealt by Jiang Fei's exploding shadow clone was no more than 600,000 damage, Free Will was killed instantly. Ding! A crisp, clear sound of metal dropping to the floor was heard, and Jiang Fei picked up the fallen cauldron of intelligence from the ground. What happened? Free Will roared as he revived back in the participants' lounge. He could not believe that Jiang Fei could have dealt more than 10 million damage in that instant. It had to be a mistake. Or so he thought, as well as all other audience in the arena. Jiang Fei's attack was of Chaos attribute, a type of element that ignored barrier and defense to directly attack a player's health points. It was also Jiang Fei's secret weapon to fight against a boss, alone. Chapter 687, To Tempt Fate, "I finally got it," said Jiang Fei to himself. The cauldrons were the only reason that he had decided to waste his time in the arena. "Can you please tell me how you defeated me?" said Free Will as he approached Jiang Fei after the match was over. He had lost the cauldron of intelligence. Without it, Free Will became a normal player with normal stats. No more impregnable mana shield and overwhelmingly power magic attack. That was why he had withdrawn from any further matches in the PvP competition. Even so, he was not being too moody about it. All he wanted to know was how Jiang Fei could kill him with a shield around him that could absorb up to 10 million damage. "Oh, I thought you would know about it. It's called the Chaos type attack attribute. You can look it up in the official site," said Jiang Fei. He then extended his hand. "It was a good fight. However, I doubt that we will ever meet again in the arena," said Jiang Fei. Free Will was stunned. However, he nodded, smiled back, and reached his own hand to shake Jiang Fei's. "Yeah. It was a good fight. It was a pleasure to finally meet the legendary Verger Glider," said Free Will. Before Jiang Fei could walk away, Free Will suddenly shouted, "WTF? Ignores defense and barrier effects," he cried loudly before giving a thumbs up to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei snickered and gave him one back before leaving him alone. "You win. I've lost all hope in continuing this PvP competition," said Free Will as Jiang Fei left. He understood that without the cauldron of intelligence, he would be an average Joe. Someone in the audience seats overheard the conversation between Jiang Fei and Free Will and decided to check the information about Chaos attack. At that moment, "Since when did the game have such a broken attack attribute? What's that now? It's Chaos. Chaos type attack attribute. It's on the official site. Whoa! What on earth is this?" News about discovering a new attack element spread amongst the audience and then the entire gaming community like wildfire. In fact, Through the same categorization, many players also discovered other types of elements including holy, destructive, natural elements, and others. It did not take long for even the professional players to know about the new attack elements. For them, it was as if they had just discovered fire. Having special attack attributes would ultimately help them in fights, be it PvP or PvE. Players such as People Not People were shocked to discover such a stat. Before the discovery, he would not have a single chance to win against players like Free Will. Having a shield that could absorb 10 million damage was crazy. Besides bugged players like Free Will, other players with classes that granted skills like invulnerability would be dangerous for players that own cauldrons. For example, when People Not People still had the Cauldron of Strength, he might be a powerful physical attack, but he would have a defense on par with anyone else. His opponent could simply activate skills to negate all attacks for several seconds, just enough to kill him easily. To turn the tables around, all they had to do was to get their hands on an attack attribute that could ignore damage mitigation skills. However, it would be extremely hard for any random player to get special attack attribute since more than half of it came from having special classes or even special race. Even so, it was not impossible. All it would take was hard work and some intelligence. After leading the arena, Jiang Fei planned to return to the sea to kill more Naga and end the war along with Poseidon. However, it all changed when someone unexpected showed up. "Verger Glider, I need you to come with me. My father wants to have a talk with you," said the elder prince, Otis. "Very well," said Jiang Fei. If Otis himself was there to pick him up, it must be something incredibly urgent. To save time, and Jiang Fei was being lazy but he just did not want to admit it, Jiang Fei opened the abyssal gate and moved straight up to the 10th floor of the abyss. "Brother, what does father want with my master?" said Akatsiris. Even though Akatsiris was considered an outcast by the Nephilim, she and Otis shared a bond that was almost the same as Isabella. "I'm not too sure myself, little sister. However, if I were to guess, it has to do with the Light faction," said Otis as she patted Akatsiris on her head. "I see. So that means," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Right at that moment, the Nagas were almost defeated by the merfolk. It was only a matter of time. By the time the Sea Emperor had finished the war and aligned with the Shadow faction, he would work with the Nephilim Jing to take down the Light faction. Jiang Fei smiled because he would finally have his revenge for the death of Isabella and Ariel. After walking for a little bit, the three of them entered the royal chamber and met with the king. This time, everything about the royal chamber was grand and official. There were many demons and nobles were in the hall as Jiang Fei entered. Your Highness, both Jiang Fei and Akatsiris bowed to the king. "No need for such formality. Verger Glider, do you know why I summoned you here?" said the king as he had failed to hide his smirk. It looked like something joyous had happened. "Your Highness?" "I'm afraid this one was not informed," said Jiang Fei. Although he had Nephilim blood flowing in his veins, officially, he was no longer a pure-blooded Nephilim. However, since he was given Akatsiris, he was still somewhat related to the royal Nephilim. "Ha! Just so you know, your plans have worked brilliantly. Members of the Light faction are now at war with the Draconian," cried the king. "At war?" "Your Highness," said Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei's plan went right, the Light faction and the Draconians would surely be hostile to each other, but not to the point where they would wage war with one another. "Ha! It is what they had got to tempt fate itself." The king laughed before he explained the situation. The Light faction had obtained information and verified that it was indeed one of the dragons that had infiltrated and raided the tomb of the Pope. Once the information was treated as truth, members of the Light faction went ahead and started blaming the dragons. Naturally, because he had done it, the dragon god refused to make an appearance. While it was the truth, the divine light god could not possibly be at every meeting. Hence, he had instructed several archbishops to stand in his stead. It was a daily routine where the archbishops would leave their followers to curse the dragons and spread negative words about them. Naturally, a few of the younger dragons with bad temper showed up a few days later to return the favor. In no time at all, quarrels escalated into brawls. When both sides sustained greater injuries, the fight escalated into a big one. Even so, there was no death, until the illegitimate son of the dragon decided to appear. As he was curious about the fight, the son of the dragon god had wanted to only spectate. Unfortunately, a stray spell hit him, killing the poor little kind that was no stronger than an intermediate lord tier. An attack from a high overlord boss would surely be fatal to such a little boy. In the end, the dragons had traced the spell to a follower of the archbishop. When the dragons present at the scene witnessed the death of the son of the dragon god, they could not and did not hold back anymore. Word spread out fast and many other dragons had joined the fight and it escalated once more. That was when the war began. The first few to fall were the ones that had participated in the fight that led to the death of the dragon god's son. The Draconians fought the Light faction in the name of revenge. The Light faction fought the dragon was in the name of justice for raiding the tomb of the Pope. Chapter 688, Only Level 5 can defeat me. Your Highness, I still do not understand the reason you have summoned me, said Jiang Fei. I'm about to get there. Tell me, are the merfolks ready to assist us? Said the king. Soon, Your Highness. The merfolks had invaded the borders of the holy city. I can only assume it would take another 1 or 2 days, said Jiang Fei. Granted. From here on out, there's no need for you to help the merfolk anymore. I need you in the Demon Flame Fortress. I have Ivan ready with his army, said King Augustus. Isn't it too soon for war? Said Jiang Fei. Not yet. Go there, Ivan might need your help, said Augustus. Ding! Nephilim King Augustus has a story quest for you, Horns of War. Will you accept it? Jiang Fei knew immediately that he would not be able to deny the quest since it was a story quest. Then again, since where did Jiang Fei ever deny a quest? Following through a story quest would reward Jiang Fei with luxurious items. On the other hand, failing the quest, or refusing it would result in dire consequences. Very well, said Jiang Fei. Ding! Quest updated. Quest name, Horns of War. Quest objective, King Augustus wants you to report to Marshal Ivan. Quest reward, 100,000 experience points, 2 gold coins. The first quest of the linear quest line was just a meet and greet. What would come after the first few quests should be tougher and better. After accepting the quest, Jiang Fei remained with the Nephilim King to talk about the war and his future decisions. It was nothing much but an attempt to build a better relationship between the king and him. It was always better to have someone on the high table to pull strings. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, the real reason why Augustus had called for Jiang Fei at such a short notice was the fear of Poseidon reeling him over to the merfolk side. Jiang Fei left the royal chambers, but before he could leave, the elder prince, Otis, came over to talk with Akatsiris. His real motive was similar to Augustus. He wanted to befriend Jiang Fei. At this point, Jiang Fei had noticed that since the day Oeyezi declared Jiang Fei as his one true successor, more NPCs from the Nephilim race had paid attention to him. After Otis was done talking with Jiang Fei and Akatsiris, Jiang Fei made his way back to the Demon Flame Fortress. Right then, he realized that he had just wasted the rest of the day in the Nephilim King's palace. After Jiang Fei was out of the game, he realized that Ariel was on top of him, resting her head on his chest. At first, Jiang Fei wanted to remain still to allow Ariel to sleep a little more, but incidentally, he noticed Ariel's nose and eyelids moving. Even her hands and feet were fidgeting as if she was happy, much like a happy little puppy. Jiang Fei realized that Ariel was not asleep, she was just pretending to be in order to spend more time making intimate physical contact with him. A naughty thought came to his mind and he lifted the girl up and smacked her bum. Piak! Oee! Darling! You meanie! Is that your way of waking up a lady? Cried Ariel as she giggled and buried her head into Jiang Fei's chest. Heh. Next time, if you want to cuddle, just tell me directly, said Jiang Fei. Now, let's go home. Where is that? Said Ariel. China, said Jiang Fei as he helped Ariel back to her feet. After sleeping for the entire night, Jiang Fei woke up fresh and revitalized. 0541, what is my current power level, Captain? Your power level is currently at the pinnacle stage of level 4. Once you have mastered your energy control and are fully capable of applying it in combat, you would be able to break past level 5. However, it is estimated that you would have a 99.99% chance of losing and a 98% chance of dying in a fight with a level 5 metahuman. On the bright side, you would have a 100% chance of winning a fight with anyone below the power level of 5, haha. You don't have to say it like that. Wait. Did you say I can defeat anyone that is not a level 5 metahuman? Said Jiang Fei with both eyes open wide. That is correct, said 0541. That's awesome. Jiang Fei jumped with happiness. It had been 6 months since he picked up the silver ring and stepped into the realm of metahumans. He was able to morph himself from a regular human being into a powerful fighter. No one on Earth, not even in the metahuman society, had heard of such a speedy growth. So, when can I get the next potion? Said Jiang Fei. Although he had not mastered the new power in him, he was already planning for the next stage of progress. Captain, try learning to crawl before attempting to fly. Level 5 is not something that anyone could just have. Even though we have that sleeping pig in the volcano, we need more than just level 5 flesh to make potions, said 0541. What else do we need? Wait, I already know the answer. Power, said 0541, even though Jiang Fei had said he knew the answer. Sheesh. It's always that. Until the day he could find the main engine room of Braveheart, he would never get bored of hearing the word power from 0541. He knew that finding the main engine room would take more than just luck now. Even though there were still places left untouched, only God knew whether he would be able to find it. Jiang Fei removed the igloo that he had made and destroyed it with a simple punch to the side. He then took out the giant sword. Before he could start flying, Ariel hopped on and hugged Jiang Fei from behind. The girl could fly on her own, but since the chance of hugging Jiang Fei was just laying right there, Ariel took it and regretted nothing. Around 8 hours later, Jiang Fei entered China's water. He landed close to an unknown unpopulated beach and had 0541 prepare the interceptors in boxes fashioned in Planet Namek style. After all the boxes were prepared and ready, Jiang Fei called Han Tianyu. Where on earth have you been? I've been trying to contact you for so many days, cried Han Tianyu as soon as the call connected. Calm down. I'm at my master's training place. What happened? Said Jiang Fei fearfully. The thought of the mutants initiating a war crossed his mind. Oh. Nothing much really. Nothing really important. Oh, by the way, a group of vampires from Europe have appeared in China asking for refuge from the Alliance. They mentioned your name. That's the reason why I had been trying to reach you. Well, since you're unreachable, I had them placed in a temporary hidden shelter with high security. No one goes in or out. That kind of place, if you know what I mean, said Han Tianyu. Crap! I forgot about them, cried Jiang Fei. Vampires had appeared out of nowhere and without notice, claiming that Jiang Fei had asked them to go to the Alliance. Since Jiang Fei could not be reached, the Alliance had naturally placed all of them into prison cells prepared especially for them. From the vampires' point of view, they had unknowingly become prisoners of the Alliance. However, to show their sincerity, they cooperated willingly. No one fought back even though they were treated harshly. Not a single vampire had tried to escape. This was the result of being in conflict with the mutants. The Alliance had feared that the vampires were merely a method of infiltration. While being treated as prisoners was tough, the vampires did not think of it that way. Being isolated in a remote place, fed and protected by guards that patrolled 24 hours, to them, it was the best place to be since they were hunted by the Lycans. They would not even want to leave the prison even if they were asked to do so. Chapter 689, You are from Earth, right? Ah yes, I can vouch for those vampires. I have indeed told them to go to China to ask for help from the Alliance. More importantly, I need you to send someone to get me. I have a present here that I'm sure that you would like. Sure thing. I'll fly over myself. Which do you prefer? Helicopter or a fighter jet? Asked Han Tianyu. Neither. I have too many things here for you. Get something big. Like an aircraft carrier. Make sure that the ship has nothing on it. You're gonna have to load up a lot of stuff, said Jiang Fei. Slow down there. What did you get me? Said Han Tianyu, surprised. Judging from his tone, Han Tianyu knew that Jiang Fei was not kidding when he said a lot of stuff. Just get a large ship. You would need to be here as well. Oh, okay, said Han Tianyu before hanging up the phone. While waiting, I could train my body to get used to the new power, said Jiang Fei to himself. Having to sortie an aircraft carrier would take much longer than flying a helicopter. It would take hours before Han Tianyu could reach Jiang Fei. Now that he had the time, Jiang Fei started to train by himself. In that unpopulated beach, Jiang Fei made sure to have 0541 warn him about incoming enemies from at least 50 kilometers away, while Ariel would try her best to detect incoming enemies from at least 100 kilometers. As he had reached the power level of the pinnacle stage of level 4, Jiang Fei's ability to control origin power got easier and faster. His martial skills had also increased in potency as well as its destructive power. As he trained more, Jiang Fei's body reached the point where it could continuously recover energy even while using it. Jiang Fei trained more and more to deplete his energy in order to allow for more energy to recover. Before he knew it, his body had gotten used to the influx of energy flowing and coursing all around it and got stronger. Although getting used to the new energy in his body was important, it was more vital to have his body ready for the next level of an upgrade. While Jiang Fei was busy training on the remote beach, Han Tianyu got himself busy preparing an aircraft carrier. First, there was the registering of crew members to operate the ship. Once that was secured, he had to make sure he had clearance from the government to cruise in China's water. After that was settled, he had to move all the fighter jets that were on the aircraft carrier to make space for whatever Jiang Fei had gotten him. All of that took time. Even starting the ship was long, less mention the cruising speed. It was almost sunset when Jiang Fei finally saw the silhouette of Han Tianyu's ship coming from the corner of the sea. However, since the aircraft carrier could not sail in shallow waters, Han Tianyu arrived at the island with a helicopter. Fei! Han Tianyu waved his hands to announce his arrival. As soon as Han Tianyu got down the helicopter, Jiang Fei dragged him off excitingly. Come, let's see the presents I got you. Where's the fire? Why the rush? It's not like I'm rushing for something else, said Han Tianyu. Hello, said Ariel with a polite bow. Hi. Who is this lady? Said Han Tianyu. Ah. This is Ariel. She and I share the same master, said Jiang Fei before he turned to Ariel and said, Ariel, this is my brother, Han Tianyu. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. My darling spoke of you, said Ariel. Even though Ariel was a level 5 metahuman, she was still polite and friendly, unlike the late Phoenix who was always cold and unfriendly to anyone besides Jiang Fei. Nice one, brother. I'd never known you had it in you, Han Tianyu whispered to Jiang Fei and gave him a hard pat on the back. It was his genuine thought. Since the day Han Tianyu had met Jiang Fei, Han Tianyu had always thought that Jiang Fei was a shut-in that would never get along with girls. When Ariel had addressed Jiang Fei as darling, Han Tianyu was both shocked and happy for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei cringed hard when Ariel had called him darling. He had completely forgotten to tell her to change her demeanor. Is she a martial artist? Han Tianyu asked as he nodded in a way that said, I won't tell anyone. Now, spill the beans, HM. If I were to put a finger on it, she is a metahuman but not a martial artist, said Jiang Fei. At that moment, he had a sudden realization. See tying. It would be troubling if he brought Ariel back to his house in Manda Square. He had yet to figure out how would he live with Isabella after he had revived her. Oh, I see, said Han Tianyu with a simple nod. He stopped asking any more questions then. The thought in his mind right then was the presence that Jiang Fei had told him about. He did not want to bother Jiang Fei too much. If Jiang Fei wanted to share that information, it would be entirely up to him to do so. Han Tianyu respected Jiang Fei's privacy. Although Han Tianyu was the weakest one on that beach, he was still a level 2 martial artist. Running at wind speed was nothing but child's play for him. All three of them proceeded to the place where Jiang Fei had kept the boxes. Aren't these alien artifacts? Han Tianyu cried loudly as he saw the alien design of the boxes that were keeping the interceptors. Oh! You do know about them, said Jiang Fei. PSSSSHHH. Vapors split out of the box like those Hollywood effects whenever a spaceship door opened. To call it a box would be a severe understatement. Jiang Fei had only called it a box as it was a square-shaped container that stored items. Like the ones he used at home to store his novels and sh*ts. The actual box was actually a metal container that was at least as big as a house, probably larger than a house. Are these fighter jets? Are these weapons as well? What are those? Oh my god. How on earth did you get these? Han Tianyu blabbered on as he could not calm down. The Manda group had one part of Braveheart in their possession, but it was only an entertainment lounge. That was why Jiang Fei had let Han Tianyu keep it. Even so, the entertainment lounge had information about Planet Namek's weaponry and their technology. That was why Han Tianyu could recognize the weapons that were displayed to him. Han Tianyu knew the nature of the weapons in the container. It was only unfortunate that the engineers deciphering alien technology in Manda Group were still underperforming. Reverse engineering something from another planet was not an easy task, yet the engineers were still able to make do with a few parts of the fighter jet, which was replicated and applied to Earth's technology. That allowed Han Tianyu's company to manufacture weapons that were a few decades ahead of the world but not America. And yet today, on that beach, Jiang Fei showed up with containers filled with fighter jets that were what Han Tianyu had strived to manufacture. If he were able to bring these back to the lab, his engineers would be able to study it further. "See, can I go inside and have a look?" said Han Tianyu, excited like a kid asking permission from his dad to play in the amusement park. "Sure. You can do more than that. These are the presents that I mentioned about giving to you, F***ck yeah. Don't mind if I help myself." Han Tianyu entered one of the interceptors with the cockpit hatch opened. Han Tianyu gasped as he felt odd as he entered the cockpit. Unlike the ones he had seen from the information he obtained from the alien entertainment lounge, the cockpit that he was in was made exactly to look like an Earth's fighter jet. At this point, it was obvious that the alien craft was modified. The original control panel was not human-friendly. It had many buttons and controlling mechanisms that required multiple simultaneous inputs, as if the original pilot needed to have multiple hands. Based on that information, they knew that the alien had multiple limbs to be able to control the craft efficiently. Who on Earth is capable of understanding such complex alien technology? Who could reverse engineer this aircraft and even made modifications to combine it with Earth's technology, said Han Tianyu to himself. After a while, Han Tianyu came out of the craft and walked towards Jiang Fei with haste. He then held Jiang Fei tightly and said, "Brother Jiang Fei, do you still see me as your brother? Sheesh, what's with you? Answer me, yeah. You're my brother." Now and always, Jiang Fei started to panic. "All right. Now, as your brother, I'm going to ask you a question. You must answer my question honestly." "Okay, all right, here goes. Are you even from Earth?" Han Tianyu was scared to the bottom of his heart. He was scared to hear the answer that he had wished to never hear. Like other sensible humans, Han Tianyu was afraid of death. In fact, he would do anything to stay alive. However, at this point, he needed to know the truth. If Jiang Fei was indeed an alien, he would have to be afraid of the fact that Jiang Fei was not human and did not share the same values of humanity. He was afraid that Jiang Fei might even kill him for knowing the truth. Chapter 690, Destroying a Treasure. What the F***ck are you talking about? I am human. I have a mother and a father. I eat, I sleep, I play games. What more can I say? Said Jiang Fei. What about your master? Is he an alien? Han Tianyu shook Jiang Fei violently. Of course. He is the same as I am. Only stronger, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes. Zhuge Shanjin was just a product of his imagination. Technically speaking, he was neither human nor alien. Are you telling me the truth? Said Han Tianyu as he shook Jiang Fei once more. Sheesh. Why would I lie to you? It's not like I can get something in return, said Jiang Fei as he rolled his eyes again. After hearing Jiang Fei's answer, Han Tianyu got closer to his face, to the point where his own nose was about to touch Jiang Fei's. All he could get from Jiang Fei was an annoyed face that was telling the truth. If you don't mind, get your hands and face off me. I don't swing it that way. I like girls, with boobs and all. Not dicks, said Jiang Fei before shoving him away. Han Tianyu was pushed off like a piece of paper and dropped to the ground with his knees buried on the sandy beach. He was in shock. He had genuinely thought that Jiang Fei was an alien that was sent to Earth to spy on humanity. He had even thought that if he went too far, Jiang Fei would kill him to silence him. Jiang Fei and Ariel exchanged a look. Jiang Fei then walked up to Han Tianyu, who was kneeling motionless with a blank expression on his face. He squatted down and casually slapped his face. Not too hard, but just enough to snap him back to reality. Did you do something? Are you high on drugs? Is it too much or too little? Jiang Fei joked before extending his hand to help Han Tianyu up to his feet. Ariel walked closer to Jiang Fei and whispered, he is in a state of shock. I'm not sure what he is thinking, but I can tell that he was genuinely scared for a moment there. Han Tianyu woke up from the delusion and accepted Jiang Fei's hand, pulling himself up. Man. I was so scared that I could have peed myself there, said Han Tianyu as he frantically checked his pants for pee stains. Scared? What the hell would a person like you scared of? Ex-girlfriends that you had cheated with, said Jiang Fei. What is really going on with you, said Jiang Fei as he gently slapped Han Tianyu at his side of his arm. Seeing you behaving like an immature brat. I'm all right now. Han Tianyu chuckled by himself. Immature brat? I take it that you don't want the present that I gave you? Guess what? I'm going to give it to the Zhang family. Perhaps they would see me as a mature man, said Jiang Fei jokingly. Wha? Please don't. I'm only joking. Jiang Fei was stunned at Han Tianyu's reaction. He had thought that remodeling the interceptors to be more human LY would be a great idea to help Han Tianyu. How would he know that the changes he had made in the cockpit would freak out Han Tianyu that much? Jiang Fei had only done so to help China to defend itself. If he had not changed the controls, Han Tianyu would have to spend a lot of time trying to reverse engineer it to understand the controls and even more time to modify it. Who knew how long it would take for him to do so? By the time he did, mutants and the Americans might have attacked China. Jiang Fei sighed heavily and walked up to Han Tianyu. I think I understand how you feel, but I am a citizen of China. I would not do anything to betray the nation's interest, said Jiang Fei. Yeah. I believe you, said Han Tianyu as he nodded. To be fair, Han Tianyu had known Jiang Fei for some time and saw how he made progress on his own. To be honest, he did not believe that Jiang Fei was an alien, but the internals of the cockpit had made a good scare out of him. Oh yeah. Remember to apply some changes to the appearance of these weapons. Save the others from being scared like how you did, said Jiang Fei. Sure. Can you tell me who did the modifications in the first place, said Han Tianyu. Well. Okay, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not want to reveal his secrets but decided to come up with something else. Thanks, said Han Tianyu earnestly. If he could tell Han Tianyu his secrets, it would mean that Jiang Fei was really a friend. Actually, I have found an alien's weapon factory. So, that's that. It was not entirely true, but it was still the truth. He did have the weapon factory, but it was a part of something bigger. Jiang Fei had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. A factory? An actual alien factory? Can it really make weapons? Han Tianyu asked. Of course. Did you see these weapons? They are all fresh out from the factory, said Jiang Fei with a proud smile. *T. Han Tianyu shouted. He then grabbed Jiang Fei once more and started blabbering. 200 fighter jets. I want aircraft carriers. I want battlecruisers. Oh! I want. Jiang Fei stared at Han Tianyu for so long, but he did not show any signs of stopping. He nudged Han Tianyu before screaming at him. Yo! You want this and that. Who's going to make it for you, huh? Jiang Fei had considered himself extremely generous for giving him 30 interceptors. Who knew that the man would be so greedy to the point where he had actually listed out all the weapons that he saw in the entertainment lounge? Whoops! Sorry. But, didn't you say you had the factory? Come on, make me some, said Han Tianyu before apologizing for his sudden outburst. Oh, sure thing. With everything I have, I can make you a cup noodle, said Jiang Fei before rolling his eyes. Is it about materials? Do not worry about that. This brother can provide with any materials you want, said Han Tianyu with a thumbs up and a wink. It's not about materials. It's power, said Jiang Fei. Power? You mean electricity? A power source? Not exactly. See, the factory and the weapons itself runs on some form of alien energy. I doubt that you have them since I have already used up all the energy crystals in the factory to make these, said Jiang Fei as he lied. Energy crystals? What is that? It's something like a crystal. A transparent. Jiang Fei proceeded to explain the nature of the energy crystal to Han Tianyu. Oh! So those things are energy crystal, cried Han Tianyu as if he had made a grave mistake. Ho! So you do have them. How many have you got? Said Jiang Fei as he understood the expression Han Tianyu was making. It was a surprise since Jiang Fei was spending way too much time searching for it. I do have some. Actually, when we first found it, we thought that it was nothing important. We could not figure out the function of it and treated it as a building material. Building material? What did you do? What did you do? Jiang Fei cried out loud from the top of his lungs. If he had destroyed it to make something else, it would be akin to destroying a treasure. How many do you have? Said Jiang Fei. Around 1,000 of those things, said Han Tianyu quietly. 1,000! Jiang Fei was stunned. He could almost faint as Han Tianyu's lucky discovery. Before he could faint, he snapped back to reality and quickly asked the follow-up question. So, what did you do with it? Well, its structural integrity was so strong that we had thought that it was suited to be building blocks. So, I used it to make tempered glass and interrogation rooms, said Han Tianyu before shrinking away with shame. In the Alliance, there was bound to be criminals that the Alliance members had caught. These criminals and wrongdoers would be imprisoned in strong cells that were made to be extra sturdy. The energy crystals that Han Tianyu had was used to build those cells. Hey, brother you, said Jiang Fei softly with a blank expression. Why yes, *CKU very much. Han Tianyu could only bow to apologies. He then had an idea. What if I reclaim those energy crystals and give it all to you? What sort of weapons can you make? Said Han Tianyu. How many? With 1,000 energy crystal, I can easily make 30 fighter jets, 1 submarine, 1 battlecruiser, and 1 helicarrier, said Jiang Fei after he had factored in how he was going to take some for himself. If Han Tianyu were to give him 1,000 energy crystals, Jiang Fei would only need to spend a little over 200 energy crystals to make those weapons that Jiang Fei had listed. Jiang Fei could then pocket the rest of the 800 energy crystals for himself. Chapter 691, The Inevitable. That's sorted then. I will break down the walls once I get back. Han Tianyu's eyes glistened. He did not care if Jiang Fei had made a loss in the trade. All he cared about was acquiring the weapons before him. The super weapons from planet Namek had an absolute advantage over Earth's weapons. As long as Jiang Fei could produce these battle equipment for Han Tianyu, Han Tianyu was confident that they could wipe out both the major rice-exporting country as well as the European armies. Of course, Han Tianyu was only responsible for the technological warfare. He would not take charge of the battle between metahumans. After all, Han Tianyu was only a level 2 martial artist. He could not control the metahumans' affairs even if he wanted to. What are these? Although Han Tianyu was familiar with the battle aircraft and the defense cannons, he was unsure of the other weapons in the chest. He had never seen such items in the alien gaming console. It's a fission suppressor. Not only can it suppress nuclear fission, it can also suppress nuclear fusion. With that around, nuclear weapons in the surrounding area would not function. Jiang Fei explained. That's great. This is exactly what we need. Han Tianyu's eyes widened. He had received intel long ago that the major rice-exporting country had developed a similar kind of weapon setup. However, as the cost of creating it was too high, they could only set it up in the main city. Even so, that gave the major rice-exporting country the ability to initiate a nuclear war. With the appearance of such a weapon setup, the major rice-exporting country began to target China. Now that China also had such a weapon setup, the one-sided advantage of the major rice-exporting country was demolished. Moreover, the nuclear weapons which both parties possessed were no longer of value. If a real war were to happen, Han Tianyu, who had acquired Planet Namex's military weapons, did not even look at the major rice-exporting country as a threat. Hee, we will be able to blast the major rice-exporting country soon. Jiang Fei laughed. That doesn't really matter, Han Tianyu shook his head. Perhaps Jiang Fei did not know that the major rice-exporting country had a similar weapon. Moreover, as a non-militant, Jiang Fei did not know the true dangers of a nuclear bomb. He only thought it might be fun to attack his enemies with a nuclear bomb. However, Han Tianyu was a military merchant who knew very well that a nuclear weapon should be avoided at all costs. The weapon had very high radioactivity which could affect multiple generations. Not only would the damaged land become useless, the act of using a nuclear bomb itself was also inhumane. After everything had been arranged, Jiang Fei brought Ariel along as he joined Han Tianyu in boarding the aircraft carrier a short distance away from the small island. At the same time, Han Tianyu started coordinating the heavy-duty helicopters to start transporting the gifts from Jiang Fei. As Planet Namex equipment were mostly block models, they were not too difficult to transport after being deconstructed. Therefore, after a few hours, the equipment Jiang Fei had created for Han Tianyu were successfully loaded onto the aircraft carrier. Where will you go next? Han Tianyu asked Jiang Fei. I'll return home, Jiang Fei said after a moment. Jiang Fei had been away for a very long time. It was only appropriate for him to return home so his parents could see that he was fine. All right. I will get a plane for you. Han Tianyu nodded. Husband, are we going to see your parents? After seeing that Han Tianyu had walked away, Ariel asked Jiang Fei softly. She blushed like any daughter-in-law would when meeting her parents-in-law for the first time. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. However, Jiang Fei was feeling conflicted as he did not know how to explain who Ariel was to see tying. Moreover, he could not abandon Ariel who knew no one else but Jiang Fei in this world. Jiang Fei had always been indecisive when it came to expressing his feelings. Otherwise, he would not have attracted so many ladies. Regardless of whether it was in reality or in the game, Jiang Fei never knew how to reject others, especially the girls who had truly fallen for him. Hey! I'll think about it then. Everything will work out in the end. Jiang Fei finally decided to delay the inevitable, as he always did. Han Tianyu was very efficient. Within half an hour, Jiang Fei and Ariel had boarded a plane and took off from the aircraft carrier. After approximately 2 hours, Jiang Fei and Ariel landed at a military airport near the city Jiang Fei's parents lived in. Follow me, both of you. The person in charge of arranging transport to send Jiang Fei and Ariel home called out after they had landed. This time, Han Tianyu did not return with Jiang Fei as he had other matters to attend to. Han Tianyu had already obtained the first batch of equipment Jiang Fei supplied him with. Firstly, he needed to coordinate manpower to distribute the fission suppressors to important locations so that they cover all areas within China's borders. Secondly, Han Tianyu also had to coordinate the installation of the defense cannons at the borders of China. Once that was done, aircrafts and guided missiles from their enemies would not be able to enter China's airspace. Apart from coordinating these equipment setup, Han Tianyu also had to relocate nuclear energy from the Jiang family to power these equipment. He would also have to get someone to protect these important setup to prevent spies or special forces from destroying them. Finally, Han Tianyu also had to select the best pilots to be trained to operate the new battle aircrafts. Although the battle aircrafts from planet Namek had been enhanced with China's cabin, there were still various functions which required the pilot's familiarity to be fully effective in battle. Moreover, Han Tianyu needed to report related information to leaders of the country in the capital city. Although he had ties to the government and the military, and also a lot of special powers in the government, Han Tianyu was only a military merchant and not an actual military commander. Therefore, the final decisions in warfare still had to come from his superiors. While Han Tianyu kept himself occupied, Jiang Fei finally returned home. As he stood before Manda Square, Jiang Fei pondered about what to do once he met Si Tang as he hesitated on entering the house. However, the inevitable finally came. Just as Jiang Fei was hesitant about entering his house, someone shouted excitedly from behind him, B*****. You have finally come home, ah. Jiang Fei was surprised. As he turned around, a gentle and demure figure jumped into his embrace. The person who jumped into Jiang Fei's embrace was none other than Si Tang. While Jiang Fei was away, Si Tang would always accompany Jiang Fei's mother at home. She had planned to do the same today. However, before Si Tang had even entered Manda Square, she saw a familiar figure. Husband, is she your girlfriend in this world? She's very beautiful. As Ariel had gotten used to Jiang Fei being surrounded by beautiful women, on top of her being accustomed to polyamory, she did not care about Si Tang's existence. **T. After hearing Ariel calling him her husband, Jiang Fei suddenly felt his knees turning weak. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Clearly, Si Tang had also heard what Ariel had called him. Chapter 692, Power of Love, Ah Fei. Who is she? Si Tang pushed Jiang Fei away angrily as she pointed at Ariel. Jiang Fei was flabbergasted. As Si Tang did not know about the metahuman, not only could Jiang Fei not tell her about Ariel's true origins, he also could not use the excuse of saying that Ariel was his junior. Husband, is she Si Tang? She is very pretty. Ariel walked toward them. Who are you? Si Tang was clearly hostile toward Ariel. Husband, go on home. We'll catch up after a few words. Ariel gave Jiang Fei a reassuring look. Don't bully her, Jiang Fei called out. After all, Ariel was more than capable of brainwashing Si Tang, who was only a normal human being with her soul energy. However, Jiang Fei did not want Si Tang to get hurt. Don't worry. I won't. Ariel laughed. What do you mean by bullying me? Do you think I am afraid of her? I am an expert in combat. Seeing how Jiang Fei and Ariel were sharing glances, Si Tang became even more infuriated. Unfortunately, she had no idea that her skills in combat were no match for Ariel, who was a level 5 metahuman. With Ariel's promise, Jiang Fei decided to escape the heat by running back home. On one hand, he was eager to see his parents. On the other hand, he also acknowledged that he was not skilled in handling multiple women. Moreover, Jiang Fei had a good understanding of Ariel's capabilities. Ariel was even able to convince Isabella when they had met previously. Therefore, doing the same to Si Tang would not be an issue at all. I'm glad I had decided to revive Ariel first. Jiang Fei thought on the way up the building. He was glad that he had not revived Isabella first, as she would definitely have gotten into a fight with Si Tang immediately. After returning home, Jiang Fei got the shock of his life. Shang Guanqi was actually cooking with his mother. In fact, she was smiling from ear to ear and she looked completely different from the cold-hearted killing machine Jiang Fei had known previously. "Mother, I'm home," Jiang Fei called out softly. "Ah!" His mother was first stunned. She only recollected herself after she had turned around and stared at Jiang Fei for a whole minute. Clang, the spatula in her hand fell to the ground. "You horrible child! Why didn't you call home after being away for so long?" Jiang Fei's mother charged out of the kitchen and hugged him. Jiang Fei could feel her body shaking. Indeed, Jiang Fei had been away far longer this time than he ever had in the past. Moreover, most of the folks in China had become aware of the Navy fleets from the major rice exporting country and Europe which were patrolling outside of China's borders. The entire China was fully prepared for the battle to take place. Therefore, Jiang Fei's parents were even more worried about his safety. "I'm fine. It's very safe where my master is located." Jiang Fei consoled his mother while looking at Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi nodded with a smile. She had already sensed Jiang Fei's presence long before Jiang Fei had walked through the doors. Therefore, she was not too surprised when he showed up. Shang Guanqi had been very happy staying in Jiang Fei's house all this while. Jiang Fei's mother cared for Shang Guanqi, her adopted daughter. So much so that Shang Guanqi was able to feel the closeness she had missed out on for the past 20 years. Although Shang Guanqi had only been with Jiang Fei's mother for slightly over a month, she had been successfully transformed from a cold-hearted killing machine to a blossoming young lady. The Soaring Clouds sect had spent more than 10 years to train Shang Guanqi as killing machine through hatred and assassination. However, Jiang Fei's mother had only used a single month to turn her into a normal girl. One could tell how much stronger the power of love was compared to hatred and assassination. "My good son, will you leave again?" Jiang Fei's mother asked after she recollected herself. "Not anytime soon," Jiang Fei said. As he needed to wait for Han Tianyu's energy blocks, he did not plan on leaving the house for some time. "That's great! Great!" Jiang Fei's mother exclaimed happily. Although she knew that Jiang Fei was on a very different path of growth, she also looked forward to spending time with his son as much as she could. "Mother, spend more time with little Fei." "I'll cook today," Shang Guanqi said and laughed. After spending so much time here, Shang Guanqi had already fully integrated with the household. She treated Jiang Fei's parents as her own and also treated Jiang Fei as her younger brother. "All right. Little Fei, did you know that little Qi learns very quickly? Her culinary skills are even better than mine now." Jiang Fei's mother had not changed at all. As soon as Jiang Fei got home, she started praising her adopted daughter. "Hee hee, that's for sure," Jiang Fei laughed. As a level 4 martial artist, Shang Guanqi's hand-eye coordination ability was unlike normal humans. Her grasp in culinary arts was even more precise than a computer. Cooking, to her, was more like child's play. Why has Lily not come yet?" Jiang Fei's mother asked after chatting with Jiang Fei for a while. She suddenly thought of her daughter-in-law when only a moment ago she was praising her adopted daughter. "She should be here in a while," Jiang Fei laughed awkwardly. "Tell me, are you keeping something from me?" Jiang Fei's mother noticed something odd from Jiang Fei's expression. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking of how to explain himself, the door opened. Si Tang and Ariel walked in. "Hee hee, little Ing has arrived." Speaking of the devil, Jiang Fei's mother laughed happily when she saw Si Tang. "Is this your friend?" Jiang Fei's mother also noticed Ariel, who stood behind Si Tang. "Hi, Auntie." Ariel greeted Jiang Fei's mother respectfully. "Yeah. This is Ariel. She is my friend and also one of Ah Fei's girlfriends," Si Tang said as she stared at Jiang Fei. However, she did not seem as angry as she did before. Clearly, Ariel was very capable in doing what she did. "Him," Jiang Fei coughed awkwardly. "Another girlfriend?" Jiang Fei's mother was stunned as she turned around to face him. "Little Fei, Tell me, what's going on? How can you do this to littling, this? When he saw his mother's stern look, Jiang Fei panicked. He was unsure of what to say. Auntie, stop pretending. You don't even look that angry. You must be happy beyond reason, aren't you? Si Tang plopped down next to Jiang Fei's mother and hugged her arm. Although Si Tang spoke words of complaint, her tone sounded much more like coquetry. Hey, did you see through me so easily? Jiang Fei's mother was stunned. She could not keep a straight face any longer. Although she felt that Jiang Fei had done something wrong against Si Tang, she was glad that her son was liked by many girls. Moreover, since Si Tang did not seem to mind that Jiang Fei had another girlfriend, Jiang Fei's mother became less worried. Chapter 693, Si Tang's Desired Compensation. Littling, why did you come so late today? Right then, Shang Guanqi popped her head out from the kitchen. Shang Guanqi had a pretty good relationship with Si Tang after spending so much time together. However, she stood still when she saw Ariel. As a level 4 martial artist, and also one skilled in assault, Shang Guanqi had a very strong sensing ability. She could detect pinnacle level 4 metahumans like Jiang Fei the moment he walked through the front door. However, Shang Guanqi was only able to detect Si Tang's presence. She only realized Ariel was there when she came out from the kitchen. It was a great surprise. As Shang Guanqi discovered that Ariel was a metahuman, she immediately looked at Jiang Fei. Until then, she had not thought that it could be a level 5 expert. I am Jiang Fei's junior. Ariel took the initiative to introduce herself. She had already explained everything about metahumans to Si Tang when they were downstairs. Otherwise, there was a lot that could not be explained clearly. Oh! Shang Guanqi nodded as she said to Si Tang, Littling, come and help me out in the kitchen, all right? I'm coming! Si Tang stood up and walked into the kitchen. Have you told her everything about metahumans? Jiang Fei asked Ariel after Si Tang had left. Yeah. Ariel nodded. Ah Fei, is she like you? Jiang Fei's mother asked. Yes, Ariel is my junior. Like me, she has special abilities. Jiang Fei nodded. Auntie, don't worry. Although we have superpowers, we will not use them to bully normal humans. Ariel said gently. Jiang Fei had already told Ariel about how his parents were once kidnapped. Therefore, Ariel could understand why his parents had a thing against metahumans. That was why she made it a point to tell Jiang Fei's mother that she had no ill intentions. Moreover, although Ariel was very close to Jiang Fei, she was too embarrassed to call him her husband in front of his parents. Therefore, she addressed him as her senior instead. All right. Come, have a seat. It must have been a tiring journey. Jiang Fei's mother treated her as part of the family when she heard about their relationship. Moreover, Si Tang seemed to describe Ariel as someone very close to Jiang Fei. Therefore, she no longer treated Ariel as an outsider despite her being a metahuman. At the same time, Shang Guanqi and Si Tang started chatting in private as they cooked. Littling, don't you mind that Jiang Fei has other women? Shang Guanqi asked. What can I do about it? I'm only a normal human. I can only blame myself for falling for him, Si Tang sighed. As a woman, Si Tang was definitely jealous when she found out that Jiang Fei had other women around him. However, she could not bring herself to leave him. Therefore, she could only accept the fact. So you know about metahumans? Shang Guanqi immediately realized something from what Si Tang said. Yeah. I know everything now. Say, you are also a metahuman, aren't you? Si Tang asked. Yes, I am. However, I would rather be a normal human. Shang Guanqi sighed. When she looked back on the past 10 years of her life, she would rather have been a normal girl with parents who looked after her. TSK. You don't know how lucky you are. I am very envious of people like you. Si Tang said honestly. If you really hope to acquire powers, you can let Jiang Fei test your talents. If your talents permit, coupled with a few decades of hard work, you may be able to reach level 2. Shang Guanqi said. As Si Tang was already way too old, it would be difficult for her to get any stronger unless she had natural talents. Level 2? Is that strong? Si Tang asked curiously. After all, she had only just learned about metahumans. Therefore, she still had a strong sense of curiosity about them. Very strong. You can even fight against a few 10 special soldiers. Shang Guanqi laughed. That's amazing. What about yourself? Si Tang asked. I am beginner level 4. Shang Guanqi said honestly. Compared to level 2, which is stronger? Si Tang asked excitedly. If you gave me time, I can fight a few 10,000 level 2 metahumans, Shang Guanqi laughed. Ah! Such a big difference. Si Tang said deflatedly. After all, if she had to train for decades and still not be anywhere close to Shang Guanqi, there was no point in training at all. The main factor is that you are far too old. You have missed the golden age of training. However, if you ask Jiang Fei about it, he might be able to help you since he has a level 5 expert as his master. Shang Guanqi said after some thoughts. Level 5? How strong is that? Si Tang looked bewildered. Level 5 is the strongest known level. I can't really describe it in detail. However, they are able to stay alive despite being at the center of a nuclear explosion. You can go figure the rest out on your own. Shang Guanqi said and laughed. Ah! Is that even human? Si Tang was thoroughly shocked by how Shang Guanqi had described level 5 experts. Perhaps they still are. They are more like living gods. Shang Guanqi was equally amazed by level 5 experts. Alright. Hang in there. I am definitely going to ask Jiang Fei about it. Humph. How dare he find other women behind my back? He must compensate me. Si Tang said with a pout. To be honest, Si Tang had accepted Jiang Fei's behavior of having multiple women partly because of her own family background. Her father was not a loyal man. As the head of a group of gangsters, her father had had affairs with other women. It was an open secret in the world of gangsters. Both Si Tang and her mother knew about it. However, as the wife of a gangster, Si Tang's mother could only turn a blind eye to what was happening. If she made a fuss about it, it would only benefit the other women who surrounded her husband. Due to the nature of her family background, Si Tang was subconsciously accepting of powerful men who had more than one woman in his life. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Fei with Ariel today, she kept her cool even though she was secretly jealous. On top of that, Ariel was very good in communicating. Hence, the two ladies had very quickly arrived at a consensus. I feel sorry for you. Shang Guanqi sighed. After all, Shang Guanqi had spent more time with Si Tang and therefore sided with her. After a while, Jiang Fei's father returned from work. The entire family sat down for a reunion dinner. Chapter 694, A Group Quest. Jiang Fei's father was not very happy with Jiang Fei's behavior of bringing another lady back home. However, he did not make a fuss out of it. Jiang Fei also did not dare to bring the topic up. When it was time to rest in the evening, Ariel wanted to sleep in the same room with Jiang Fei. However, Shang Guanqi had prevented it using her status as his elder sister. In the end, Si Tang also stayed over. She and Ariel were both dragged by Shang Guanqi into her room. Little Fei, you are an adult now. Moreover, your path is unlike the rest of us humans. I can no longer control you. However, as a man, you need to be responsible for the people around you. I do not wish to see you hurting little Ling. Jiang Fei's father said before walking into his own room. I had no intentions of doing so either, Jiang Fei sighed. According to 0541's plan, Jiang Fei needed to revive a large number of women from the game to fight against the masses of mutant armies. He could not imagine how messy things would become then. However, Jiang Fei promised himself that he would not let the girls closest to him get hurt. Although he could not protect those who treated him with the infatuated state, he would do his best to protect the women he cared about the most. After returning to his own room, Jiang Fei rested for a while before entering the game. When Jiang Fei logged into the game, he was in the Demon Flame Fortress. As he did not have any matches for the day, Jiang Fei decided to do the main storyline quest the Nephilim King had given him. Frontline Commander Ivan was still standing in front of the sand table in the commander's hall. Fritz and Heinz had both gone to the frontline camps. Frontline Commander Ivan, were you looking for me? Jiang Fei asked. I see, His Majesty had sent you to help me. That's great. Ivan smiled when he saw Jiang Fei. Ding! Quest completed. After receiving a system notification, as well as some gold coins, Jiang Fei also received some meager experience points. However, Jiang Fei did not care about those. He was more keen to find out about the continuation of the quest from Ivan. What can I help you with? Jiang Fei asked. I do actually need your help with something. However, it's not something you can accomplish on your own. Ivan said with a frown. What should I do then? Jiang Fei asked. You need a group. Ivan said. Ding! Quest renewed. Please form a group with 200 players and report to Frontline Commander Ivan. Oh. It's a group quest. Jiang Fei was stunned at first. However, he instantly understood what was going on. Some quests in the game required group participation. Regardless of how strong a player was, the group quest could not be accepted by one person. Such a rigid rule meant Jiang Fei had no choice but to reach out to Lady Casanova. Everything related to money in the Imperial Dragon was under the jurisdiction of Rosette Rose, whereas anything related to manpower in battle was Lady Casanova's responsibility. 200? PvP or PvE? Lady Casanova was naturally much more experienced as the acting guild master than Jiang Fei was. It doesn't matter, Jiang Fei said. To be honest, he did not really care about who the rest of the members were in his group of 200 players. After all, he had already gotten used to fighting alone. That won't do. They have entirely different setups. Lady Casanova said seriously. Then let's go with PvP, there's a higher chance for that. Jiang Fei said after some thinking. After all, it was a battle-related quest and was even a main storyline quest. Therefore, Jiang Fei hypothesized that the Light Faction's players might be involved. Alright. I'll send Billy Boy over with the rest. Lady Casanova said. Imperial Dragon had become a super guild with over 500,000 players a long time ago. It was an easy feat to gather 200 elite players. After around 10 minutes, Billy Boy and 240 other players came looking for Jiang Fei. Why did you bring so many players? Jiang Fei saw that Billy Boy had brought way more players than needed. Replacements. Billy Boy said in a matter-of-fact way. As someone who had led guild activities for a long time, Billy Boy knew that both PvE and PvP activities required sufficient replacements in case of emergency. Sometimes, they would also have to change their setup due to certain overpowering group dynamics from the opponents. Alright. Just do it however you wish as long as you form a group with 200 of us. Jiang Fei said as he created a new group and added Billy Boy into the group. You recruit the rest. Jiang Fei gave Billy Boy the administrative right of recruiting. He then scanned the group of players. Where is 7 Stars Warrior? He has a match today. Little Rain answered. Ever since he had joined Billy Boy, Little Rain had thoroughly thrown himself into the world of PvP. He had immersed himself in killing other players through group battles with the help of his own Seal Curse spell and the Ring of Decimation Jiang Fei had given him. Oh? How is he doing? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although Jiang Fei was also in the competition, he had never seen 7 Stars Warrior in action. He is doing alright. Except for when he fought against the insane players, he would win 90% of the time. He should be able to get into the second round with ease. Little Rain said. The insane players Little Rain had referred to were none other than the players with cauldrons of the Ancient Kingdom. For people without the cauldrons, these players with 100,000 additional points for certain attributes were a bug-like existence. After Jiang Fei chatted with Little Rain for a while longer, Billy Boy was done forming the group. Great job, you guys. You have all leveled up pretty quickly. Jiang Fei was surprised when he saw the players' levels in the group. Apart from Jiang Fei, the highest level in the group was the seal-cursed magician Little Rain, who was level 72. Everyone else was basically either level 67 or level 68. That's because they are all part of the PvP group. If it was the PvE group, most of the players would already be level 69. Billy Boy laughed as he spoke. Although PvP players could earn experience points from killing other players in the opposite faction, killing players was much more difficult than killing monsters. Therefore, the progress in leveling was much slower. After Jiang Fei chatted with Billy Boy for a while longer, he learned about how fast the players in the faction region had leveled up. Most of the players had already reached an average of level 63. The players Billy Boy had brought along were players who were the cream of the crop. Therefore, they all naturally had higher levels than the rest. We are getting closer to the day of the war. Jiang Fei nodded to himself. When he had assaulted the underground base, 0541 had obtained quite a lot of information about the game. Jiang Fei was able to find out that once the average level of players reached level 65, the battle between the light and dark factions would no longer be a small-scale battle. Instead, it would develop into a huge war. Chapter 695, The Gnome Castle, after the group was completely formed. Jiang Fei and his entourage came over to the commander's hall. Frontline commander, I have gathered the men as you wished. Jiang Fei said to Ivan. Great! I knew you were an excellent youth handpicked by His Majesty. You truly are efficient. Ivan said pleasantly. He then continued, Are you ready? We are ready. Jiang Fei answered. All right. Off you go then. Someone else will tell you exactly what you need to do for the quest. Ivan said as he waved. Jiang Fei and the players in his group were instantly teleported to a new map. Ding! Map changed. Where is this? Little Rain asked. And not sure, Jiang Fei looked around. It was very dark with less than a 50-meter range of visibility. The sky looked equally dark, which meant none of them could see the surroundings clearly. Bandits, search the ground. Billy Boy started giving instructions. Very soon, more than 10 of the bandits split up and searched in different directions after entering stealth mode. I'll check from the sky, Jiang Fei said as he attempted to summon his mount. However, Jiang Fei was unable to summon his mount as he wished for a system notification interrupted his action of summoning. Ding! This is an indoor map. You may not summon your mount. Indoor? How large is this house? Jiang Fei looked around. He discovered that despite the lack of visibility, there was no wall blocking their way in a 50-meter radius. Indoor maps are not limited to constructed buildings. Some underground locations are also considered indoor maps. They both restrict the summoning of mounts. Billy Boy explained. I see. Jiang Fei nodded as he summoned Akatsiris. Ah. Master, Akatsiris seemed a little unhappy about being locked by Jiang Fei in the small black house. D*M. Guildmaster, you have another girl now? Little Rain and the others around him were shocked. Jiang Fei used to bring Isabella along wherever he went. Everyone had gotten used to Jiang Fei's human form pet dragon. However, none of them had seen Isabella for a very long time and were starting to miss her. They did not expect Jiang Fei to bring a new girl along. Don't ask me about it, Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not want to talk about Isabella. Although he could resurrect her, he was still bothered by the fact that she had died for him. Although people like Billy Boy were curious, they did not dare to ask any further when they saw Jiang Fei's facial expression. Everyone started doing what they were supposed to. Do you know where this is? Jiang Fei asked Akatsiris. From the looks of the surrounding, this should be the underground world's outer layer. After all, Akatsiri was a native in the game. Her understanding of the game's world was much better than all other players. Underground world? Outer layer? Jiang Fei was stunned. Yeah. Apart from the surface of the world, there is another world in the underground. However, the underground world is split into different layers. The outermost layer is the outer layer, followed by the inner layer and finally the abyss. Akatsiri explained. I see. Jiang Fei was familiar with the abyss. That was where the Nephilim had their main camp. He would visit the abyss frequently as well. Although Akatsiri knew they were in the outer layer of the underground world, she did not know exactly where they were located. After all, the underground world was vast. There was also no obvious landmark or building around. Therefore, there was no way for her to pinpoint their location. Very soon, the bandits who had gone off to look around came back with some news. Jiang Fei and the rest were located in a place that seemed like a huge underground hall with only one exit. That's great. We won't have to waste any more time or effort. After hearing the news, Jiang Fei dropped his arms to his sides. If there were more than one exit, Jiang Fei and the rest would have had trouble in deciding on where to go next as there were no quest hints. Now that there was only one way to go, Jiang Fei did not have any other options. After all the bandits had returned, Jiang Fei and the rest had started walking along the only path out. Compared to the huge hall, the pathway was much narrower. However, it was still wide enough for Jiang Fei and his group. The pathway was approximately a few meters in width and 7 to 8 meters tall. They went down the seemingly endless path which twisted and turned along the way. As there were bandits leading the way in the front, Jiang Fei and the rest were able to progress smoothly. However, the peaceful journey did not last very long. Ding! Your group member Leisure Monkey has died. The sudden system notification surprised Jiang Fei and the rest. What happened, Monkey? Billy Boy asked in the group channel. That was an advantage for players as they could still converse despite being dead. I don't know. I died without any warning. The battle record did not show anything either. Leisure Monkey sounded equally confused. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the rest made their way to where Leisure Monkey's corpse was located. Magician, illuminate. Cleric, resurrect him. Everyone else, stay alert. Billy Boy was very experienced after all. He immediately gave instructions with clarity. Shuffle. A bright light rose and brightly illuminated the area around Leisure Monkey's corpse. Billy Boy and the rest had not dared to use Illuminate earlier because they were concerned about being discovered by their enemies. However, now that they had been attacked, it meant that their group's location had already been exposed. Therefore, it would be easier to defend themselves if they lit up the area. As Illuminate allowed the surrounding to be lit up, all the players became alert. The cleric in charge of reviving Leisure Monkey began to work. Resurrection was a very advanced skill. Although it could not compare to ultimate skill books like Seal Curse spells, very few lucky healing professions could learn the skill. The casting time of Resurrection was rather long, at almost 1 minute. In the state of battle, almost none of the clerics would stop defending themselves to use the spell. Therefore, this type of skill would normally only be used after a battle had ended. What is this? Just as the cleric had resurrected Leisure Monkey, a more observant female bandit discovered a needle on the ground. Gnome Spike. Akatsiri immediately recognized the item. Do you know what it is? Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He was glad that he had brought someone native along. Yeah. This is an item that belongs to the ancient gnome kingdom. It's a very powerful trap setup. It's possible that this is one of the sunken gnome castles. Akatsiri stated. Trap? Bandits, be careful when you are exploring. Beware of traps. Billy Boy ordered. It's pointless. The gnome's traps are very finely made. Normal bandits would not be able to discover them or even unlock them. Akatsiri shook her head. Although bandits had the skill to unlock traps and also had corrections to their chances of being affected by traps, they were helpless against the gnomes' technology. The only way to escape the traps was to sacrifice their own lives. Chapter 696, Spectral Investigator. We have no other choice in that case. Monkey and the rest of you, we're counting on you lot. Billy Boy said after hearing what Akatsiri had said. Don't worry about it. It's just dying after all. We aren't called heroes for nothing. Leisure Monkey said jokingly. Although Leisure Monkey had only just been resurrected, he did not seem to oppose the idea of becoming a human radar. That was because he was located in the faction region, which meant he would not lose any experience points upon death. Moreover, since there were no enemies around, he would only have to pick up the equipment and items he dropped. There was no loss, so as to speak. The only thing which annoyed him was that he would have to die every few minutes. Very soon, 8 of the bandits began their search in front of the group with Leisure Monkey in the lead. Jiang Fei and the rest followed behind him with a 30-meter gap in between. Ah! I died. Cleric, save me. Ah! I died too, save me as well. Am sorry to trouble you, Sister Cleric, I died again. Ever since Leisure Monkey's first death, it was as if Jiang Fei and the rest had entered a trap zone. A trap was lying in wait for them every few steps. Most of these traps could not be identified by even the bandits. Although they were able to identify the remaining traps, bandits like Leisure Monkey had no way of dismantling these traps. Therefore, the only way to deal with these traps was to sacrifice their own players' lives. The cycle of death and resurrection repeated over and over again. On average, each of them died no less than 30 times. Most of them had become numb to death. They eventually gave up calling out for help. All of those who died just lay there quietly until the clerics made their way to resurrect each of them. How big is this trap area? After around 2 hours, Jiang Fei started to get impatient. Although the bandits and the clerics were the ones occupied most of the time, the rate of advancing was very slow. After 2 hours, Jiang Fei and the rest still had not gone very far. I have no idea. Ah! I died again, Leisure Monkey shouted as he was killed by a ball of flame that came out of nowhere. Resurrect him, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Although the pathway was not very long, it was tedious for the bandits and the clerics. The bandits, especially, had to go through a lot of mental torture. After another half an hour, Jiang Fei was beginning to lose his cool. He was starting to feel bad for the bandits who had died over 50 times. Ask Rosette Rose to compensate these bandits for the mental torture they have to go through. Jiang Fei turned around to tell Billy Boy. All hail Big Boss. Leisure Monkey sprang up as soon as he heard the compensation. He knew that the Imperial Dragon was filthy rich and, moreover, Jiang Fei did not really care too much about the money he earned or spent. Therefore, he treated his guild members generously. Each of the compensations he awarded was a large sum of money. While the Leisure Monkey was overjoyed, there was an impending tragedy upon the rest of the group. Leisure Monkey's jumping around seemed to have triggered a trapdoor. Thereafter, the ceiling started collapsing. In an instant, 8 of the bandits were all crushed to death by the collapsed ceiling. D*MN. You darn monkey. Stay away from me. While the bandits were waiting for clerics to resurrect them, they started reprimanding Leisure Monkey in the group channel. After a few minutes, all of the bandits were resurrected. They then resumed their exploration. Perhaps, the collapsed ceiling was the last of the defensive traps. After the bandits' resurrection, none of them encountered any further traps. Is it finally over? Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief. The less than 1,000-meter journey took them more than 3 hours to complete. Although the road ahead was still a long winding path, there were no longer any traps in their way. Jiang Fei and the rest moved at a much faster pace. 15 minutes later, Jiang Fei and the group finally came out of the pathway and into a broad open space. D*MN. This isn't the underground world. It's not any different from the world on the surface. Billy Boy exclaimed as he looked around. Jiang Fei and the rest were located in a huge empty space. There did not seem to be any ending to the space around them. While there was still a ceiling, it was hundreds of meters above them. There were countless blue crystals attached to the ceiling which refracted light that lit up the entire space. Not only was the space wide, there were also plants and animals on the ground. Although the species of these plants and animals were different from those on the surface, it made the place seem much more lively. "Bandits, split up!" Billy Boy ordered. As they were no longer in a narrow space, they needed to widen their search zone. Therefore, the bandits' job had become much more difficult. After much walking, Jiang Fei and the rest finally discovered something new after half an hour. "Guildmaster, there is a mysterious old man here." One of the bandits shouted out in the group channel. "Someone's here?" Jiang Fei was stunned. He then became overjoyed. They had finally found someone alive. This old man must be the person in charge of their quest's continuation. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived before the old man. "Lost old man, human race, elite, level, 70, health points, 100%, remark, a disguised spectral investigator." Although he appeared to be a mysterious old man to the others and seemed to be mumbling something which they could not understand, the old man did not respond even though the bandit from before tried to speak to him. However, due to the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei was able to uncover the old man's true identity. "Series, talk to him." Although Jiang Fei held a high position in the Nephilim race, the fellow before him was only a spectral investigator. Although they both belonged to the Dark faction, the difference in their levels was too great. Therefore, the Spectre would not recognize Jiang Fei even if he approached him. However, things had gotten easier with Series around. Even if the spectral investigator could not identify Series as the Nephilim race's third princess, Series' Nephilim race would be sufficient. "Spectre, are you in charge of receiving us here?" Series asked the old man. "Ah." The old man was stunned when he realized his identity had been revealed. He very quickly confirmed Series' status as a Nephilim. "Greetings, Nephilim Master. I am the Demon Flame Fortress Lieutenant Scout of the 4th Army." The old man immediately stopped his mysterious act. He instantly tore away the human skin he wore as a disguise to reveal his own decaying body. "All right. What's the continuation of our quest?" Series did not greet him in return. She merely waved her hand. The Nephilims held a very high rank in the Dark faction after all and were way above the Spectres. Chapter 697, a professional bully. With Series carrying the conversation, the spectral investigator quickly explained the next steps of the quest to Jiang Fei and the rest. Ding! Quest renewed. Jiang Fei and the rest received a renewed quest at the sound of the system notification. All of the quest's objectives had been listed out. The spectral investigator was stationed here to spy on a drilling site. It was an abandoned part of the ancient Gnome City. Unfortunately, it was discovered by the Light faction beforehand. Therefore, Ivan did not want to alert the opponent before they had enough manpower. Ivan only decided to rob the gnome's ancient site after the Nephilim king had sent Jiang Fei over to assist him. Jiang Fei and the rest had a very simple quest, which was to kill all of the Light faction soldiers and players in the drilling site. Their main objective was to take control of the drilling machine at the center of the drilling site. "It doesn't sound too hard." Billy Boy laughed. "The quest wouldn't be this simple. We should still stay alert." Jiang Fei frowned. This quest was too easy for him. He felt very suspicious as it was very unlike the level of difficulty of quests he had taken on before. "Bandits, have a look around the drilling site to gather some intel." Billy Boy waved. The few 10 bandits split up and started investigating the area which the spectral investigator had pointed out. Very soon, the bandits returned with the intel of what they had discovered. Jiang Fei and the rest also had a better understanding of the drilling site. The entire drilling site was not small. The drilling machine was still humming. It appeared that the Light faction's drilling had not stopped yet. There were not many light faction players at the drilling site, only 30 to 40 pub players were doing quests in the area. There were mostly light faction workers and soldiers on the ground. To Jiang Fei and the rest, those workers were not a threat to them at all. They were merely some level 50 and level 60 elite monsters which any of Jiang Fei's players could easily finish. However, the soldiers were mostly made up of level 70 and above elite monsters. Moreover, there were several commanders amongst them. The commanders were at the very least leader bosses. There were even 2 master bosses. This can't be right. It is a main storyline quest after all. How could it be this simple? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. The abilities of these defense soldiers were far too weak. Jiang Fei could eliminate all of them single-handedly and they wouldn't last more than 2 minutes. Guildmaster, what should we do? Billy Boy asked. Let's kill them. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although he felt that something was amiss, he could not tell what it was. He would have to play along for now and figure it out as they continued. All right. Billy Boy nodded. They then began to adjust their strategy. Very soon, under Billy Boy's command, 200 of the Imperial Dragons players went into their formation as they hid somewhere in the dark. Monkey, it's all on you now. Billy Boy glanced at Leisure Monkey. You can count on me. Leisure Monkey sneakily walked up a small hill. The small hill was slightly further away from the drilling side. However, as it was much higher than the flat ground, most of the players in the drilling site would be able to see it. After reaching the top of the small hill, Leisure Monkey retrieved a magic scroll from his backpack. It looked like a toy from the city stores. After tearing the scroll open, a white light appeared. It was like the light that flashed when players were done teleporting. However, it did not have any actual effect. It was just a toy with visual effects. Scratch, Leisure Monkey came out from his stealth mode as he tore the scroll open. A white light flashed on the small hill as Leisure Monkey appeared. It truly looked as if he had just teleported there. D*MN. This fellow is too good at it. You people must have bullied a lot of other people like this, haven't you? Jiang Fei turned around to ask Billy Boy. Hee hee, we always do this in the battlefield. The enemy players would mistake Monkey as having accidentally teleported there with a random teleportation scroll. Therefore, they will be attracted to the circle of trap very soon. Billy Boy laughed. You are bullying these people despite your absolute advantage. You people are horrible. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as he spoke. Just as Jiang Fei and Billy Boy were whispering to each other, the light faction players in the drilling site noticed Leisure Monkey. Right then, Leisure Monkey was standing above the small hill without any shelter around him. Moreover, based on the looks of Leisure Monkey with a huge red name above his head, the light faction players thought he could not have been a more obvious target. Screw me! Such an unlucky B*****, he is alone. Let's kill him, haha. He was actually brought here by random teleportation. If we don't kill him, the heavens would not forgive us. The light faction players had clearly fallen for Leisure Monkey's trap. The pub players charged out of the drilling site in groups of 3s and 5s as they targeted Leisure Monkey. Where is this? Although Leisure Monkey saw that the light faction players were charging at him, he still put up with the act. He looked confusedly around him as if he truly was an unlucky B** who had teleported there unintentionally. It's such a waste if he doesn't become an actor. Jiang Fei exclaimed. Leisure Monkey was really good at acting. He was very convincing in pretending to look around as if he was completely unfamiliar with the location. Screw me! That's a lot of people. When the light faction players got close enough, Leisure Monkey pretended to have only just noticed them. He then turned around and started running. Chase after him. Don't let him get away, corner him. The light faction players thought they were the hunters in that situation. However, little did they know that they were actually the true prey. While Leisure Monkey ran forward as if he had no clue where to run to, he was actually leading these light faction players into the trap that Jiang Fei and the rest had set up. It's no wonder that Billy Boy and these people have never lost in a battle. D***. They are always bullying others. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself when he saw how well Leisure Monkey worked with the players who waited to ambush their unaware opponents. My beloveds, goodbye. Once the light faction players had totally entered the trap, Leisure Monkey turned around and threw them a flying kiss. He then activated his stealth mode and disappeared into thin air. *T. He is a bandit. We've wasted our time, D***MN. What a waste of effort. Until then, the light faction players were still unaware of the danger they have gotten into. It's time for fresh meat, my boys. As Billy Boy shouted, 200 players from Imperial Dragon leapt out from their hiding spots and started attacking these completely undefended light faction players. On one hand, there were well-trained and experienced PvP players. On the other hand, there was a group of untrained pub players. Similarly, there was a complete group of 200 players, one on side, and the other had 30 to 40 solo players. One party had a predetermined plan of assault, while the other was being attacked by surprise. All these factors resulted in one final outcome: a massacre. Chapter 698, The Oddly Poor Boss, *T. An ambush, what's going on, run. In an instant, the light faction pub players were surprised by the ambush from Billy Boy and the rest. These players did not participate in PvP fights frequently. If they were PvP players who participated in battles often, they would have definitely not chased after Leisure Monkey if they saw him on the battlefield. Due to their lack of PvP experience, these light faction pub players did not know how to react to being ambushed at all. As they frantically ran in all directions, Billy Boy and the rest attacked these players to their heart's content. The magician's magic spells ceaselessly struck them on their heads. Very soon, these pub players were all eliminated. Jiang Fei did not even attack once. If he attacked, those players would not even stand a chance. Jiang Fei's heaven-piercing twilight bow was more like a machine gun. Now that we have killed these disturbing players, let's clear those monsters, Billy Boy said. All right. I'll leave the normal and elite monsters to you. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Fei nodded. As Billy Boy had brought only PvP players, none of them were tankers. They would not be able to handle the tougher monsters. Okay. Billy Boy nodded as he arranged for the players to advance into the drilling site. D***MN. Invaders. As soon as Jiang Fei and the rest stepped into the drilling site, a leader monster noticed them. As the monster shouted, the entire light faction in the drilling site turned their attention toward Jiang Fei and the rest. A large number of workers and soldiers started charging over. There was a total of no less than 2,000 normal and elite monsters. Warriors and knights to the front. Clerics, focus on healing. Billy Boy immediately changed the group's formation. Come on! Your opponent is me. Right then, Jiang Fei began to attack. He shot one arrow after another with his Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow. The arrows came down on the charging monsters like heavy rain. The level 70 leader monsters had less than 1 million health points. Jiang Fei's attack power was as high as 250,000 after the stacks from Ruthless Barrage. At a rate of 8 arrows each second, Jiang Fei would be able to kill these monsters within a second even if his attack speed was decreased by half. Moreover, Jiang Fei was level 88. Against these level 70 monsters, he regularly landed critical hits and dominant damage. Therefore, these monsters could not withstand his attacks at all. Holy *T. Guild Master, are you even human? Little Rain asked as he stared at Jiang Fei. The players here already had pretty high levels. As they were mostly level 67 or level 68, their attacks were not limited by the difference in level. Therefore, they were all able to deal damage to the monsters. However, in the time they took to kill one normal monster, Jiang Fei could already kill 6 or 7. Take your time. I will look for others. Very soon, Jiang Fei had killed all the stronger monsters at the entrance of the drilling site. However, Billy Boy and the rest were still struggling to kill what was left of the weaker monsters. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to enter directly into the deeper end of the drilling site. Zoom! As the arrows continued to rain down on the monsters, Jiang Fei progressed forward as if it was an empty area. Although the surrounding light faction monsters continuously charged at Jiang Fei, none of them could get close before he killed them. Very soon, Jiang Fei saw the first master-level monster. The fellow was level 75, which was a tough challenge for most players at this stage. Even a group of 200 would find it difficult to defeat it. However, it was very easy for Jiang Fei. Based on level alone, Jiang Fei was 13 levels higher than the monster. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not even fear a beginner overlord, let alone this master-level fellow. You darned intruder, the master-level monster seemed to want to give an opening speech when he discovered Jiang Fei. Intruder my *SS. Jiang Fei looked around to check that nobody else was there. He then immediately retrieved his dragon's bane. Zoom! As the dragon's bane howled, a gust of wind charged at the master-level monster. Minus 25,225,920. A number showing nearly 25 million damage appeared. The master-level monster with only 10 million health points was instantly killed. As the dragon's bane dealt chaotic damage, it fully ignored all damage reduction and defense effects. Most importantly, the item even locked onto its target such that there was a 100% accuracy. Therefore, it directly dealt 100x Jiang Fei's attack power as damage. Ding! You have killed God's Apostle Claude. Obtained 15 million experience points, obtained 20 gold coins. Obtained 100 reputation points from the Dark Faction. As it was in a group mode, the rewards were split amongst the entire group. However, Jiang Fei was more concerned with putting the dragon's bane away. The reason he did not really use the item much was because it posed too great a risk. If someone else were to snatch it from him and used it against him, he would not be able to take a single hit. If Jiang Fei had not made sure nobody else was around, he would not have used the ultimate weapon. The weapon was truly incredible. Although Jiang Fei could single-handedly kill the master-level monster, it would take him quite some time to fight the monster as it had 10 million health points. He would not have been able to kill it within a second as he just did. After putting the dragon's bane away, Jiang Fei picked up the equipment which were dropped. 3 of them were all level 70 epic equipment. 2 of the equipment were leather armor while 1 of them was a cloth armor. They were not very valuable to Jiang Fei. So, he decided that he would pass them to Billy Boy for him to distribute to the rest. Why would a master-level monster drop such rubbish equipment? Jiang Fei uttered disapprovingly. Clearly, he was not very satisfied with the loot. Since the monster did not drop items which satisfied Jiang Fei, he would seek the next master-level monster for better items. Right then, Billy Boy and the rest had finally broken through the defense of the small monsters. They had managed to break into the drilling site. However, there, they were faced with even more small monsters. After clearing the small monsters around him, Jiang Fei retrieved his dragon's bane once again to kill a second master-level monster within 1 second. However, something even more odd happened. After killing the monster, Jiang Fei discovered that not only did the monster not drop a single item, it did not even reward Jiang Fei with experience points. What the heck? After picking up the dragon's bane, Jiang Fei nearly went mad. How could a master-level monster not drop a single item? After searching around, Jiang Fei was ascertained that there was no treasure or anything around. He concluded that this monster did not drop anything at all. Forget about it. Let's clear the small monsters first. Jiang Fei turned around to help Billy Boy and the rest. Otherwise, he would have to wait another half an hour for them to kill all the small monsters. Chapter 699, Change of Quest. After Jiang Fei joined the battle, Billy Boy and the rest killed the small monsters at a much faster speed. Within 5 minutes, thousands of small monsters were all killed. What do we do next? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. They had already killed all of their enemies as instructed by the quest. However, the quest was not renewed. I have no idea. Did we miss out on any of the monsters? Billy Boy wondered. At the same time, he instructed the bandits to split up to search for enemies that might have been missed out. After approximately 5 minutes, although Jiang Fei and the rest did not make any progress, the spectral investigator walked into the drilling site. Ah! You have conquered the place. However, why did the drilling machine stop? The spectral investigator nodded when he saw that the drilling site had been overtaken. However, he also raised a question. Drilling machine? Jiang Fei was stunned. Only then did he notice that the drilling machine that was working before had stopped moving. What's the matter? Why did you kill him? Right then, the spectral investigator figured out why the machine had stopped working. It was because the main engineer of Orlando had been killed by Jiang Fei. According to the design of the quest, Orlando would surrender once his health points reached 20%. He would change into the friendly state and players would not be able to attack him any further. However, no one had expected Jiang Fei to use the Dragon's Bane to kill the master-level main engineer in 1 second. Moreover, the main engineer of Orlando, who existed only because of the quest, naturally did not give Jiang Fei any item or experience points. *T. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not know that his action of using the Dragon's Bane would result in such a glitch. What do we do next? Billy Boy was out of ideas. If it was a normal quest, they could all simply give up. However, this was a main storyline quest. A main storyline quest was linked to how the game's storyline would develop. Therefore, they could not give up. However, now that the main engineer was dead, they could no longer progress with the quest. Don't worry, let me think. Jiang Fei waved as he started thinking long and hard. Right. Akad series. Is there anyone in the Nephilim race who knows how to use this type of drilling machine? Jiang Fei suddenly turned and asked Akad series. Since someone in the Light faction could control the machine, surely someone from the Nephilim race would be able to do the same. I'm sure there is someone. However, we do not know how to get to the external world from here. Do you plan on going through the outer layer into the inner layer, and then to the abyss? Akad series asked with a frown. That would take at least a few days. We do not have that much time. Jiang Fei shook his head. Although they had killed all of the Light faction players, they could not guarantee that those forces would not return. They might even return with hundreds or thousands more players. If the Light faction players came in thousands, Jiang Fei would not exactly be afraid. However, those players could choose to disrupt their quest even if they could not kill Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was still uncertain about the objective of the quest, they were certain that there was a treasure buried somewhere in the ground. Otherwise, the drilling machine would not have been required. If the Light faction players were bent on destroying the drilling machine, Jiang Fei would not be able to do anything about it. Even if he was very strong, he was not able to kill all of his enemies in 1 second. Although this might be a little troublesome, we still need the help. Jiang Fei sighed as he activated the Abyssal Gate. After the Abyssal Gate was activated, Jiang Fei acquired a teleportation door which lasted for 5 minutes. He would be able to communicate with the Abyss. However, 5 minutes were not enough for Jiang Fei to head over to the Nephilim King's palace. If the Jiang Fei was still in the Abyss when the Abyssal Gate closed, he would not be able to return to the drilling site. Although the Abyssal Gate worked 2 ways, it only linked Jiang Fei's current location to the Abyss. It did not allow Jiang Fei to activate another Abyssal Gate in the Abyss. After entering the Abyssal Gate, Jiang Fei did not go too far. He looked for the nearest soldier around and asked him to pass a message to the Nephilim King. The message was to request for an advanced engineer who knew how to operate large machines. After dropping the message, Jiang Fei hurriedly returned through the Abyssal Gate in case it closed and left him behind in the Abyss. The success or failure of Jiang Fei's plan would depend on his namesake as the Nephilim King's son-in-law. After approximately 1 hour, Jiang Fei activated the abyssal gate once again. When he entered the abyss this time, he discovered that there were two individuals waiting for him. Hee, Ah Fei, you should be honored. My father has actually sent Master Morland over. The elder Prince Otis laughed as he greeted Jiang Fei. Big brother! Master Morland. Akatsiri's greeted the two. It seemed that she also knew Master Morland pretty well. We do not have much time. The teleportation door will not stay there for very long. Let's talk on the other side. Jiang Fei said. All right. Master Morland will go with you. I have other things to attend to. I shall not go with him. Otis waved his hand. All right. Master, come with me. Jiang Fei indicated for the master engineer to follow after him as he led the way through the teleportation door back to the drilling site. ZBT 3000 model drilling setup? It's very high-tech. Morland exclaimed as soon as he entered the drilling site. He paid full attention to the huge drilling machine. He nearly forgot that Jiang Fei was standing right next to him. Master, can you control this machine? Jiang Fei asked. Of course. Apart from me, no one else in the Nephilim race knows how to use it. Morland said cheekily. Then could you please hurry up? Jiang Fei urged. All right. It's been a long time since I have played with such toys. Morland leapt right onto the driver's seat of the drilling machine. As Morland turned the drilling machine on, Jiang Fei took a look at the fellow's attributes. He had the same beginner master level as the Light Faction's engineer. Although he had a lot of health points, he had terrible battle powers. He was a classic type of NPC which needed to be protected. Normal quests which required escorting would have this kind of NPC. D*MN. Are we supposed to look after him? Jiang Fei exclaimed when he saw Morland's attributes. Ding! Quest renewed. Protect Morland and ensure that he does not receive any damage for 4 hours. You must do so until he has uncovered the gnome's treasures. Indeed, the system notification had reaffirmed Jiang Fei's hypothesis. Chapter 700, Jiang Fei's concern. What kind of situation is this? Are we supposed to protect him? Billy Boy and the rest were stunned. They then looked at Jiang Fei. Yeah. I predict that we will be attacked shortly. Although I am not sure if our enemies will be monsters or players, we should all be ready. Jiang Fei said in the group channel. Don't worry, Guildmaster. We have done a lot of escorting quests. One of the players from Imperial Dragon said. Most of the players Billy Boy brought were PvP players. Although these people rarely did quests, they would occasionally do PvP quests. The most common type of quests among these were escorting and assassination quests. You lot will be in charge of blocking the enemies and making sure that they do not get close to the target. Leave the killing to me. Jiang Fei had an odd feeling in his stomach. He suspected that the quest would not be as easy as it looked. All right. Everyone, do as the Guildmaster says. Although Billy Boy doubted Jiang Fei's cautiousness, he was only Jiang Fei's subordinate. The guild belonged to Jiang Fei. Naturally, he would not challenge Jiang Fei's wishes. Under Billy Boy's command, the group of 200 quickly formed a circle around the drilling machine to protect Morland. The warriors and knights were positioned at the outermost layer of defense, while the hunters and magicians stood in the middle and the clerics stayed in the innermost layer. Other classes, including bandits and assassins, were scattered on the outside, either in stealth mode or invisibility state. They stayed in the dark to deliver a killing blow at their enemies. Jiang Fei sat alone on one side as he waited silently for the enemy's arrival. 4 hours of defending was not a short time at all. Jiang Fei had no clue about what would happen during this period. He felt very insecure for some reason. As the seconds passed, not a single enemy appeared. The oddly peaceful scene made Jiang Fei feel even more confused and insecure. Guildmaster, could this quest really be bugged? Little Rain asked impatiently. I don't know, let's wait. Jiang Fei shook his head. He did not know if something had gone wrong with the quest. After all, they had not followed the sequence of the quest. The original NPC meant to operate the drilling machine had been killed by Jiang Fei. The current replacement NPC was brought here by Jiang Fei from the Nephilim race. He was unsure if that had caused other changes in the quest to occur. After another few 10 minutes, more than half of the players in the group were not alert anymore. The originally neat formation of the players had also become laxed. Buzz! Right then, Jiang Fei noticed a white light flashing somewhere not too far away. The beam of light was nearly 100 meters in diameter. Not only was the beam of light bright, it was also as tall as the ceiling. After the white light had disappeared, a huge teleportation point appeared at a location 1,000 meters away from Jiang Fei and the rest. Everyone, get ready! The enemies are here! Jiang Fei suddenly leapt to the ground. Kill, charge, kill all those pieces of sh*T from the dark faction. As the cries of war were heard, a large number of soldiers appeared at the teleportation point. Everyone, focus! Billy Boy shouted loudly. When the lazy players noticed that their enemies had appeared, they immediately became alert. Their eyes were filled with a desire for battle. This was definitely a state that could only be shown by experienced fighters. The first batch of soldiers were all normal level 70 elite monsters. There were about 200 of them. After the teleportation was complete, the soldiers charged toward the drilling machine. Time to work! Jiang Fei walked a few steps toward the soldiers' line of motion. He then placed the Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow across his chest and quietly looked at the approaching soldiers. He looked like some sort of a legendary master. The guild master is pretending to be cool again, yeah. He always has girls around him. If I were him, I'd pretend to be cool too, the players behind Jiang Fei discussed jokingly. After all, they had already witnessed Jiang Fei's speed of killing. Therefore, they were barely worried about the 200 elite soldiers before them. The first wave! Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. As soon as those soldiers entered Jiang Fei's range of firing, Jiang Fei raised his Heaven's Breaker Twilight Bow and began his killing spree. Zoom! The arrows flew at the elite soldiers like a wave of locusts. Within a second and a half, Jiang Fei had stacked his ruthless barrage 10 times. Bang! The soldiers fell to the ground one after the other. Jiang Fei was already dealing godlike damage with 250,000 attack power. On top of that, he had an advantage in level against the soldiers. Therefore, the small soldiers had no chance of survival against Jiang Fei's arrows. Although the arrows only had a 40-meter range, none of the soldiers could get any closer to Jiang Fei no matter how hard they tried. All of them died at the exact same distance. The soldiers all died from the shower of arrows. Within 1 minute, 200 soldiers were all killed by Jiang Fei with his bow. Jiang Fei did not even take a single step during the battle. Congratulations, Guild Master, you have succeeded in pretending to be cool. Just as Jiang Fei was about to make a cooler pose, Little Rain shouted loudly. Jiang Fei nearly dropped to the ground from the embarrassment he felt. Stop messing with me. Beware of sneak attacks from hidden monsters. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the players. Right then, the second wave of monsters appeared. This time, there were still 200 small soldiers. However, there were 4 additional leader-level monsters. However, these monsters with not even close to 3 million health points did not make a difference to Jiang Fei. They were very soon killed on the spot. Although Jiang Fei had effortlessly killed 2 waves of monsters, he started frowning. As there were still 3 hours until the end of the protection quest, there might be nearly 100 more waves of attacks based on the rate they were attacking. If the difficulty of the waves increased 100 times, Jiang Fei could not guarantee that he would be able to withstand them. What should I do? Jiang Fei could not think of a viable solution despite his worrying. At first, he thought of destroying the teleportation point so that the enemy could not continue sending soldiers. In the end, Jiang Fei discovered that the teleportation point was just a decorative backdrop after shooting at it with 2 arrows. The new soldiers would appear with or without it. As the difficulty of the soldiers became greater and greater, Jiang Fei was facing 300 small soldiers after an hour. Their levels had increased to level 75. Apart from some leader-level monsters, there was even a master-level monster.